Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super is now available in PUBG Mobile. In this mode, players will experience a whole new kind of combat. Players can play as several Dragon Ball characters, compete in intense battles to see who will be the final victor. If you're trying to win, try going to an energy zone and see what random buff you get. If you get a health recovery buff, then it's a good idea to stick around and fight. Even without any recovery items, you'll be able to maintain a decent amount of health. During a match, players can also use attacks while battling with others. These attacks require ki. Players can collect ki from the map. They can also choose to replenish ki by charging it up themselves. Players also need to be on the lookout for upgrade materials. These are used to level up attacks. Attacks have a total of 5 levels. Level 1 to 2 only require basic upgrade materials to level up. Level 3 and above require advanced upgrade materials. The higher an attack's level, the more damage it will deal. There's also various support items that can be found in the map. For example, the Buku Capsule and Smoke Capsule. After using a Buku Capsule, you'll be able to fly a certain distance. It's really useful for initiating battles or running away. But be careful when you run into Piccolo. He has an attack that can snipe you from far away, as well as a dash that can quickly close the distance. Smoke Capsules release ball-shaped smoke, which can obscure enemy vision. This smoke screen can help you retreat or relocate. Don't forget about accessories. Accessories can also make your attacks stronger. More advanced accessories provide better buffs. If you play as Vegeta or Ultimate Gohan, who can already attack pretty quickly, you can enhance it with an accessory for an even greater advantage. If you want to increase your chance of survival, look no further than the Armor item. Armor provides extra health, which gives you an edge in combat. It has a total of 4 levels, and the higher the level, the more extra health it provides. Be sure to pick it up when you come across it. So, do you understand the gameplay and items a little better now? Let's play Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super together!
The depths of the ocean can be beautiful and terrifying. We all have a dark side that's always a part of us, but we can control it. I don't care what others think. I'm only concerned with my wants. The weak are always eliminated.
Join the airdrop carnival with Alan Walker. Grab the airdrop crate and head out together.
Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super is now available in PUBG Mobile. In this mode, players will experience a whole new kind of combat. Players can play as several Dragon Ball characters, compete in intense battles to see who will be the final victor. If you're trying to win, try going to an energy zone and see what random buff you get. If you get a health recovery buff, then it's a good idea to stick around and fight. Even without any recovery items, you'll be able to maintain a decent amount of health. During a match, players can also use attacks while battling with others. These attacks require ki. Players can collect ki from the map. They can also choose to replenish ki by charging it up themselves. Players also need to be on the lookout for upgrade materials. These are used to level up attacks. Attacks have a total of 5 levels. Level 1 to 2 only require basic upgrade materials to level up. Level 3 and above require advanced upgrade materials. The higher an attack's level, the more damage it will deal. There's also various support items that can be found in the map. For example, the Buku Capsule and Smoke Capsule. After using a Buku Capsule, you'll be able to fly a certain distance. It's really useful for initiating battles or running away. But be careful when you run into Piccolo. He has an attack that can snipe you from far away, as well as a dash that can quickly close the distance. Smoke Capsules release ball-shaped smoke, which can obscure enemy vision. This smoke screen can help you retreat or relocate. Don't forget about accessories. Accessories can also make your attacks stronger. More advanced accessories provide better buffs. If you play as Vegeta or Ultimate Gohan, who can already attack pretty quickly, you can enhance it with an accessory for an even greater advantage. If you want to increase your chance of survival, look no further than the Armor item. Armor provides extra health, which gives you an edge in combat. It has a total of 4 levels, and the higher the level, the more extra health it provides. Be sure to pick it up when you come across it. So, do you understand the gameplay and items a little better now? Let's play Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super together!
depths of the ocean can be beautiful and terrifying. We all have a dark side that's always a part of us, but we can control it. I don't care what others think. I'm only concerned with my wants. The weak are always eliminated. Only the strong can survive.
Hi! Here's a ticket for you. Join the airdrop carnival with Alan Walker. Grab the airdrop crate and head out together.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. You guys are tuning into the PMSL Fall 2023. The last day it is, extra day. With me, Gigi and XERXIA, we are bringing back the action for you guys. Speaking of which, unusual day here today, XERXIA.
Yes, well, we are back to the same narrative as per how we start off the show yesterday, in which we're looking for the bottom four. We already know our suspects by now, and they're fighting for their lives. Today will be the last day. The final 6 games will determine who will make it and who.
Let's make or break it up for teams that actually will stay themselves at the bottom 4. We do know for a fact one of them definitely will go for relegation. It's going to be Team Secret as well as Fox Gaming. Now, who will follow pursuit when it comes to the other 2 teams will be relegated by Enough today. Speaking of which, I do know yesterday has been a bit of a blunder for most of us. But don't worry, we're gonna just recap what really happened for the entire week, and we're heading into our last day of the league itself. Now, we do have next week, don't forget, it's gonna be the grand finals. 3 days straight of grand finals on site, which is gonna be on ground in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Speaking of which, we do know for a fact there's no more games coming up from the semi-9. Empire, Esports, XERXIA, and Fox Gaming. Now, these can be the 4 teams that will not be playing here today. Whilst on this other side, we do have MORPH and as well as DVD, and then GE as well as Boom. between these 4 teams, who will be relegated because there's 2 more slots left down there.
Yeah, if I were to look at the current points standing, MORPH GPX already down there because they didn't play the second last day. DVD is down there because currently at number 20 with only 1 point, so they pulled themselves down. Box Game, obviously they're already up. That's why because they're not playing, they're done with their games. For Team Secret down there as well, but for them to come up, they need to like get number 1. Point gap is just too far, so we can consider that done and dusted. Closest to the, of course, like what you mentioned as well, PBE is there. FaZe Clan is there, so they need to maintain on top. Boom Esports, been down performance, put them at a slight risk, but there is also that possibility of 2 teams will replace the number 17 and number 18, and if that happens, Boom and GE can both go through.
It's kind of true. And also don't forget about FaZe Clan though. We do know for a fact FaZe Clan 2 weeks in a row now not doing so hard when it comes to getting themselves in the best of the teams to get into the grand finals. And we asked in an interview, I think it was prior or 2 days ago, it was yesterday if I'm not mistaken. But they didn't mention about this is going to be a bit awkward, and it will first time ever for them for the side of Infinity not manage to squeeze into the grand finals. But can they make it up in the very last minute here?
Yeah, last minute, because it is Thursday, week 3, and then we'll move on to the grand finals next week from the 27th of August. And we'll see the top 16 teams, the best 16 from the PMSL, to fight out for the total prize pool of $250,000. Mark your calendar, ladies and gentlemen, because it's out at an offline event, an on-ground event at Sunway Velocity Mall.
And speaking of which, we talked about relegation before. It's not going to be the weekly ranking points, but it will be the total weekly bonus standing points. Now, that's very different, by the way. When it comes to the weekly ranking points, we do have it based on the every week, 3 weeks in total. So based on that standings, it's going to be 4 teams to be relegated later on. Now, Group D, we don't have Sunway Velocity XERXIA as well as Boss Gaming playing here today, but a lot of teams down there at stake, possibly 6 teams right now.
Yeah, we got a good amount of suspects. It's even more suspenseful than the last season. This is also the last time that you will see this participating teams in this sort of group in the grand finals. Only 16 teams, no grouping. Well, this is currently the weekly ranking for week number 3. So as you can see here, PBE is down there. DVD number 20. We got MORPH GPX. Well, they didn't play the other day, so naturally go down. They are at the borderline now at 16th place based on this weekly ranking. But because of this as well, it will put them at the current risk of being eliminated.
Now, I think the biggest game changer will be impactful towards all the teams down there. It's going to be FaZe especially, because we do know for a fact FaZe standing barely make it up for the bonus point standings down there. They place themselves at 18th spot right now when it comes to 2 weeks of accumulated points, where FaZe Clan scored himself only 6 points across 2 weeks in the past 2 weeks as we speak in the entire league. But if FaZe happen to be getting themselves that number 1 spot by an hour today, this is going to change so much across the entirety of the board, including the teams that are kind of shaky right now, PBE, DVD, MORPH, as well as I have to give it for the side of GE Boom, and most of them, really. On the side of PBE, they do have more solidified standings due to the past 2 weeks, week 1 and week 2 overall ranking. They place themselves at 12, so they're least shakeable right now compared to Boom and DVD as well as MORPH. But GE also at the very red line. But when it comes to the final days of the league, we're going to have the same last time map rotations. Hopefully things are going to go smooth sailing today, but we do have Sunhawk, Triple Wrangle and Miroma to wrap for the entirety of the league.
Well, of course, before we begin, this might be the last few moments for you to get this. The PMSL Southeast Asia Limited Skin Series, the Dream Chaser, comes with a suit, a mask, and M16 guns. Event happening now inside of the game. Log in, join the event, and get the skin, because you never know. They didn't state the date. So right after the PMSL, it could be gone. So grab it now.
And also when it comes to the Battle Royale mode, which is the latest Dragon Ball Super available for you guys right now, don't forget to try it out. And make sure you have a shot at doing some content, and maybe even try, having some fun with your friends and family as well.
And speaking about having fun, feel the concert. Skin, the Dandy Groups that excites the battleground, comes together with a Condestro skin, the M24, and the first draw is only at 10 C. So the 10 UC, you guys can spare 10 UC.
Now speaking of 10 UC or not, I mean like right now, it's more going to be just worth 10 UC for the teams. Definitely a lot at stake. We're not just talking about the grand final slot, we're talking about the PMGC points as well. Not just that, FaZe not getting to the grand final now, that's going to be one of the most terrifying things that can happen. And speaking of which, these are all the teams. I'm surprised none of us actually mentioned MORPH right now, but they definitely deserve to be up there. It's going to be one of our predictions as well. And our prediction is going to be how desperate these teams try to push themselves up there, and they have to score themselves those chickens by end of today.
Yeah, my logic is that these three teams, besides the fact that they are fighting for survival, they have also not played in the PMSL or any Southeast Asia Grand Finals before. So that is why I put them in there. And I mean, all of them have the same level of preparation, right? But if you talk about these teams, yeah, they are desperate. So it's going to be a fight to the finish, and that's going to be really interesting as we check out how players are feeling today. We're going to get the first view of GE. BR is going to have Yuhai the lineup, so a little bit of a switcheroo here for Beat after their phenomenal performance with 3 chicken dinners the other day.
Oh yeah, you know what, I just have to remind me that one. It feels like BTR is just smashing down, crushing down other teams' hope and expectations to get into the grand finals, including FaZe in that state here. I'm not sure who's going to be the 4th player of FaZe right now. We haven't got a clue, but definitely that's going to be Tony K. I assume so far Tony K did not take any break at all compared to all the other players coming out from the side of... sorry, that was FaZe Clan. Tony K is not with FaZe Clan, but that was going to be FaZe Clan just now. Sorry for that. I mean, it's a bit of a nostalgic moment there. But speaking of Volta Ego, they're not so hot when it comes to the final few weeks there. But we do expect some teams not really engaging as much, or maybe just playing as casual, knowing the fact they already secured themselves a top 16 slot, and they might actually try to save up their strategy for the grand finals later.
Wow, I noticed that we have Voki back, so he's replacing Olio for this game. So a switcheroo here for Yoodo Alliance. Let's see if we can bring the results here for the team. They have scored well with him being in the lineup, so anything can really happen. And we got Snipes back in the lineup. He took a couple of days break from the past few days, so glad to see him for the last crew car for them. And we have the legendary duo Zuxi Luxi playing for PERSIJA EVOS.
Every single week, the both teams will be playing side by side. We do see that when it comes to that one day they play together, everything just go really wreak havoc in the game as they're hunting people down. But we're finally going to head into our last hunt of the entire league. Buckle up, ladies and gents. We're heading into it right now.
Wow, that's a very airplane skin. That caught me off a little bit, but I just was like 3 years ago or something. It's quite an old skin. So you see a nostalgic moment here as we jump into Sandhawk. We're gonna get a very sided flight path, but Paradise Resort is still reachable with this sort of flight. GE versus D Xavier. D Xavier, they're cool. We get grand finals, but for GE, desperate of points. Are they going to challenge the Xavier?
I have a feeling they might actually change the rock spot to possibly Bun. I'm not sure if that's a good decision making either, because the last time we saw Bun quite hectic as well, around 2 or 3 teams around the corner. But the side of GE, they know for a fact they don't want to take too much of a risk here, but definitely have a bit of intention coming out against Boom, possibly on the side of GE. Slim Zion, Boom happen to be sharing the same place on top of Bun, while these Xaviers have a very peaceful moment in Paradise Resort. On top of that, First contact mate is going to be Yummy May, spotted out by Slim Zai by GE. But at the same time, they're not alone down there. It's going to be Yoodo Alliance, Team Secret around the corner as well. But for the side of these aviators, will Infinity try to challenge them on top of Paradise Resort later?
With this rotation, possible for them to pass by, but they're not too desperate at this moment. GE, they are desperate, and it looks like they'll start off with Boom. Okay, because Boom is a nomad inside of Sign-On, so fair enough to them. GE choose not to contest Paradise Resort from these areas. So it's just a so happen thing that these two teams meet just on the south of Paradise Resort, and GE scored the first blood.
Now, that's going to be crucial on the side of Boom, since GE, they are highest and closest contender to actually be in the top 16 slot. If GE eliminated Boom out of the equation early on, that's going to be huge advantage for GE to solidify their own slot in the grand finals later. Now, Boom have to respond to this, whether start to engage or just part ways entirely and go the other way route, and just to make sure that they're safe with their trio that's remaining. But so far on top of Paradise Resort, it's been quiet since GE just change over for their initial drop spot in Bum. That leaves DZ as the only team right now on top of Paradise Resort. But when it comes to that circle just now, we do know it's still going to be quite in the center, and it's not that too far off, but something's definitely happy about it.
Yeah, it really depends, right? Like some team, I'm kind of thinking that would they be really happy about that? And like with this kind of circle, I also worry that the circle will pull all down south. You know how wonky the circles can be nowadays. If it does happen to that, then I'm thinking of like the teams up north. DVD will be impacted the most if we kind of think about it, because be one of the further ones to come in.
Damn rude. I'm not sure what he's waiting for right now. There's definitely nobody across him. Been staring at first 8 for the longest time. Finally pick it up. I didn't know you have to make such an incredible tough decision just to think about whether to take a first aid or not. But BTR, Boom, happy to be across the other corner. We do have another team just behind them. That's going to be Baonam United. Open fire towards the rest of BTR. But we do have GE tailing and hunting Boom down. Before this, it was Yummy maybe spotted out by Slim Zai, but one of the members been picked off by Mernay later on. But at the same time, Mernay still hunting them down, trying to take out their biggest contender to get themselves the slot for grand finals. And for Boom, they know what at stake here. They already lost one man, not willing to take more chances down there. So they will part ways and cutting across Quarry, just getting into a safe zone and getting themselves a different spot entirely.
Yeah, in the middle of the circle, playing around the area of Quarry, on the left side of Quarry. So they're hoping also that the circle don't move towards the right, because passing through Quarry will be very, very difficult. Unless if they can move fast before the circle really closes, then yeah, that's probably the best way to manage it. But for Achul, he is on the outside, nearby with BTR, but BTR doesn't know he's there, so he's okay for now. Probably doing scouting work just to be sure if any teams were to rotate on their side, so prepared. Definitely not going to do much here against BTR.
PBE, another team that's in a shaky position right now. We saw them playing a bit later, like later rotation into the circle, playing alongside the circle edge since week 2, and they have been phenomenal on the side of PBE, playing alongside their strategy. But it feels like when it comes to the final week here, a bit shaky for them, since all the teams start to manage to read them like a book now, and they start to being contradict about what's expected by PBE, and they're not performing that well. Definitely they need to push the numbers up there, because we do know for a fact they cannot afford to stay down at bottom 4 by end of this week. PBE makes Scott spotted out Hexus. There's going to be RRQ finish off by H2R, and we do notice as well that we don't have a Momboy playing here today.
Yeah, Momboy Raimon has already left for Romania, so we will not be seeing them playing today. Certainly they had yesterday, but because of the change of schedule, unfortunately they will not be able to play today, so they will be dependent on these 4 players to try to fight for survival. Speaking of survival, DBD, one of those other teams who need to fight for survival, but with the talk, like because of their drop spot versus rotation, coming into the circle will be a little bit later. Naturally, they will bump into other teams, and so happened that was the case. They lost 2 players in the process.
Now, Boom is right across them, and another team behind them as well. I think that's possible when the GE has been tailing out DBD early on. And DBD lost 2 men way early. This is going to be detrimental for them. Difficult to play around and difficult to engage to get themselves those elimination points. All they can do right now is play it safe, knowing the fact a lot at stake for them. Alter-Ego crossing by Ruins as a 4 with 1 vehicle, which is going to be the close-top UAZ. I'm not sure about cramming all 4 people in 1 vehicle. That's definitely them not having other options at that time, working with what they have. But Barnum United spotted RRQ, has been spotted out by another team previously. Lost 1 man early on, down to 3.
Yeah, I mean, the spawn vehicle Sandhawk is not as often as other maps. So if you can get one, that's okay. They can still work with it. And plus, Sandhawk is like, you got a lot of nice heals to kind of evade. So they should be all right with the first phase of the circle still. But speaking about the circle, will it go down south? Looks like it will. So as it go down south, Boom Esports is there. MORPH GPX is there as well. PBE is there. So 3 key teams here. The other teams are still on the outside. DBD, however, with only 2 players left, I didn't manage to get to see where they are, but I think at most they will be like at the edge of the circle.
I mean, if you're desperate enough with this sort of circle, you can actually resort to cave. For some teams, you do know cave is a sort of a multi-level terrain that you can actually drop yourself in, dip into it. And but the problem with that is that if this last few circles not favoring you, that's going to be a bit of a tougher decision to get out from there. PBH2R spotted out GEEK Fam. Mika being finished off in an instant. Has a clean execution aside of GEEK Fam as well. But speaking of circle again, there's going to be abundance of choke points. Team Secret spotted out, which could be Infinity Crossing by Lobby on the ground bleeding out. Bear holding his DBS to fight against Team Secret, but Bear couldn't hold on much longer. This is going down to the very last person on Infinity if they're not leaving this area right now.
Well, definitely a signal for them to leave, but because of how rough the terrain is in Quarry, it's kind of hard to do so. Almstar taken out by Team Secret, so it's only 1 player left for the Infinity now. It's inside of Quarry itself. The good news for him that the circle is around the Quarry area still, so he can kind of hold on to it. But team knowing that Shirdy is still down there, they will keep an eye on him.
Shirty, yes. Tough to be the last player. Still on the stage number 2, Alter Ego visited by PBE. PBE has been running and gunning people down, hunting these teams, but Alter Ego will fight back, and that comes with a course on the side of PBE. Definitely not what they expect to be, and to be themselves in, left with only 2 players, Migs and H2R. This is not great. It's great for them to have that confidence to fight all the teams, but the problem with being too reckless, you have to participate about the greetings. You'll be welcomed by the teams that try to push their compound into. For PB, definitely taken aback with the entirety of Alter Ego gunning him down the moment they open the door, and it costs dearly to their side.
Yeah, PE traded lives. Now the only 2 players left. I mean, the fact that they are in a relegation battle, so that is where it gets a little iffy for PBE. If they're like okay up there, like not worrying about the relegation, then that's fine, right? Naturally happens is that Sandhawk, you open the door, you will always expect some be there. But because PBE is in such a situation, this had to come. And they happen to be pretty much in the center, not too bad. But with 2 players left at this stage, it's going to be a bit hard.
Outside of Red Face, I'm not sure about his vehicle. He definitely need a bit of a new vehicle to work around him. But JE, Master Ichi, playing alongside with the blue zone here. but less than 100 meters, around 50 meters from the circle, not too far either. But Red FaZe, he definitely have to ditch his vehicle. We do have a Camp Charlie sort of a circle. High possibility in between Camp Charlie and Cave, and it's going to be right on top of Camp Charlie this time. So whoever wants to drop themselves on top of Cave, now that's going to be a tough decision to make, but it's going to be a lot of choke points since there's a river in between them. We do have Damru, Kick, Femora, and also you coming up from the southern side, but PERSIJA, EVOS, they barely make it through out of the blue zone.
Yeah, I would expect teams to still hold their own eye, not taking the risk to force themselves to cross over just yet, because there's still good amount of space. But speaking about space, Boom Esports now need to defend the space. Team Secret, one of them on their knees as Pombit defends his house all alone. Needs his teammates to come to him, and they are on their way.
There's going to be three teams fighting against each other. Team Secret, Yummy May with the DBS finished off. Team Secret plays slowly but surely, and that's going to be the loss of Team Secret down there as Helton finally bounced down. They are the first one to be out, but at least they scored themselves 2 elimination points.
Yeah, with the 2 points and DBD still alive, but with only 2 players. Ooh, I worry they might keep a DBD down at the number 20 spot, and they will be eliminated. But now we move over to PERSIJA EVOS, running away from the same for Xavier. Playing a little bit later this time, and I guess this was natural to them since they dropped inside of Paradise Resort. But Xavier, they're okay. They can play by the side, it's fine, which they normally do. Or if they want to play with meta, maybe they can deploy that in the grand finals instead of today.
Yeah, maybe they're just trying to experiment some stuff here, just revising about the teams at the very bottom, how they will play their hearts out to this is they're desperate enough to get themselves a slot into grand finals there. But on the side of players and finish off these Xaviers, they lost 1 man early on. I'm still waiting for FaZe to start to make an action. I'm waiting for their plans to be in motion here because they have been very quiet. We barely get to see any players of FaZe starting to move whatsoever, even though BTR not having those eliminations. And you can see a glimpse of them early on. But MORPH spotted out by Yoodo Alliance. I think look, that's going to be around 150 meters away, which QEON, he definitely lost his vehicle and once it's exploded. Infinity, on the other hand, surrounded by the swarm of these Xaviers. Shirty, yes. Now, nobody from these Xaviers actually have any clue that he's down there.
Yeah, and for Shirty though, so he can still hold on. He got 5 first aids, stage 3 to 4. It's still healable. So he was surprised, Xavier, for not that he's there. Got 2 knockdowns back to back. And he would like to heal up, but unfortunately, PERSIJA EVOS is the one that spotted out from afar. The Infinity goes empty-handed.
I have a feeling Red FaZe will finish off those 2 knockdowns coming up from the Xaviers. And down to the last one, Porigin, that's going to be the end of it. That's going to be Boom shooting and sniping from afar. But we do have the circle shrink even furthermore. Now the bridge on top of Camp Charlie. There's 2 bridges. Lucky for the side of GE, nobody's gatekeeping on that northern side of a bridge. But the southern side of a bridge, though, there's going to be heavily crowded for now. Very concentrated with a lot of colors, which means there's going to be around 6 to 7 teams down there. But RRQ already taking Camp Charlie by themselves. But they do have another contender, and the neighbors is going to be GEEK Fam.
Well, GEEK Fam will be the one that needs to move into the circle. RRQ will be happy to gatekeep, but RRQ is playing this round with Hexus as he got eliminated early from PBE. But anyway, RRQ can still ground. Boom will need to get across. This is where it would get difficult for Boom, as we can see here. Vehicles smoked up, Pombit taking the cautious approach, but MORPH GPS, desperate of points, would like to take out Boom as well.
Not great for Boom. I still have a tree. But here comes Yoodo Alliance. Achol is down on the ground. The crash immediately bring him down to his knees and drowning in the water as they finish him off with the DBS just now. How do they respond to this for the rest of the lineup of Boom? They're leaving only with 2 players down here with BTR, Yoodo Alliance, MORPH, possibly even PERSIJA EVOS hovering around. Yummy may spot out Adik Luke. That's going to be a bit of unexpected a bounce of that hand grenade just now. But for Yoodo Alliance, lucky enough, because of that miscalculation of Yummy May, give them some opportunity to revive and they look back up to his feet. MORPH taking up PERSIJA EVOS. We do have Blue Zone PBE. This is not great at all.
Not at all. The 2 points will change their destiny. They are still just on top of Team Secret, not moving any further. As for Boom, The 5 eliminations that they got might change their destiny, as they are still alive as well and within the circle. They just need to be able to hold on to this air lease because they got Yoodo Alliance creeping around them. As for MORPH GP, they now have PERSIJA EVOS as their neighbors. Notice that Rocky crossing the... So it looks like they will have the circle advantage against PERSIJA EVOS, and Rocky will take advantage of it.
Right, FaZe says it's going to be the front line taken out by the hands of MORPH. And PERSIJA EVOS will be kept at bay by the hands of MORPH as well. But MORPH, the moment he steps in here by Rocky, here's a solo player coming up from MORPH right now. But the moment he just jumped up to those hills, REGUM will be waiting at the other end. And that's going to be tough, but Rocky's in motion, he's always running. So he's definitely not giving away his positioning to his side of REGUM easily like that. But look at between Yoodo Alliance and boom, this bridge will stop them from moving and advancing towards the circle. Bounham United got himself the compound on the northern side and is split into 2-2 formation, while FaZe Clan on the other hand, will they be gatekept by the hands of Bounham? If Bounham manages to shut them down, it's gonna be punishing for FaZe since they're aiming for the top 3 by end of today.
Well, for GEEK fam, dealing with the gatekeeping from RRQ, looks like a GEEK fam only has damn root now. Snipes, time to revive? Yes, enough time now. Okay, but RRQ is coming in. No mercy with the DBS. He heard the footsteps. He heard yes from either side. And now door open. No mercy trying to find the target. Damn root still outside. Damn root will show himself as well. Okay, he hides behind the door. Closes the door again. Fighting for himself, but time's not on his side because he's by the edge of the blue.
It's going to be them cornered by the blue zone, and they have to figure out an exit. Damn root decided to build the ship here if needed. Audrey is splitting out as well. But Snipes is crying for help right now with no mercy. He will be the first one to be closed off by the blue zone. That's going to be the last play of REGUM, but Damroot still want to secure those elimination points. But he take the advantage to just revive Snipe first, while Octa giving the pressure to 2 teams at the same time. Damroot spot out, no mercy. Finisher MORPH scores it, but Damroot is not out of the woods yet. Even though REGUM managed to be decimated by the hands of GEEK Fam for the last player, but Alter Ego just on ravenous mode of hunting people down. Look at that. They're willing to get into the blue zone just to finish off GEEK Fam.
Yeah, a team that has nothing to lose. This is how they will play. They'll play whatever they feel like doing. GE, they have a lot on the line still, and they have 2 players left. So now they need to fight against BN United to get in, and it's going to be tough for GE. They can play with the high ground against BN United, but the high ground will not protect them from the blue.
So whilst repositioning, try to get into the center of the circle, while FaZe, surprisingly, they are a bit later than GE, but GE were hesitant way too long, overthinking about their decision making and where to go next. Taken advantage by the side of FaZe, and FaZe spotted at Bounham United across them as well, and they're hugging onto the corners of the northwest side. Alter Ego got a clear entrance towards the center from the southern side, while the gatekeeping on top of bridge still gonna keep on going by Yoodo Alliance and boom. BTR either swim over the side or just cross the bridge. They don't have an entry way in at all.
But the entry in for FaZe Clan, looking so far, they got a knockdown to Soas. One of the key players of BN United. Ventura is keeping eye on Max. 10 more seconds before the zone closes. They should be able to reset. As for BN United, they have to do it fast because FaZe Clan is now back as a full squad. Ventura is waiting for his teammates to come to him before they push in. Speaking about pushing in, Yoodo Alliance to pushing against Boom and BTR.
They have less than a minute to just wrap things around here on top of this bridge. Blues starts to shrink. BTR in a panicking mode right now because Pombit going in zigzag manner with a DBS, trying to find his target. He got it. He got one. And that's going to be the last of BTR as well. But Pombit needs to leave. How to cut across Yoodo Alliance. But lucky for him, Yoodo Alliance is underneath him, but he couldn't make it through because Alter Ego, out of nowhere, the shots flying through, the bullets right in the backs of the side of Boom. We're leaving it down to 4 with 3 squads. 4 men survive.
Well, we're back onto FaZe Clan United. Not done yet between the 2 teams. Playing by the edge of the circle. There's a possibility the circle will go away from them, so they need to finish this up. As United on one side, FaZe Clan on the other. Moment trying to get information. Agitation just not helping him. But finally got a knockdown to break. So this big break to finish up BN United.
Break on his knees, sprayed by Mela, right on top of him. Bownham United in shambles. Cost him a limb just to get himself in the circle. Kind of hammed down between Yoodo Alliance and FaZe Clan, who just pinning them down hard. And the Blues Zone arrive. There's no way he can pick his members up again if Max happened to be knocked down once more. But Max still resetting. He got himself back up. But Mormon, on the other hand, and Onsen kept the toss of those nades on their end as well. Bownham United, their receiving end is super painful. As Yoodo Alliance taking the shots to his side as well. They're being hammered down, pinned down both ways. While Mela playing alongside with the Blues Zone spot out Rosemary here. Comes the spray. The track was just important and was clean from Mela. He needs to reload, but the moment he wants to reload, Okta take the advantage towards the side of FaZe Clan.
I see what Rosemary did there. I see that. There's nothing much more to lose. They're just going all out. And that all out could bring them the chicken as now they go 3v2 against Yoodo Alliance.
It's going to be a 2v1 for now as Alter Ego drop their members like flies, slowly but surely, knocked down by the hands of Yoodo Alliance. Rebel Boy wants to finish off Okta. He knows for a fact he's being knocked down, but can spot the last player standing, which can be Alva. Alva is going to be around 50 meters apart from the rest of players of Yoodo Alliance. Flax and Rebel Boy, nothing can go wrong with this if they double pick at the same time.
Now, Alva throwing just to distract the members of Yoodo Alliance. And Yoodo Alliance thought that he's there. Molly on the Rebel Boy, forcing him to move, making the circle smaller than because of that Molly. Speaking about circles, stage 9, no circle left. Okay, can Alpha clutch here 1v2 against Rebel Boy as well as Flax. The IGL, let's fragger. Alpha spots Rebel Boy. He's not pulling the trigger yet. Now he will, and he will get a knockdown. 1v1 with Flax.
Oh boy, this is not great for Yoodo Alliance. 1v1, but lucky Blue Zone is closing on the side of Alva. First bout on the side of Alva. He's still got the fight in him. He's still going to fight back no matter what the case in here. Still got 4-hand grenades. He can push it. He can slowly wait for the Blue Zone to close over the side of Yoodo Alliance. Flax tried to chip down Alva down to only 40% of HP. Still got himself some Mac kit. So it's going to be okay for Alva. Full reset on the HP. Spot out Rebel Boy. Easy to clean that up. Flax pushing, and this is going to be clear side. It's going to be Alter Ego 1v2. He might actually clutch this one.
Flax 1v1. Flax with Rebel versus the Vector for Alpha. Here we go. And it's the DBS ending. Yoodo Alliance with Folky in the squad versus Chicken Dinner. The first one for today.
That was definitely nerve-wracking when it comes to the very last minute for Yoodo Alliance. Almost let it slip through their fingers for this Chicken Dinner. Almost close to being finished off by Alva. Alva got a clean shot just now. Just a tad bit. Tiny bit of seconds delay of his respawn cost him this Chicken Dinner as well. But valiant effort coming up from the side of Alter Ego. Congratulations for Yoodo Alliance. They solidified themselves to get themselves a better position by end of this week. And when it comes to the overall bonus point standings, definitely they are secure to get themselves in the grand finals.
Yeah, and definitely not worried about Yoodo. It's more of them finding the momentum to bring on to the grand finals and also collecting as many points as possible to have a good start. Flax, the man who clutched Alva at that final moment, is awarded the MVP for this round. 4 eliminations, 526 damage. And Alliance at this point, even if you swap out the lineup, Olio with him on screen, he's taking a break for round number 1. Doesn't matter for Yoodo Alliance because they can play with any lineup at this point.
That's kind of true. We can see Luffy coming up at the back line, cheering with the teams of Flax. 4 eliminations with 500 over damage. He's definitely playing it so smart, not wasting all his bullets down there. I'm not sure how much they secure themselves, those eliminations, by end of the week, and also for today and for their previous map just now. But when it comes to Alter Ego, they travel quite a distance. Compared to Boom, they did not have to move as much because it was quite near to his initial drop spot early on. They got himself around cave, and same goes for the side of FaZe. He got a left side, quite empty entry towards Camp Charlie. Now the teams are being finished off mostly because of the choke points, where you do have that bridge early on. A lot of team went down easily on top of that bridge.
And we see here, based on the teams to watch, Alter Ego, they could have collected more points than Yoodo Alliance because of the elimination points. As what we saw earlier on, I saw what they were doing. Like, they were playing like, we got nothing to lose, you know, let's have fun. We go around, we do whatever we want. That's why I saw the players were kind of caught off, but that was also with the intention of like, I want to get elimination point in the bag. They were just going all around and just having fun, wrecking havoc against others. There was even that one moment that they went out the circle to eliminate both RRQ and a GEEK fam at some point. So Alter Ego, at least for game one, they're playing like, well, we'll keep an eye on if they will continue to play on this kind of playstyle following rounds.
I do understand the sentiments coming from sort of Alter Ego to play as that, because they quite comfortably can place themselves in grand finals. But for the side of PB, they're playing just like how Alter Ego was playing before, running and gunning, hunting people down, but they don't have the luxury to do that. Now I'm kind of worried for PB because they did it quite early on. These Aces, CBD having a bit of a go quite early. Boom! Also lost quite a number of men due to GE gunning them down and just pinning one by one and being tailed so closely by the hands of GE. Now GE, Boom, and also PBE, these three teams definitely cannot afford. It's so compulsory for them. It's a compulsory for them to make sure they cannot be eliminated early, and they have to place themselves in the top 5 in every single map after this.
Yeah, the usual suspects is the one that we will monitor the most for sure. Let's check out the points this round. Okay. So DVD 2 points, same goes for PBE. So nothing much is going to change down there because Team Secret also 2 points. We have MORPH GPX 3 points. Okay, interesting there. But it is the iffy map with a very iffy circle anyway. So it was very difficult for a lot of these teams. However, for Boom, they managed to secure 6 elimination points with 3 placements. So that's 9 points for them in this round. Pretty okay, I must say. Same goes with FaZe Clan as well, 9 points, pretty okay. But definitely because of the gap between FaZe Clan and between Boom and GE, Boom will still be on top of GE for this.
Yeah, but despite all of Alter Ego being placed themselves in third place in this one, being eliminated earlier than the rest of the team that are remaining just now. Never mind, it was actually top 2, but still scored 5th elimination. That speaks something for Alter Ego. We have seen this aggressive side of Alter Ego throughout the entire league. They definitely just placed themselves in the middle pack so far. So I assume this is going to be them trying things out for their grand finals later on. Since I have a feeling they're switching up their gears and just different play style entirely compared to the past 3 weeks. They're playing more aggressive. Feel like they are in experimental mode right now. But when it comes to the bottom 4 down there, Box, we do know for a fact that their knack is down on the chopping line of the relegation side. PBE, Team Secret, and DBD, they have how do I say this? They have the biggest risk to stay themselves down there since they barely make it to the grand finals. Yeah,
they need. Okay, now with 5 more games to go, in theory, they need like, let's say, more than 60 points. That is the rough field for DBD to get across. So with 5 more games to go, in general, to score like maybe 2 or 3 chicken dinners and have good rounds in between as well. 5 to go is looking pretty tough for DBD, but as long as 2 rounds, anything can happen, right? But for Boom, at least this round, they came on page 1, not only on page 1, they rose up to number 7. So for Boom, also in the desperation of points, doing okay.
Now we do have the head-to-head between Alter Ego player and Boom Esports, which is going to be Yummy and Alva here. But it's very different when you compare it to how they play. Alva do prefer to play a bit of off angle sometimes, playing a bit more sprays compared to Yummy, which we do know he is the master of grenades as well as those DBSs. But the numbers pretty much almost similar despite different of preference when it comes to weaponries. But for our top Erangel performers, we do have Vampires, 9 GEEK Fam RIQ, but note that Vampire Esports not playing here today. So keep your eye out for the side of GEEK Fam RIQ because 9 is also in the same grid as Vampires. So assume top Erangels. Also, you have to spot out Indonesian teams like Boom, Alter Ego, PERSIJA, EVOS, and even BTR because these guys do not know how to rest. They always place themselves in the center.
Yeah, larger map, more opportunity to rotate, more opportunity to get in the middle, and expect them to continue to do that. Boom, expect to do that as well, because it's, yeah, basically they just follow whatever that's working. As long as they can stay up, they're fine. They don't need to go like do something really different and try to get like tons of elimination points. At this point, Boom does not do that. But you guys need to do this. It is to get the PMSL Southeast Asia Limited Skin Series. The event is currently happening in the game. Join the event, get the skin that comes with a suit, as well as the M16 gun skin.
And also the first ever act suit with exclusive glide effect, which is going to be available from the 4th of August up until the 5th of October, which is going to be the MORPH act suit. Now, we haven't seen this suit ever played or used by anybody. If you guys happen to have one, do share it with us.
Yeah, and we haven't seen this ever as well because it's new, of course, naturally. It's limited until the 13th September. So we only got like what, 3 more weeks to go for this to be here. So don't miss out on it. 3 more weeks to go. Don't wait till the 3rd week right now.
Now, speaking of which, I'm really worried for the side of DBD. This is the first time ever in PMSL we can see DBD and GE who happen to be struggling when it comes to the South Asia level of the tournament. They barely get themselves the grand finals, but they're way better than the previous seasons here. But at the same time, feel they're still struggling in the same sort of situation, like how they were having those circumstances. They cannot get into the grand finals. It feels like a deja vu for the side of DBD and GE. But on top of FaZe, it will be really awkward not to have them in the grand finals as well. Can they make it the very last minute and make a big major change when it comes to the teams that can actually get themselves that grand final slot?
Well, with the 9 points that they got from the previous round, as of now, they are still safe because the other teams, they perform below them. So 5 months ago, for them to hold on, and Vintores had a good target to the top 3, and they will be fine. They made the calculations within them, among them, and yes, if they can score top 3, surely we will see them on to the next stage. Because we must also remember, it's not only about them getting top 3. If they can perform naturally, other teams don't, or maybe not as perform as them, so can take advantage of that situation.
Now, if that happens, and FaZe Clan happen to be at number 1, 2, or 3 here, definitely we talked about Boom, who happen to be in an okay sort of situation, not the best yet, but can have a shot at it. But also when it comes to the other teams, example, we're focused on so much about GE and also as Boom, because they are definitely 16 and 17 spot when it comes to the bonus point standing. Since both teams are performing here, MORPH, they're a bit shaky. GEEK fam, they're not safe either. If FaZe Clan happen to take the top 3, a lot of teams will be pushed down there because GE and Boom are performing as well. DBD, it is time for them to wake up now. Same goes for side of PBE and GEEK fam. But GEEK fam definitely got himself in the top 5. So I think GEEK fam is okay.
Yeah, GEEK fam is definitely fine. I mean, they're doing really well this week overall. I believe that the narrative will shift right now. Yes, Boom, GE, cool. That was the start of the week narrative. But the narrative with 5 more games to go, it seems to be GE and DBD, considering how they perform as well in South Sana, the iffy map, I always call it. If they do any comeback, it has to start after this. No nego for G as well. No nego for a PBE and DBD, because if they lose this map, I'll give them at most 1 more map. They lose map, then we're talking about we're almost there to see the elimination for them.
And so I mentioned about they cannot afford to have any room of mistake or error at all for teams like DBD, even PBE at this point here. Because if they even lose 1 map, now what they need to do, right now. Like, it's easy for us bystanders to talk about it since they are the one playing. Now, definitely, I'm not going to take their credit away with the effort down there. But what they have to put their mindset on for the sort of PB and DBD, they must. It's a necessary for them to place themselves in top 5 every single map after this. Because right now, we're heading into our first wrangle of the final day of the PMSL League. Let's head into it.
Okay, we begin the Erangel round. The final Erangel round. Not really the final Erangel round, but the final set of Erangel rounds for the league stage. We're going to start out with the flight path. Okay, looking suspects drop. Severny, MORPH JPX, doable. Boom, Nomad. We'll keep an eye on that. Rozok, GE, right on top of the flight path. That's okay. DBE, Kameshki, doable as well. DBD, Quarry, doable flight path. So they should be able to drop onto their flight path, drop onto their drop spot straight on, unless a team wants to challenge them. I'm keeping my to BN United because Novo is far from them, and they choose to go to Kameshki to some sort of challenge PBE.
And that's going to be interesting. First few flights on the northern side there. Due to the flight path, a bit more towards the northern side, for those who actually drop themselves around SMB area, it's going to be a tough journey. Including Infinity, they resort to down to the left side of the map, which can be on top of the hospital possibly, and spreading across down there. But nobody wants to touch around Nova Rep North. If the circle happens to be in SMB now, that's going to be tough. But lucky enough, we have a northern side of the circle. MORPH, this is going to be their turf here. There's definitely going to be a lot of confidence playing around by the side of MORPH. It's supposed to be their circle to hold on to. But on the top of the Bionam United and PB, this is also another blessing for them. A bit of first contact made for the side of REQ. I think just trying to test out the micro Uzi sprays. But also speaking of the circle, we might actually end up on top of Rozok by end of this map.
Yeah, if it does, then GE will be the happiest since it's their starting ground. So for Boom, we have our they drop on the Gatka-ish area. We see Yummy. Okay, we see Razy. Okay, so this is the Gatka-ish area. So they choose to drop here by Team Secret. Normally it's around the area too. So I'm sure they're aware of the presence of Team Secret, who naturally drops here. So it's a matter of winning the fight against Team Secret. Weaponry-wise, Putra has an M4, Yummy has an AK. Decent weapons to go for a 1v1.
Pretty low with ammunition right now with only 30 bullets in that one single clip. But Boom, knowing the fact that it's going to be tough for Yummy to fight against him, he's leaving the compound entirely fast. Definitely knows he cannot fight the entirety of Team Secret right now. They got himself 2 players down there. Yummy making a wise decision on a very critical spot just now. Infinity taking over hospital. Now this is going to be interesting because we do know FaZe can drop himself usually here as well. But FaZe, since the circle happen to be on top of Rozok, I think they resort to on top of Ruins for their initial drop spot. While we do have DB on top of Quarry, Boom right on the southern side of Team Secret early on. The Xavier is definitely taking Pachinki, and Pachinki is in the circle still. So I'm not sure if there's anybody who will cut across Pachinki just to fight against the Xaviers next. But on the southern part, we do have Yoodo Alliance coming in maybe a bit later than usual, but they are touching the corners of the circle, so it's going to be okay for them to take their own sweet time. Whilst coming out on the northern side, I think PBE and Bionam United want to go up from Severny, because right now the only team that happen to be on the way up north entrance is going to be just MORPH. Nobody else is challenging MORPH on top of Severny or shooting range.
Yeah, plus Vampire Esports isn't playing. So there's no team on the left side. No team on North Jogopul. But if MORPH were to be aware of, then they definitely will at least know PB will be on their right, on the Kameshki area. They probably know that BN United is there, but at least they know that, okay, there's one team there. So that may be a route that they want to take. Maybe as a start, shooting range would be great, since it's still kind of 50-50 of where the circle will go, whether it go up north or down south to where Rozok is, like what you mentioned. So if want to play a little bit safer, still holding on, they're comfortable with shooting range high ground will be pretty nice.
And Boom moving their entire team, entire squad of Boom, put their plans in motion towards the side of Roshok right now. We do know for a fact GE already plays himself there quite early on. Now GE, do they leave here? Do they yo-yo their way back in towards the center of the circle? Or do they just sit there and wait for the right time to peek out? Apparently GE is not the one that will sit quietly enough. They want to find themselves some elevations or vantage point to see any team that's coming into the center of the circle so they can gatekeep and try to take advantage of their positioning while waiting for the other team to pass by. Yasnaya probably are not taken over by the side of PERSIJA EVOS. They don't have to leave now, since they still might be favored by the circle later if it just shifted, if it happened to be hard shifting towards the right side. Now PERSIJA EVOS, they can gatekeep this area because PBN, Belgium United might have a shot at crossing by Yasnaya Poliana if they want cutting across straight towards Roshok. If that's the case, but I have a feeling PBE and Belgium United might actually want to rotate up to Severny. And if that's the case, then MORPH definitely have a shot of farming those eliminations on top.
For them to go to Severny, possible? Because there's a possibility that the circle will go up there as well. Or they can choose to hold on to in between Yasnaya area. But if they go to Yasnaya area, then well, they need to be prepared to fight against EVOS, which team like PBE is not a fan of taking early fights. They generally don't do well in taking early fights. So I guess, yeah, high ground around their area of where Kami is until the second stage, and then we'll see how it goes. Going to Severny, maybe. So those are the few possible options. Severny, too bad if I kind of think about it, since there's, to their mindset also, it's like there's only MORPH GP. Instead of if you go to Yasnaya, then there's more teams on the main peninsula. So that could be the okay options.
For Yoodo Alliance, they placed Voki for their lineup. And BTR, Genforce and Yuhai is playing, so Lapa and Keenan is not there yet. I assume that's going to be a major swap later on in the second half of the day. But on the side of Team Secret, they spotted out DBD. But DBD is moving exactly this way. Here comes the open fire. A bit late. Echo responded with a big fling towards the side of Helton. And in an instant, Helton is gone. Poof. Just blown up in the air. Team Secret down to 3 players. Rise, Ezra and Putra want to work through those smokes, hoping that DBD will not push in down there. And DBD will not easily take up the bait, but it'll rotate the other way around, making a bit of a U-turn. And Zral places himself in a predicament. Only one rock to cover himself.
Well, DBD can get more points here because they're in desperate need of it. 2 members of Team Secret, 4 hands of DBD. And 2 more to go, but they left the ground. So DBD, they won this fight. Speaking about fights, boom. Okay, around the area of Waterhouse, which has easier access to the north if they need to. But before they get access to the north, they must win against the Xavier.
Finally, the tension has been broken after such a long time waiting for the first blood just now. But boom, that's going to be the Molly being dodged by Lamborghini. Play around the stairs. You know, DBS is always so strong against the stairs strategy. Team Secret happen to be bumped to Armstyle. And Infinity Shirty ass spraying over that side. They're being surrounded right now. Team Secret have to make an exit out and try to part their ways. But Bear caught himself in a glimpse, dropping another member of Rise slowly, limb by limb. Team Secret losing a man. That's leaving Putra as the last player surviving for the side of Team Secret.
One of the saddest moments is that before you even see action, get knocked and you're out. It's just too bad for the members of Team Secret now. But for circle-wise, it went down south. Okay, this is time for MORPH GPX. Let's go. GE, who somehow decided to go up north from Roshok, they need back down as well. But boom, Esports, they'll be happy with the circle. They still got it, but not happy with their new neighbors.
On the other end, Lamborghini try to keep them at bay here. Here comes another toss of that hand grenade. But Yummy May, I'm surprised nobody guarding over that stairs right now. Lamborghini being surprised by the PERSIJA of Yummy May. But Lambo spot out another one. Got 2 down on Boom. Oh boy, Boom. They're definitely not having a great day here. They cannot afford to lose this one early. Down to last player, Razy got himself some elevations. Definitely on the high ground, vantage point at that. But the problem is, even if he can spot out D Zavis, if they decide to push as a 4, how can Razy clutch it out? There goes the first nade, giving a bit of a warning on Razy. Shredded almost his helmet, chugged down those energy drinks. No first aid, nothing to look from up here. Worst part, he's alone.
Yeah, a red dot in hand, and Xavier knows that he's there. If they can toss one nade up there, then Razy will be taken down. There's nothing much that Razy can do for now except to hope that they don't throw the other nade onto him. Well, Xavier distracted with a rotation from GE. That will buy him some time, but I don't know if that will reap him any rewards. He has no first aids to reset, and it's not Xavier, but PERSIJA EVOS from that distance. That's an insane distance to land the shot.
The communication tower, or the sort of the tower that he was standing on for Raze, they definitely have no covers. Left, right, center, everybody can see you through, especially when that high. You happen to be center of attention, but boom. I don't know, what about this team right now? Definitely not performing here. A bit shaky for the position, yeah. Since they lost their first Erangel map of the day. There's going to be 4 more maps to go for them. 2 Erangel, another 2 Miramar. Hopefully, they can come back from that. But Team Secret also in the same spot as Boom previously. That's going to be Putra, the last player, trying to survive here. GE happen to be surrounding the area of ruins right now. And MORPH closing in the distance. This going to be really nerve-wracking for the side of Putra. But the circle will shrink even further. We might actually have ruins, or even Pachinki sort of a circle by the end of today. But it's still going to be ruins. Now, FaZe do know ruins like the back of their hand. Can they take advantage of this?
Boom will be kicking themselves in the bucket because they failed to defend the water house. Looking at the circle, they would have still got it. It was the Xavier now that took them out, and they are the mayor of water. PBE, as we expected, coming a little bit later from the north side into the circle. The only thing they need to be worried about is the choke point at the bridge. If they can get past that somehow, they'll be all right.
There's not a lot of bridges up there. I think PCE will just opt out to go straight, possibly into ruins, since half of them already cutting across Rosshawk. Nobody coming up from the northern side, except for PB, like you mentioned just now. I don't think anybody will try to gatekeep them on the side of Putra. Spotted out GE player. It's going to be 1 out of the equation. The rest of the 3 players of GE still alive. But that definitely going to be giving a lot of information for the side of GE. Even though one of their members being sacrificed for the sake of information. Still crucial for them. But GE, will they respond to the information they got in hand? Just leave it by, because by the end of the day, if another team happens to be passing by, did not deal with Team Secret before that, Team Secret will backstab them by the end of the day still.
Legendary Ruins Church. A lot of history there. Hashtag PMGC, if you know. MORPH GPX, well, they moved from Servani, so it was a quick move for them. They don't want to deal with the choke point. So they move a little bit faster. They say, get themselves into ruins, and it's cool. Since ruins, you have like multiple layers to play with, and there's a lot of shit. Just like what MORPH GPX is at here. You just go into the middle of it. This, you should be okay. It's just that you need to be prepared for if anyone comes to try to take the shit away. So it's by then it's more of like whether they can defend and hold it or not.
I do have our eyes set onto the latecomers here, which could be Yoodo Alliance and Alter Ego, living Pachinki. But the moment they step into the town of Pachinki, GEEK Fam, Baronum United will be waiting at the other end. And Alter Ego spotted out GEEK Fam, snipes down on the ground and finished off straight away. And Alter Ego managed to squeeze into the center of a circle here. While Octa tried to reposition his buggy, not giving away if he's parking outside. GEEK Fam taking an abandoned church. And Mika spotted out Octa. Almost close to knock him down. Slither of health remains. Jumps down. I have to decide what their move next. Because there happen to be ham in between, a sandwich in between Baronum United and Alter Ego. Maybe even REGUM on the northern side now. There's no way out for GEEK Fam.
Well, at least good spot for GEEK Fam to get information around them. But let's see if they'll be forced to move based on the next phase of the circle. So if It goes to Ruins. So the answer is GEEK Fam needs to move. Behind them, from our view, we can see PN United there. So that is another team push GEEK Fam from behind. So for GEEK Fam, it's either they defend PN United or they get into the circle now.
It's also a good shot for FaZe Clan to push the numbers up to be in the top 1. If they can actually score that one night, this is most possibly their most comfortable zone as well. Because we do know whenever they drop themselves on top of around a hospital or Jogo Pool, they're always cutting across ruin to get into the circle. They know this like the back of their hand. They know every structures, how to barricade and how to take a defense positioning in case things get really bad down there. Bellingham United will want to force a fight against GEEK Fam. They're going to commit to this. And Mika spotted Alter Ego the other. And now they have to fight 2 ways at the same time for GEEK Fam. Definitely a bit more than they can chew right now. Taking a toll on Damn Root, knocked down. But lucky the smoke will actually buy him time. But the rest of GEEK Fam will spread out first. They will not jeopardize the entirety of the survivability of a team for the sake of Damn Root. And that's going to be a sacrificial lamb for GEEK Fam. It's Bellingham United running him down. But Bellingham still hunting people over this place. Look at how aggressive Break showing hostility. Just trying to find victims next.
I believe in scouting work just to find an entry into the circle and be prepared for that. The circle is trying to bait out the shots so they have information. Right now, nobody's really pulling the trigger onto him. So to him, his perspective is like, okay, it's pretty, so they can get 1 step closer into the circle. But speaking about inside, now we have DBD. Still a full squad. The 2 points that they got was from Team Secret. This is their time to defend against teams who are rotating around them.
Oh, these guys don't give a break for GEEK Fam. After one being run down, which was Damn Right before, it's going to be Mika next, but Alter Ego. Due to their noisiness before, spotted up by another team. But on top of Rooms, we have different sort of a war entirely. GE moving as a trio, closing the gap between them and BTR. Merne start to push in. Masaichi a bit too far off, take a bit of flank side. Mata Smile on the other hand, just guarding over PERSIJA EVOS, who's coming in. But that big nade for Merne, that was a huge one. Dropping a Kobe, eliminated the entirety of BTR. They're out.
Wow, okay, GE not going to fight, and this is the opportunity to try to overtake Boom to have an extra insurance to safety. And now Putra is going to fight against PERSIJA EVOS. Either of 1v1 here with the DBS in hand, but Putra loses the fight to Misery. Team Secret is out.
Another one bites the dust. Next is going to be possibly DBD. It says Akko is down to 1 tick of health remaining, while Aizen taking all the heat on this side. With Adigluck and Repo Boy giving all this mollies and grenades flying over, but Aizen make a comeback out of this. But that spray whiffed it in the very last minute. Responded by a big swing of Repo Boy, taking DBD out of the equation. This will be tough for DBD by end of today.
Wow, and again it is Repo Boy. It's always either Repo Boy or Flex putting out the final, and it happened to be against DBD like what you said. This will not change for all for DBD because Team Secret also got an extra point. So DBD, 4 more games to go for them to work hard. PN United now trying to take a fight off the earlier fight to wipe out Yoodo Alliance.
They try to gatekeep and deny the entrance. Advancements of Yoodo Alliance being stopped at the hall right now. Entirely couldn't move for Yoodo Alliance, leaving with only 2 players. Have to fight the entire cavalry of Bellingham United, crushing them slowly. And try to take off all the grounds of their feet. But Yoodo Alliance spotted Outbreak. Trying to give a bit of a warning shot down there. That's going to be FaZe on the other hand too. Venturus spotted Outbreak. Happy to be interested for Break to take a bit of a warning shot towards Venturus for now. But Yoodo Alliance is the best timing for them with the split of the hill. They can go all the way for their left side to get into the circle since the blue zone start to creep in, and it's stage 5. This one's gotta hurt.
Oh yeah, stage 5 to stage 6. It's not gonna definitely. But Yoodo Alliance not fun for them as well, as they're kinda low. One of their only left, Repo Boy, last tick of health, managed to make it into the circle. Now it's all about setting. Repo Boy smoked that vehicle. Good to play for survival. Infinity surprises them from behind, and Yoodo Alliance eliminated.
Speaking of perfect, peaking of timing, that's going to be bare finish off from afar. Even though Octa from Alter Ego was quite near to the side of Yoodo Alliance before. We're down to only 8 teams here. But the slope of the hill will be the one that will be stopping these teams to see each other out. RQ just arrived Ruins on the right side of the circle, but greeted by GE warmly with those sprays. The bullet did not connect, but GE, knowing the fact they'll try to gatekeep this one, start to wrap around RRQ, cornering them and deny their entrance entirely. But they have to remember there's MORPH breathing down their necks behind there. But lucky for them, the structure of Ruins quite tall enough for them to take covers. Spot out Nepeko is on the ground bleeding out, only leaving RRQ. No Mercy is left. Now Mane is going to keep the pressure on side of No Mercy, or waiting for the blue zone to close in, or they can resort to push all out as a 4 for JE.
Well, if only they have a 4, but unfortunately 3. So they will play the long range, and that worked out for them. No Mercy taken out, and with that elimination, it adds another point in the bag. Boom, sweating, looking at GE getting the point. Alter Ego now on the south side. They should be on the clear. They just need to hang on to this clear. They just need to hold on to their perimeter and worry about the circle next round.
5 eliminations in the hands of GE and Alter Ego, both working out as a trio for now. FaZe, on the other hand, having a full squad themselves a tree. Try to open up their spread between themselves. Alter Ego spotted out Infinity, and FaZe Clan might actually be the third party behind Alter Ego in this point. But for now, Rosemary and also Octa, I think it's going to be a bit of a reset for them. They popped the smoke since they're being ambushed by FaZe Clan. Infinity taking a bit of a step back because of how Octa managed to push them in. But here comes the car, running people down again. It's a brutal way to go, but Shirty acts next. Infinity, this is going to cost them dearly.
And Rosemary coming in last, down that member of the Infinity. So now 8 elimination points for Alter Egos, playing like how they played earlier on, despite only having 2 members now. And Alter Ego, we can see the trend now. They're just going to have fun the entire day by playing the same type of playstyle. But for the Infinity, with only Beer 11 left, definitely not fun for him.
Ventura spotted out by PBE, still working out as a trio. They did not engage early on. Instead, Mix got finished off early, possibly been chased out by the teams when they tried to rotate and navigate throughout the entire map. PBE suddenly put their plans in motion, start to speak out. And MORPH taking on PERSIJA EVOS from afar. There's quite a distance still, around 200 meters. Over 200 meters, possibly, with those taps. Rosemary spotted out the predicament faced by the hands of FaZe Clan and tried to take advantage of it as a third party. But PERSIJA EVOS just random sprays. Infinity finally goes down at 7th place, spotted out by MORPH and PERSIJA EVOS at the same time.
Yeah, we knew it was tough for the Infinity, and they are out right now, leaving us with only 6 teams, 19 players left. MORPH GPX also fighting for survival, although only 2 elimination points as of now, but they still maintain a full squad. Same goes with FaZe Clan, but they got 4 elimination points instead. Now for GPX, they need to move a little bit forward, in which this could be a position that might expose them. Oh, hang on a second. Hang that thought for a second. Okay, it's actually GE that moves forward. So if they do so, they might meet with MORPH GPX.
It depends on the next circle, really. If circle shifts up north, they don't even have to move. But if they have to take the fight against MORPH to cut across. Alter Ego barely making it in. Rocky spot down, man. It is not great for the side of GE. They do have the walls, yes, but it's a wall that without any windows. And it's a ruins for a reason. There's nothing to think much of a cover. A lot of loopholes, a lot of entry in for the bullets to squeeze into the shot on one player's down. And who's going to save Merne at this point? A Small definitely having a bit of a tough terrain and the walls to take over from just to get to where Merne is bleeding out. But Smart can manage to place himself right on top of Mane. Right now he's trying to reset and reviving up. On Master Ichi trying to give support fight in case of being ambushed in. MORPH on the other hand, even though they got one knockdown against GE, they were not willing to leave the position just yet. PB spotted another one. Alter Ego start to try to take this compound out of PBE's hands slowly. But at a cost, PERSIJA EVOS in trouble as well.
We almost forgot about PBE. That's because they had a single elimination point, but they're holding on for placement points right now as they try to space at the circle. Stage 6 has arrived. GE has to move. This is where it's done for them. MORPH GPX, they are playing by the rim of the circle. The circle is just right behind them. They have the circle advantage. They have everything to try to stop GE from going across.
They have to figure out an exit way. Due to the terrain, look how rough it is for them to drive across just to pass MORPH. They do have the buggy, and this is the best time for them to take the buggy and the Daisy out. If not, it will not be enough space for them to run away from the blue zone. Our GE, every second they wasted just to overthink themselves. They will waste their possibility to get themselves into the safe zone in time. PBE, on the other hand, they're still hovering around the compound now. The moment they start to leave, a bit too late now as Rocky starts to spray. They got themselves in for Manet, but FaZe coming in off angle, making it more difficult to GE to survive. And slowly, limb by limb, taking out by 2 teams the same one and same side. And GE out of the equation, we're down to 5.
Unfortunately for GE, it's not a timing, but it's just about the situation that they were caught in. There was nowhere for them to go. Not only have MORPH GPX, you got FaZe Clan on the other side. Both teams that need to survive. And if you're fighting against a team that is that desperate, then, well, we all know the answer from there. We have a MORPH GPX now. Try to the circle. They got a couple of members still on the outside. And they spot PERSIJA EVOS on the other. But what is going to be most interesting for me is that FaZe Clan and MORPH GPX need to be next to each other.
Now this is going to be FaZe Clan's ground. They know everything, every structure that is around us. And they should make good use of that to their advantage. MORPH, on the other hand, this is going to be a hard hike for them. The moment they leave themselves from the blue zone, they will be visualized by the hands of Alter Ego and FaZe at the same time, while PBE taking the fight against Alter Ego, who's been trying to take them out of this compound for the longest time, leaving only Octa surviving here. But we've seen Octa before. He can clutch this 1v4 with his own effort. Definitely, there's nobody else to take cover fires, but PBE finally finish off the run of Alter Ego. But for the side of PBE, they're left with only 3 players. PERSIJA down to 2. Full squad on side of FaZe and MORPH. High chance FaZe can actually score this chicken.
Well, FaZe, they do the elevation against MORPH, okay. But MORPH needs to clear off one side. As pushing onto FaZe Clan, probably not a good idea. But if they spot the last member of PERSIJA was on the right, Luxy, then that is probably somewhere that they need to clear off first. Or maybe they can also try to hold on to the position. But they run a risk of if you shoot them from the back, that's all. But the fact is that they don't know that Luxy is there, so it's hard for them to do with Luxy if you don't know he's there.
But PBE seems like this is the most solid compound to work around, provided if there's just one team to push them at one time, they can defend the grounds they're staying in. But if it happen to be 2 teams moving at the same time, that's going to be difficult for PBE even. We'll see the EVOS, on the other hand, barely getting into the safe zone. They're still taking a lot of the blue zone damage, which is going to be misery, down to only 2% of his left. QEON spot him out. There's going to be one knock leaving PERSIJA EVOS with only Luxy for now. And QEON definitely knows his positions since he popped those smokes early on. Even PBE kind of distracted with those smokes early. So they start to spray randomly in there. Rocky spot out Onzens. FaZe down to 3. It's going to be one knocked down on that side. It's nobody with a full squad for now. PERSIJA EVOS have to bear out. They were down to 3 teams. And PBE, this is going to be the shot they want to take. Because this might be their chicken as well.
Oh yeah, looking good for PBE with the compound still within the circle or within the safe zone. So looking nice for him. Especially the fact that MORPH GPX and FaZe Clan putting focus onto each other. PBE, if they want to come in, they can come in later after the fight is over.
For MORPH down to 2 players there. I don't know if they can reach him on time to save him. For Boo Boo Hoo, at least he's secured Mormon for now. He's to spot out the entirety of FaZe Clan. They do have that one rock to take covers with. He's to the Scar L. Tempted to go out to just find some eliminations out there. They couldn't spray from here. due to the structures in between. Range definitely devastated right now. Got a bit of a clip and connects. Ondas on the ground. He knocked down on PBE as well. And it's a win-win situation for PBE, definitely. Even if FaZe Clan is winning, but the shot's taken still. And FaZe Clan slowly losing their members like flies down there. And MORPH, it's going to be one last take on Yoru. FaZe Clan being taken out of the equation. Here comes PBE. They push out. They know this is their chickens to take.
Yeah, this is that time. Yoru, one up, and yes, no first aids. PB, they can't bottle this. Just wrap it up. He has no healing items at all. PB just need to speak and let that one last shot, and they will do it. Coming from Asia, PBE will fight for their survival.
Patience is a virtue. They have been staying it very quiet throughout almost half of the map while we watch the other teams taking each other out. PBE on the other hand playing it safe like how they usually does when it comes to week number 2, and it pays them well. It just shows when it comes to PBE, without Moonboy this time, they still can perform with H2R and Migs, and even score himself a chicken dinner. Now, will this be enough? Or they do need more than this, then more than chicken dinner to get themselves back in the track to the grand finals? Because when it comes to eliminations, I don't think they have the most down there.
Yeah, definitely not that much. Probably like 5 or so. It's okay. It's still 15 points. But okay, we'll need to tabulate it later on. Anyway, range from West Point Mamba on loan onto PBE, MVP. Fun fact about West Point Mamba, I just saw an announcement that West Point Mamba is disbanded. So they'll be looking for a new home later. And with Range proving like this as MVP, if he can be consistent, who knows, he could be a permanent stay in PBE.
I have a feeling they want to keep him for now, since Range have been one of the greater assets for PBE, because it opens up the entry for the side of PBE every single time. On MORPH side, they travel one of the most compared to Alter Ego. Now, MORPH and Alter Ego, we're not worried for them, but for the side of MORPH, they definitely need the scores up there. They need the numbers to be up. Same goes for the side of FaZe. FaZe, unfortunately, they've been closing by PERSIJA EVOS at the same time, and happen to be in the center of attention against PBE at the same place. So they couldn't make it out, even though they know this is their grounds to play around. But they managed to survive as a 4 till the very top 5 in the very late stage as well. Bounham United, a lot of teams are leaving Pachinki a bit later. They are not being seen here in the top 5.
You can see the frustration from GenForce. I mean, BTR early elimination this time. Man, but anyway, BT, honestly, not too worried. I'm sure the coaches know that. I'm sure the players know that as well. It's a matter of, we could have played a bit longer rather than waiting at their seat, not doing much. So it's probably just more of that. But for PBE, in battle survival, they're desperate for points. They got the chicken dinner. And interesting enough, the top teams are all the teams that need to escape the bottom, need to escape the drop. So it was a I'm sure for the players, it was a very exhilarating end towards the finish.
I agree, it's going to be a dramatic comebacks for the teams that are eyeing out to the slot of the grand finals. 11 eliminations come up from MORPH this time. Despite not having those chicken, still scored himself as number 1 here with 17 points in total. Whilst PB, like we mentioned before, will be enough for them to just secure over their placement and those chickens, was the eliminations not faring that well. Now this quite concerning for PBE. Do they have enough to push like this, or do they need to balance out both eliminations and placement by end of today? 3 teams ended up with a 0. BTR, GEEK Fam and Boom. Now, despite GEEK Fam got himself quite a high placement here, Boom on the other hand, they're definitely not safe. I'm not sure when it comes to later for their bonus standing points, since GE is performing when it comes to the final day. Boom seems a bit shaky for now.
Yeah, with GE, PBE, and MORPH GPX performed this round, scary for Boom. Boom has this trend of like, okay, we do well and then we don't well. And then when they don't do well, they just go all the way down, which is really, really scary for Boom. And at 0-point round for Boom, they go down to 9th place. GEs remain, but they are 2 points behind Boom. So the first objective for Boom is just to stay on top GE. That's the number one objective. But on the other side, DBD, no for them. They're still at number 20. PBE, with that chicken dinner, they will overtake us. But that is only like 1 point above. They still need more, considering that other teams close by with them also do okay.
Now, I also noted about FaZe and Yoodo Alliance do have a tie down there. I mean, up there, since they're placed in second and third place. And FaZe managed to squeeze in second place, but will be enough still by the end of the day. We're going to hop into our interview right now. I'm not sure who's the host for today, so we're going to throw it over to the host. Take it away.
Welcome back, everyone. This is the PMSL SEA Fall 2023, the final day of the league stage. A bit sorry about yesterday, but today we're starting off strong with the interview here. With me from Yoodo Alliance, I have Lupi. First of all, Lupi, congratulations. You look so good this week. How are you feeling so far? Apakah perasaan anda pada minggu ni?
Perasaan kita orang untuk minggu ni excited. And kita orang nak buat yang terbaik lah untuk kutip sebanyak mana bonus point yang kita orang boleh lah.
Right, he says he's feeling great this week and he's trying so hard, or the team is trying so hard to collect as many points as they can as they go into the next week, which is going to be Grand Finals. Speaking of Grand Finals, let's talk a little bit about your performance. Yoodo Alliance is showing some of the most consistent improvements since week number 1. Walk us through how your team preps each week. So, Yoodo Alliance menunjukkan konsistensi yang sangat dahsyat. Daripada minggu pertama sampai minggu ketiga ni, memang asyik up je lah. Boleh tak cerita sikit kita orang, macam mana korang prepare untuk setiap minggu?
Preparation kita orang for PMSL ni, untuk week 1 kita orang just try untuk adapt dengan macam mana rotation and certain team main fast pace and slow pace, and kita orang tengok macam mana diorang punya checkpoint and rotation. Untuk week 2 kita orang akan try untuk take fight and nak checkpoint yang kita orang nak, and aim untuk team yang mana yang kita orang nak fight. And untuk third week kita orang cari orang cakap momentum lah untuk kita orang punya grand final. Macam tu lah kita orang punya preparation.
Right, so he says that for week number 1, it's all about trying to understand and adapt, trying to see where they can go and how they can play. Week number 2 was all about getting the checkpoints that they want and fighting to see where they can go next. And week number 3 is all about adapting or just preparing for the grand finals. The momentum that they can get from this week is very important for them next week as we move forward. Now, let's talk a little bit about the top standings. Currently, you guys are at 11th place on the league rankings, and getting first place on the weekly rankings will definitely launch Yoodo Alliance to the top spot. So is this what you're going for? So untuk minggu ni, daripada minggu lalu, league rankings korang nombor 11. And kalau korang dapat tempat pertama untuk minggu ni, korang confirm akan naik ke atas tempat pertama pun boleh lagi untuk korang. Adakah ini apa yang korang mahukan?
Obviously, semua team nak dekat atas, and ni semua untuk preparation untuk grand final. And season lepas kita orang unlucky untuk tak dapat champion. So this time kita orang nak bawa bonus point yang banyak untuk grand final to be champion lah.
Right, so he says that they're trying to get as many points as they can because last season they were a little bit unlucky. They weren't able to get champions. So what they're going to do here is to try to get as many of the bonus points as possible to launch up to the top as they go into the grand finals coming forward. So you can definitely expect them to be up there next week. Now let's talk a little bit about your team's dynamics. Let's talk a little bit about Voki. So we saw the latest Mac check. In one game, he was like joking around with Adit Lok and saying, Ada yang telur. Ada yang telur means that there is someone that got an egg. So egg technically is 0. So do you think that he's like the happy-go-lucky guy, the team that lifts the spirits up? So kalau kita tengok balik mic check hari tu, Voki dia joke-joke lah dengan Adik Luk. Dia kata ada yang telur because there was one game that Adik Luk wasn't doing so well. Dia tak main selalu elok sangat. So adakah Voki tu adalah dia punya, kita kata, happy-go-lucky dalam team korang?
Bagi saya, personality untuk Voki, dia memang funny guy. And also, kita orang punya team punya trademark, if someone got 0 kills, we will macam bahan diorang untuk macam telur, ada yang telur sampai keluar, sampai kedai makan pun nanti ada yang telur, macam tu.
So what he said is that, what they do with their team's dynamic is not just a Voki thing, is that whoever that gets a 0 in terms of kills or eliminations will be the one that's bullied. So even whoever who gets a 0, they'll be leaving the place saying, oh, ada yang telur, which means, oh, there's someone who got an egg. So even until they leave there, they'll keep going. And I think this is a great mentality because it does push them to really try their best to get at least 1 kill so they don't get bullied. All right, so final question. We can see that Adit Lok is not playing as aggressively as he was in week number 1, because I think we had the interview with Adit Lok and he was really showing his dominance in how he plays. And now it's changed and it's more, I would say, calculated in how he plays. So can you share with us as a coach, why did you decide to go for this less aggressive play? So Adit Lok pada minggu pertama main sangat agresif. Tapi setelah minggu-minggu berlalu, dia dah macam makin bercakap lagi mecut lah main dia. Lagi disiplin, tak terlalu agresif. So adakah ini penukaran yang Lupi decide sebagai coach? Dan kenapa ditukarkan cara dia main?
Actually, bukannya saya decide untuk dia untuk tak agresif. Sebab dia punya mentality memang untuk main agresif. And cuma kali ni untuk week 3 kita orang prepare untuk get banyak chicken, and sebab tu kita kena main agak safe and tak banyak overpicking and tembak orang tanpa hala tuju lah. Tu sebab kenapa dia agak nampak kurang agresif, but good lah untuk team, kita boleh achieve good placement and juga good kills lah.
Right, so what he says is that the team is trying to go for chicken dinners for this week instead of playing very aggressively and over-peaking and playing too aggressively. So making sure that they can survive is very important to them as they get these placement points. So I think this is really good. And I think for me personally, I think this is great because it shows a different dynamic the team can have, aggressive as well as a more safer approach, which is something that I would love to see more teams adapt. So now, actually final question now. Okay, let's talk a little bit about your predictions. So I think all eyes are on the bottom ladder for the 16th place in particular. And it's been very, very close in terms of points. In your opinion, which team will get 16th place? So, jom kita cakap sikit pasal prediksi. Kita nampak beramai orang tertanya-tanya tim mana yang akan mendapatkan tempat yang ke-16. Tapi bagi pendapat Lupi, tim mana yang Lupi rasa akan lepas?
Bagi saya, I'm rooting for DBD to get that 16th place lah for Malaysia.
That's fair. He said as a Malaysian, he is rooting for a DBD to make it through, but it is still going to be a struggle and a battle as we move forward. Thank you so much, Lupi, for spending time on stage with us. Good luck for you to get the top spot. But for now, we're going to toss it back to the casters to start the next game. We'll see you guys in a little while. Bye-bye.
And that's going to be very insightful. And also, I want to put up a disclaimer. We do not condone bullies, okay? And also, speaking of which, I think it's more towards, making them uncomfortable. When out of a team, you're the only one that's not contributing, it makes you feel like, man, I need to do something now. And that kind of mindset, I love that kind of mindset for Yoodo Alliance. Still supportive, but at the same time, they believe in you for your best performance to bring it up in the very last day. And speaking of Yoodo Alliance, they definitely have a very comfortable position. And I do love he pointed out the fact that they are chasing for points for teams up there because they want to get less pressure getting into the grand finals because their initial bonus points later on.
Yeah, we all know what happened the last PMSL, right? It was down to tiebreaker, decided whether they go to PMWI or not, and they lost that tiebreaker to SLD back then. Just heartbreaking. It was just insane for them. So knowing what happened last season, they don't want to repeat the same mistake again. So it's good. It's good. They are sticking it up for Yoodo Alliance. They're still playing as how they should. They're still getting in the point. So looking okay for Yoodo Alliance now. Of course, the okay needs to translate success in the grand finals later on, but that will be a separate conversation for next week. Alliance is just trying to avoid that sort of conversation again. But what we will not avoid, the conversation of these two players, Octa and Rocky.
When it comes to the numbers, Octa definitely delivers more than Rocky. And I have to agree, Octa do shines more than Rocky in a lot of circumstances with his clutches. I mean, that was a big one previous days. But coming up from the side of Rocky, he does play his part as well. When it comes to damage-wise, he's been dishing out quite a number of damage. But a lot of them being stolen away either by his teammate or possibly by another team. And Rocky has been trying to open up angles every single time. If you compare with Octa, always survived the last one when it comes to Alter Ego most of the times, not all of the time. But next one, we do have a wrangle for our next match. Now, PBE, we didn't mention this before, despite they score themselves as chicken, we do know for a fact it's not going to be enough. They have to be consistently in top 5 after this and have a high volume of eliminations.
Yeah, you guys can have a high volume of skin collections as well. If you add this to your action, the PMSL Southeast Asia Limited Skin Series Dream Chaser, Mass M16 gun skin, the event is available in game. Grab it now.
Don't forget also the Battle Royale Super Dragon Ball Super in case you guys haven't tried it out, you guys saw in the trailer that each character do have different set of skills, so it's gonna be fun to play around. And also we do have the Dandy Grifter Excites the Battleground, which is gonna be only first draw at 10 UC for you guys. The very latest ultimate set available for you guys. It's only limited amount of time for you guys to have your hands on this. Now back to our serious business we go. Oh man, I mean DBD very shaky right now. I think this was the start of PvE, and it's not doing great at all teams.
Well, at least good news for PB, the chicken dinner. But because of that gap, it didn't really change too much PBE. They only managed to get on top of Box Gaming, who is not playing today for obvious reasons. And ever since our Box Gaming daily prediction, we have a different sort of prediction. I scored PBE. Good for them. 2 more to go.
Hey, yeah, you did. You definitely did. And FaZe and GE was quite close just now. And it's not a boo. Oh man, I don't know who's gonna join in for relegations later on. But FaZe, I feel like, will they make the Great Escape story like how we predicted would be? Because FaZe, they did mention they never in this awkward position before when they never played grand final. So this is certainly them showing up. They don't want to be the ever not getting to the grand finals here.
Yeah, just like showing off his lucky charm. He was saying that he brought that the last time as he showed it to the camera. I guess it's something that he will bring in as his lucky charm. Of course, BN United, they're okay now. Not to worry about them. MORPH GPX, they just need to maintain a certain level of consistency, but that means that some other teams will be pushed down to the bottom 4. But hey, it's a competition, right? Somebody will be taken out, so you will need to work for yourself. GE working for themselves, putting in carry in the substituting outside.
It's been a while we saw Curry actually play, so we do know he's one of the big pillar for GE. And as GE, their teamwork is more of a, I would say, creative dynamic with West Carry in it, and it feels a bit stronger because we do know the main fragger and one of the highest fragger on the lineup of GE is going to be also West Carry.
Yeah, so GE swap. I mean, so far GE swaps are okay. Whoever they put in, whoever they put out, they perform generally the same. So I think it's all right for that kind of swap. PD until now not utilizing a single substitution, still holding to their same lineup. So they're banking it for probably the next 4, the final 4 rounds that will be played in the league stage, and then it's all in.
But for the side of Team Secret, playing for the Pride down here, definitely going to be devastating for them, and knowing the fact that it's kind of impossible for them to get themselves in the grand finals. But I love they still have the fight in them. We saw how they play in the game just now. Feels like not like a team that's given up just yet. And on the side of PBE, not having Monboy today and have Biggs and H2R playing alongside with them, definitely plays well, I have to say, but it's a bit conservative if you compare it with having Monboy in the lineup. They do play a bit slower, but as long as they got themselves those chicken dinner and scored themselves at least around 5 to 7 eliminations by the end of the day, and it possibly will be enough.
Yeah, there's a potential there. So that could be their strategy to just play like how they did in Evo, and the rest is like hope for the best. Of course, they need to also hope that to an extent the DVD don't really perform. So there's all equation for them to consider, but you can't control that, right? So you control what you can control, which is yourself. And if they're comfortable with playing that play style, I would expect PBE to a similar sort of gameplay.
Well, hopefully that's the case there. But on the side of DBD, maybe they should follow the footsteps of PBE now, since playing a bit slower do actually fare well for them. And we do know a lot of the Indonesian teams love to play in the center. That's going to be BTR as well as PERSIJA, EVOS, a bit of sneezing, bless you for Gen Force. But we're heading over to our second Erangel in the entire league, the second last Erangel. Are you guys ready? We're heading straight into Erangel.
Wow, we're getting my favorite plane skin again. Here we go, the Erangel before the break. It's going to be a different flight path this time from the south of Ferry Pier up onto Severny. Look at usual suspects drop. Okay, Boom, the Nomad. Before this, they drop a Gaka. So if they were to repeat that again, it's going to be all right for them. So of course, MORPH GPX, Roshot, GE is going to be okay. PBE, Kamishki is going to be a bit far. But if they drop from like on top, like just right side of Saverni, there's normally enough vehicle spawns there. They can still drop there, grab a vehicle, go to Kamishki, play it safe, play from the side, a little bit slower, just avoid fights. They should be all right.
If we compare with the previous map, a lot of teams happen to not take an SMB early on due to the flight path more towards the northern side. But this time the flight path not really equally divide the map into two, so heavily to its left. Infinity and Bounham United taking SMB per usual. Now, like you mentioned, keep an eye out to his Boom. They are quite spread out. Then the only thing that divide them into two sides is gonna be the river on top of Roshot right now. But of a first contact made between Alter Ego and Team Secret, who dropped himself, and the circle popped right on top of Yasnaya Poliana. Now this is gonna be happy day for PERSIJA EVOS.
Well. Happy day for either Team Secret or Alter Ego, depending who wins this fight. Look at their utility, since it's the fight right after the drop. Micro Uzi around Team Secret. As for Alter Ego, don't get a good view just yet. Okay, a crossbow? Alright. If we can get a crossbow now, a crossbow illusion, my dream is fulfilled. I have always wanted to see that for many years now.
Honest feels impossible. Octa being knocked down. The first one, Team Secret now closing in. Gonna finish off for Rosemary next. 2 knocks and 2 down. Alter Ego, the rest just arrived, but a bit too late, and realize that 2 of them being knocked down finished off. They move away and navigate themselves just across Kaka, knowing the fact they cannot help what's been done and damage done anyhow. But they might bump into the Xaviers next, because we saw the Xaviers were actually on top of their vehicles moving towards this direction. Not sure if they spotted out Alter Ego right now.
They seem to be traveling. Maybe they saw it, but it looks like they're not going to stop. They're just going to continue on. Okay for them. Maybe they just only managed to get like vehicles. Yeah, nothing else. Because a natural drop spot is in Pachinki. So grab a vehicle, go there, they'll be fine. But I just had this thought of that Team Secret, because they considered won the fight against Alter Ego. They got the 2 points. Now they have a 5 gap with DBD.
Barnum seems a bit quiet on their side. Dropping himself on SMB before. It's going to be around over up Noya. We do have Infinity joins them in. But whether they want to take the right side for bridge or not, we're going to have to wait. And so maybe resort to taking some boat. Can go up to Kamishki if they want to, since Kamishki is quite vacant right now for teams on top of SMB. Skull always been RRQ's places, and Skull might be last few circle. They don't even need to leave right now. But at the same time, no teams come up from the right side of the map. It just shows that if you have your vehicles and go straight towards the right side, you get a way lot more bonuses than you can think of. One of it is going to be those loots. Then you can get those position, can get those high grounds to work, even get the circle. On the side of Infinity, they're taking this a bit slower than per usual. They are quite far from the circle, since they have to cross the bridge. Now pray for Infinity that Bounham United will not gatekeep them if they decide to go to the right side of the bridge later on.
Yeah, or left side, where I would like to say either GEEK fam or Team Secret, because both of them have done that before. But if you kind of remember that the last time Team Secret did that, next round, the Infinity hot dropped them to try to take them out and on the fight. So maybe from that lesson is like, okay, the Infinity, I mean, we have nothing more to play for. You have nothing much to lose. You know, we'll just let each other have their own fun.
And FaZe Clan definitely eyeing out for number 1 for this week. Can they make the great escape? That's going to be so dramatic. Such a dramatic ending by end of today. I cannot wait to see who can actually get into the grand finals, who will be relegated. I mean, it's sad for the relegated teams, but it just shows that this season way competitive than ever, due to how much interchangeable and so many factors into it as well. Until the very last wire. BTR spotted out. That's going to be last two players of Alter Ego. Fnatic is one of them. I'm not sure where is Alvar right now.
Wow.
Flying car. Here we go. Well, boy, chill. A bit futuristic, but didn't fare very well ending for him.
Wow, okay. With that a little bit of damage, Boycha immediately knocked. And now 1v1 Fnatic versus Satar. Satar 50% of health. Here we go. We have a Thompson in the hands of Fnatic. He reloads it. It will take him some time. But Satar knocked down with the Thompson for Fnatic. And that is going to be it. Oh, but Alvar is here. Okay, the rest of BTR as well. So looks like it's not over.
UI picking up the nade. Fnatic still have a fight in him. Hoping he can survive as long as he needs to. But the bombardment is coming on the side of BTR. It's no joke either. Leaving him on edge right now. Fnatic figuring out how to get an exit. Fnatic playing around the corners, ring around the Rosie, but finally being double picked by the hands of BTR, sorry. They can have a bit of a reset. They will survive for BTR. Almost botched that one out.
Yeah, so Alter Ego. Yeah, the team that's been going around, you know, hunting people down. At least for teams, knowing that trend today, they see Alter Ego out. Oh, okay, cool. At least that team is out, right? That team that's just disrupt the teams, eliminated. Thank you, BTR, from the other teams.
For on the side of BTR, they're not. Everybody wants to have a bit of an advantage when it comes to the grand finals later. So teams eyeing out for more points for the initial points into the grand finals as well. GEEK fam spot out Yoodo Alliance. It was a fast win coming out from Audrey with that micro Uzi. I mean, my god, it was one of the fastest reaction the moment you hopped down from that vehicle. Yoodo Alliance taken aback by that, straight away pulled back all the way on a different compound entirely. Scat the heck out of Yoodo Alliance. That's GEEK fam for you.
Yeah, GEEK fam needs preparation there, and Yoodo Alliance being spread out, opening up the seas. So maybe Flex will consider to like, okay, be with his teammates to come to him instead, since I noticed that his other team is on the vehicle and he has parked them in the building. Choke points now. FaZe Clan, MORPH GPX, both that need the points, and MORPH GPX made a rotation from Vernie onto the outskirts of Yastaya, and they're going to hold this gas station for now. So with FaZe Clan knowing their presence, looks like FaZe Clan decided to not get it.
FaZe Clan going on top of his very flat plane, by the way, trying to do some scouting work. But I do have the next circle commencing here. It's going to be right on top of the Medusa intersection, going up north, or is it going to be in the center of Yasnaya Poliana? It's down to the Medusa intersection. We're talking about these Xaviers taking the intersection to work already. While Yoodo Alliance, the GEEK fan coming in late, Infinity and Baonam United. Infinity taking all the way towards the left side of the bridge just to avoid the clash against Baonam United. Now that's smart, but it will take them some bit of a damage. PB come up from the northern side, the latest one. DBD will have to squeeze through Roshawk area. Imagine have to pass across FaZe Clan, MORPH, and Boom at the same time. Now that's going to be a hard entry for DBD.
Yeah, it's not going to be fun for DBD. They gamble by playing on north side, but Circle pulled down. This is not about Circle. This is about a 5-round D Xavier getting one out of Team Secret. Helton eliminated. But Chua countered by a pawn. Zral will be knocked down. Rizai, the only one still left together with Putra. They managed to defend the ground. Wow, okay. But they prepare for the next team. They will arrive.
These Xaviers, definitely not what they expect to do. But Team Secret down to only one. PERSIJA EVOS down to 2. 2v1 here, spotted out by Redface. When Redface locks you out and locks you down, alongside with Misery down there, Team Secret couldn't survive. Now Redface is one scary man to fight against. But for the side of a PERSIJA EVOS, definitely attracting unwanted attention, and that's going to be RRQ and BTR and even GEEK fam around the corner. They happen to be in the center of all these three teams.
Wow, the fight's not over yet. Okay, the Prado teams, FaZe Clan and GE. But GE, only Mernat here. Okay, teammates not too sure where they are. The last I noticed them just on the outside of Rosal. Mernat, no vehicle from this view. So to pray that FaZe Clan don't spot him out. Okay, they know. Oh no, man, they have information now.
Oh, GE swarm over by the side of FaZe, smothered and choked down. Murnay with the Bison. Where are the rest of GE? They're nowhere near here. Murnay, he take the fight anyhow. Valiant effort. Got a fighting spirit in him, and that's not going to be enough when it comes to you being outnumbered against a full of FaZe here. We're talking about FaZe Clan when it comes to their firepower. It's not something to joke about. It's not something you want to wager that you can fight against 1v4 down there. But FaZe definitely, every single point they can take and they can get, they will try to take it out. And they definitely will deserve and can get that #1 spot by the end of the day if things keep going their way like this.
Yeah, FaZe Clan. Now that I really think about it, right? How are they from number one? Okay, they are like 156, including that elimination, and 156. Oh, okay. So XERXIA is not. XERXIA is 167. So they are getting closer now to that #1. And if FaZe Clan can get the #1, they will seal the deal in the grand final.
And that's what I've been mentioning for the entire day here. Can they actually make it through? Because right now, also catching up to them, it's going to be the other teams that place themselves second and third place, which is going to be Yoodo Alliance down there. If Yoodo Alliance just blocks their way to get into #1 spot now, that's going to be them hoping, still praying if they can make through the grand finals. Infinity spotted out by GE. West Carry. They lost Murnay before. And the rest of GE will follow pursuit of West Carry's footsteps. I'm not sure if they want to commit to this fight or not. PERSIJA EVOS got the compound, but been surrounded by 3 teams entirely. RRQ, BTI, GEEK fam around the corner. If I'm not mistaken, we might actually have Baonam United join in.
Oh, BN United. Okay, but since teams somewhat in the middle of the circle and also have their own space, probably move for now. The team that is moving, coming a little bit later, as usual, PBE, managed to get this compound. Interestingly, no team decides to defend this compound, so it's going to be a big space for them. It's basically the gallery, and they will hold to that. So stage 3, they should be fine.
Sorry, BTR. Quite crowded over that side. PERSIJA EVOS, PBE. I mean, PBE, do they want to keep it low for now? You know for a fact PBE just got himself a chicken dinner, but they cannot afford to make any room of mistake, no room for error, and definitely not the type of playstyle where they can attract too much teams that have to be rushed down later by 2 teams at the same time. But with hands down there, definitely a very straight line for Isaiah to shoot him down and secure that elimination, not even breaking any sweat. But same course, the trade-off is going to be the Blues that start to take into DBD's hands there.
Gotta give it to Isaiah as well. I mean, the really sharp shooting from him to land that tap onto him, and not only just getting a knock, but the elimination at the same time. So DBD 1 point in the back, but not enough points to overtake Team Secret at least yet, because Team Secret are just going out early. They got 5 elimination points, so they have quite a decent gap with DBD now.
Joel spotted out FaZe Clan in an entirety of FaZe Clan on top of 1 car and 1 UAZ to carry off the whole roster of FaZe Clan. Now that's risky. Take their chances, work with what they have, and got only covers by the UAZ itself to barricade right in the center of the crossroad here for FaZe Clan. They have to figure out how to place themselves. They find some couple of rocks to take covers from. But FaZe Clan, this is what happened to them yesterday, and they do not want to repeat what happened yesterday as well. Boom reposition, trying to check at the flank side, trying to check at the back corner, just in case somebody tried to creep in and backstab them from behind. But the circle happened to be right on top of Medusa intersection possibly, and GEEK fam has it this time, with GE coming out from the left side, quite a clear entry, more for the northern side. Now gatekeep by the hands of GE. Infinity got way earlier than Baonam United, definitely for Baonam United. I'm not sure if they want to split into 2-2 formations, since the other tier on top of Shelter will have to fight 3 teams at the same time.
Well, stage 4, you would expect fighting to happen. And for fighting, DBD, it's time for them to take the fight. They can fight the fight because there's another team right in front of them. Yoodo Alliance not taking the frontal fight, they're taking the long range instead. So this is going to be the first point for Yoodo Alliance this round. By the edge of the circle, they are still alright.
GEEK fam, they got some compound, can each take buildings for themselves respectively. BTR leaving with only 2 players left. Place themselves right in the middle of a junction here. If somebody's coming out from the back, which is going to be GEEK fam, that's going to be tough for the side of BTR to get out from here. REQ places themselves around the ditch area as well. You do know there's a lot of uneven terrain down in the center of Medusa intersection. That's the fun of it. Because of how an open space and how hard for you to visualize, even though you are on the same flat ground as they are, but they do have this slight concave curve on top of BTR and REQ. But at least for the side of FaZe, they found themselves this very small shack. But we do know for a fact, if you happen to be surrounded, got yourself a small shack, and the 2 teams beside you both having those mollies and the grenade cooked up, you'll be gone in a second.
That's where they need to keep an eye on their surrounding. Good thing is that the storeroom open enough for them to, so they can do the preemptive measure in case any team gets close by. But for Boom, pretty close to Yoodo Alliance. Yummy knocked down from the side, and we have Achur here from the long range distance. But the bad news for Boom, besides Yummy being knocked down, is that they're outside the circle. Now, Yoodo Alliance, it's a defensive game for them.
I'm waiting for PERSIJA EVOS with the open fire as well, since they got themselves some elevations. Yoodo Alliance, Addict look, a big separator, fighting against Pombit 1v1. That's going to be Boom now crushing into Yoodo Alliance's shelter. And, you know, the bunkers, they actually play well for the side of Yoodo Alliance. It lasted long enough and blocked the vehicle out of the way just to make sure nobody can rush into seconds. But Achul, next one down out of nowhere. It's going to be Belgium United reaching out. Sprayed down on the side of Boom, slowly losing men down here, leaving them only with 2 players left.
Wow, okay. BI United had to button from this distance. Fine. The pressure onto Boom. Man. And that's what, like what you said, Boom. 2 players left. Okay, Yummy. Gotta come in. He's on the his shelter, lower ground. So managed to secure that point. We'll save his teammate at the same time. Yoodo Alliance, they only have 1 player left. So he's not going to pursue. He's not going to fight anymore. He's just going to hold on for positioning points instead. Now that they have the chance to still be on top of FaZe Clan. Oh!
It's going to be multiple terrain, but Addict look, finally finish off Pombit down there. I'm not sure what's happening to the bunkers area. Definitely not going to be a clean one. It's extremely massive, and the Telco might actually push away from them as well. The moment they realize is they have to find an exit out of the bunker when they have to be sharing at the same time. And the circle just move away from the bunkers area. On the side of DBD, they are not in the circle as well. To cut across from the northern side, a bit too dense, a bit too crowded. Too many teams on the northern side. Nobody can get this away easily.
Well, speaking about not easy, MORPH is definitely not easy as they only have Yoru left. That's only that's the last man now for them. Okay, looking at the mini screen now, I think that's going to be an interesting fight there. Yoodo Alliance only Adelu against 2 from Boom Esports. It's going to be huge. And Boom wipes out Yoodo Alliance. That's going to be another point in the bag. As we come back onto MORPH, a team that's also fighting for survival. Yoru, no vehicle maybe?
And he got a wall to climb over that side. And GE do have those elevations, even though they are quite near to the blue zone. Yuri, hopefully he will be saved, but nowhere near that. That's going to be the end of MORPH. Finish off by DBD. Still working out as the 4 taking the center. But at the same time, they need to get out. They're in the center of the battlefield, but not in the center of the circle. They need to rush into from the northern side. Baonam, keep an eye out to the side of Boom, who's leaving only a chill left, and that's gone as well, out of the equation. Boom eliminated 11th. We're down to 10 teams, with PERSIJA EVOS eyeing out to Baonam United, who's gatekeeping this as tight as possible.
Boom, 3 popped in this round. GE also got 3 points, but so that also means that they are only 2 points behind Boom. So that's going to be real interesting as E still has 2 players active now. Now in the middle of, okay, I noticed that a wood eliminated. Yeah, so that makes a GE 2 players. But for PBE, after Chicken Dinner, looks like the Chicken Dinner curse haunting them. Only managed to get 1 this time.
Well, at least they got himself some placement points, hopefully. GE spotted at Infinity. Now, Master Smile. He needs to finish off Beer. Bear is the one that giving such a difficulty for the side of GE to finish things off. Found him out. Master Ichi done the job well done. It's going to be Blizzard closing in, but Infinity, they're not done yet. They still have a fight in them. But try to revive. Covered by the vehicle, he have to leave out. Amsal have to pull back due to the explosion, leaving him just by himself for Infinity's side. But GE, they know for a fact they want to finish things off. They take a big of a rotation, push it into Amsal, having a head-on confrontation this time. While Infinity surrounded by DBD and GE, he barely got enough space for himself, but Amsal still trying to go for a reset, running dry with his resources right now. And DBD, GE, both tried to shut down Infinity at the same time. Now GEEK fam meddling into the business too.
Yeah, GE, they decided not to fight at some point after knowing that DBD is there. They U-turn and happen to be GEEK fam behind them. Okay, Amstal right now against the full squad of DBD. What can he do, right? He has 2 nades in hand. Okay, he spots out the member of DBD. But DBD, they knew he was there. Okay, one of them keeping an eye on the angle style is that Amstal has to run because he does not have the circle at this point. Did he made it? Looks like not. Snipes was waiting there. And the Infinity.
DBD need to leave now. We're talking about DBD and GEEK fam happen to be crashing in the same direction here. And DBD, they only got 1 vehicle right now, and the rest of them have to move on foot. And this is not great because GEEK fam do have a lot of information regarding DBD right now. They definitely want to gatekeep that side. FaZe focusing on towards the northern, which is going to be RRQ, will be denied advancing towards the circle for now. BT also having a bit of a glimpse on RRQ, but the circle just going to be on top of BTR with Master Small in the center. And we have double airdrops drop down between the players. I'm not sure if anybody can reach up to the airdrop right now, but RRQ will try to take BTR out right in the open space.
PERSIJA EVOS shooting for the other side as well. Now, Yuhai, double knockdown back. Also got some assistance from Gen Force at the same time. But PERSIJA EVOS, El Clasico against BTR. BTR scored 10 elimination points, but PERSIJA wants to stop that number.
Oh, the northern side is just too much right now with 7 teams in stage number 6. Zuxi cooking up the nade as no clue exactly where they at. Hoping it will connect. But on the other end, Red FaZe, what a duo from PERSIJA EVOS. Open up the angle so wide and so confident, but looks they have to bow out quite early as No Mercy spot him out quite a far across the field. But next one for No Mercy, you need to find Red FaZe, the monster of PERSIJA EVOS. There's also ZERXIA on that side as well. And this trio right now working an angle that's so difficult to hold by one person, but they made it happen anyhow. FaZe Clan fanning out, spreading as a straight line of a very close spread between them. But DBD, the full squad, can they use a number to put the best potential space they can have right now?
Yeah, now the challenge is that with that number, they must utilize it to win the fight against another team just right beside them. They don't have the circle, so time is not on their side. They're closing in. Yen will get the knockdown onto MORPH. FaZe Clan desperate for points as well, but PERSIJA EVOS doing FaZe Clan a favor, knocking down Yen and probably even Zane.
And GEEK fan coming out from behind here, out of nowhere. Finally, start to meddle into this business too. PERSIJA and GEEK fan spotted out GE. And Red FaZe will fight Audrey. Audrey tried to finish off GE. GE being saved for a temporary moment by PERSIJA EVOS. But eyes in a DBD. Oh, PERSIJA EVOS just make it so difficult for DBD, who's struggling to have any single point on their side. FaZe Clan playing it low. They're not being scouted by PERSIJA EVOS yet. Audrey slowly closing distances against GE. A Master Smile down there. Here comes the nade. PERSIJA EVOS finish off Eyes and DBD start to lose man. They're down to trio. GEEK fans still have a full squad, but FaZe Clan, they're being burned off by the blue zone. GEEK fam actually have a shot at winning the chicken this time.
Oh yes, GEEK fams, the full squad. The only team with a full. GE, however, has Smile right in the middle. He should still circle, so he's praying for more placement points after this. In about 5 more seconds, we'll know exactly the circle will go. But for DBD, we know exactly their position this time. It's going to be number 4.
Despite they got himself 4 players just now in an incident, the entire team taken out of equation. But GE still holding on with it. One last player there is Redfist being shot by Audrey. Smart still holding on. He's not being spotted out by Damru, but I have a feeling Damru is quite curious to check out the shack. But Smart spotted out Mika. That's definitely giving away his position. And the rest of GEEK fam now going into the shack while Smart secures another elimination in his pocket. And Audrey already coming in with a micro Uzi. Wrap around the corner. They still clutch out on 1. Smart can do it in this arena. They got 2. Wait, no way. GE still have the fight in them. They won this chicken for themselves.
Wow, not going out without a fight. Smile, he's smiling, and not only that, he's secure another extra elimination point. Taken out on, and now with GEEK fam only Damroad left. He's gonna stay out of this. Mess with Smile. But his next challenge is gonna be huge as well. PERSIJA
EVOS tried to deal with Smile at first. But if they go all 3 into Smiles' compound, that's going to be giving away the chicken to a side of Damroot. Damroot already cooked up the nade. Everybody focus on G, who happen to be in the center. 3v1v1. PERSIJA EVOS have the numbers. But can they cross the street without being knocked down by Smile or Damroot at the same time? There's double airdrop. They're looted out of there with a level 3 vest and helmet. Their gears are well equipped. But PERSIJA EVOS is trying to calculate the emotions coming out from GE and GEEK fam at the same time. If the miscalculation happens, they will be robbed of this chicken out of their hands for PERSIJA EVOS.
Well, we still got stage 8. Let's not forget about that. So, these teams might wait for it. But for PERSIJA EVOS, come on, know that they have the man advantage now. It's all about finding the right angle, maybe. But it looks like they're going to play a little bit safer. They're going to wait for the next stage of the circle and see what's going to happen. They know that now Damroad is on the other side, taking an off angle. And that's like what you said, they over-focus onto Smart's shack. Then Damroad can be the third party.
3 seconds to know who will be favored for the last circle. There is. Smart finally got finished off. That's a Kobe coming out from Luxy. That's definitely the opening they needed for PERSIJA EVOS. Now is the time to push. 2 on vehicles, 2 on the wheels, 1 going on foot. Damroad surrounded left, right, and center. There's no way he can actually fight this out if all 3 pushing it at the same time. But they're taking their time for PERSIJA EVOS, not being reckless. If there's one Damroad there is, but never underestimate their openings down there. Damroad barely hanging on, but the shots, the mall is coming in. Damroad burning off. PERSIJA EVOS scores the chicken for the second last wrangle for the entire league.
And the moment they cleared Smile in that chat, they know that, okay, this is no time for us. As long as they get either one, it was either Damroad or Smile. They know the position of both players. It would have been the same case if not Damroad, they were voting on the Smile. But it was Smile got eliminated. So it's third place finish for GE. Damroad managed to hold on to for GEEK fam, and PERSIJA EVOS obviously one of them.
But I have to give a rough face. This guy, I have nothing else to say about him. He's just a monster. He knows no fear. How can a person be like this? Such bold move every single time to push forward without covers. Here's the man that if you have no covers from, you want to rely on this guy. If it happened to me last few circles, you have no covers and barely got any structures in between. This is the guy to make the win for the team. You need this one person, this sort of a mentality for each of the teams out there. Coming out for Redfist, well deserving for the MVP with 5 eliminations. Out of nowhere with 800 over damage. He didn't even knock down those 5 eliminations. Maybe 2 out of those 5. But when it comes to Zuxi, Luxy and Zuxi, these 2 twins, I mean, they never not deliver. But after the day, no matter how gold they are, how their era have been gone, they're always in their goal state and just deliver the best play.
Yeah, the combination of BIGETRON, Red Aliens, and also EVOS Ribbon forming PERSIJA EVOS now, looking good with this chicken, and they have some of the best players they can pick up at that time now in the lineup, together with a amazing coach as well, who has scored a gold medal in the Vietnam SEA Games before, Coach Sinyo. It's a star-studded enough lineup, say, a lot of quality in their lineup. Looking at the teams to watch, GE, despite a third place finish, but because they got a good amount of elimination points, so they finished second.
But I have to give it to GE though. That one last player, I think it was Small just now. Because of him, they lasted long enough. He solo-handedly survived that by himself, and not just that, he managed to secure a couple of more eliminations when going in solo. And he'd been holding on the shack the longest time, and he managed to clutch it out against BTO. It was GEEK fam. It was insane. It was 3 players of GEEK fam willingly giving away their bodies to be shot down by the hands of GE, and that was incredible. That's definitely the highlight for today coming up from GE.
Yeah, I'm sure GEEK fan did not willingly give that away. Nobody would want to do that, but I have to smile that his gun skill, his decision making on when to point and everything, basically all the micro details, was all down to perfection to secure the points out of GEEK fam. And for with that amount of points collected, with a third place finish, thanks again to Smile, he definitely gets a big mention in this round. They were overtaken, boom, with that sort of finish.
But I have to give credit as well for the side of FaZe Clan. They got themselves quite a consistency here today, placing themselves again at top 5, almost in every single map in the first half of the final day here in the PMSL League. But Smile, this was incredible. I'm saying it's willingly because they're just giving it off one by one. That's what they've been doing for GEEK fam. But Damrit knows the fact that if I go there, I might actually die as well. The only thing that's stopping PERSIJA EVOS to finish off Damrit is just GE. And GE were working indirectly helping Damrit to buy himself time there. Lucky enough that Damrit can place himself second due to the shield offered by GE in the very last minute. But 14 eliminations coming up from the side of PERSIJA EVOS. Now they are speaking it loud and clear for both teams of Indonesia, PERSIJA EVOS and BTR, with their double-digit eliminations.
Look at the Desperado teams, right? So Boom versus GE. Obviously, GE got a lot more than Boom. Will overtake them. DB versus PBE. Now, DVD did better than PBE, but okay. So because of the tiebreaker, they go on top of Team Secret, but they are still below PBE because PBE scored that chicken dinner. But they have to do a lot more than that. They have to do. It's a fight at the bottom between PBE and DVD at this point, and on the fight between GE and Boom. I mean, DVD, their objective right now, simple objective, is just to beat PBE first.
But also keep an eye out for FaZe. They have this a must finish off the number 1. They're not actually at the position the bonus point standing because they were in 18th place before with 6 points. If they have more, they get at least 20 points down. For actually get 20 points, it must fall to get that 20 point hand. And right now we do have contenders coming up, but I think we're gonna have a break now since we're gonna head into our last round of the day. So see you guys in a bit, and don't go anywhere. Stay tuned.
Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super is now available in PUBG Mobile. In this mode, players will experience a whole new kind of combat. Players can play as several Dragon Ball characters, compete in intense battles to see who will be the final victor. If you're trying to win, try going to an energy zone and see what random buff you get. If you get a health recovery buff, then it's a good idea to stick around and fight. Even without any recovery items, you'll be able to maintain a decent amount of health. During a match, players can also use attacks while battling with others. These attacks require ki. Players can collect ki from the map. They can also choose to replenish ki by charging it up themselves. Players also need to be on the lookout for upgrade materials. These are used to level up attacks. Attacks have a total of 5 levels. Level 1 to 2 only require basic upgrade materials to level up. Level 3 and above require advanced upgrade materials. The higher an attack's level, the more damage it will deal. There's also various support items that can be found in the map. For example, the Buku Capsule and Smoke Capsule. After using a Buku Capsule, you'll be able to fly a certain distance. It's really useful for initiating battles or running away. But be careful when you run into Piccolo. He has an attack that can snipe you from far away, as well as a dash that can quickly close the distance. Smoke Capsules release ball-shaped smoke, which can obscure enemy enemy vision. This smoke screen can help you retreat or relocate. Don't forget about accessories. Accessories can also make your attacks stronger. More advanced accessories provide better buffs. If you play as Vegeta or Ultimate Gohan, who can already attack pretty quickly, you can enhance it with an accessory for an even greater advantage. If you want to increase your chance of survival, look no further than the armor item. Armor provides extra health, which gives you an edge in combat. It has a total of 4 levels, and the higher the level, the more extra health it provides. Be sure to pick it up when you come across it. So, do you understand the gameplay and items a little better now? Let's play Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super together.
The depths of the ocean can be beautiful and terrifying. We all have a dark side that's always a part of us, but we can control it. I don't care what others think. I'm only concerned with my one.
Here's a ticket for you. Join the airdrop carnival with Alan Walker. Grab the airdrop crate and head out together.
Well, the teams who everyone thought was a jover clearly is not. As they say, it's not over until, I don't know, let's just say Tash Bunny sings. Regardless, welcome back. We are here at the PMSL SEA Fall 2023. This is the final day of the league where everyone is not only just trying to vie for like 16th place spot, but also for the top spot for the extra points as they go into the grand finals next week. For now, on stage we have Onsens from FaZe Clan, who is one of the teams who are currently trying to make their way up to the 16th place. Yesterday, I had an interview with Ventores where they said they are so confused about how exactly they ended up here and whether or not they'll end up in the grand finals. So talking about that, let's talk a little bit about how you feel right now. Yesterday, Ventores seems very worried. But what's your mood today now that you're in second place?
ก็อยากทราบความรู้สึกว่าวันนี้รู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับเพราะว่าเมื่อวานคุณวินทอเรสก็ได้ให้สัมภาษณ์ว่าเขาค่อนข้างรู้สึกแปลกใหม่ที่ต้องมาต่อสู้เพื่อชิงเข้าเป็น16 ทีมสุดท้ายครับ
ก็รู้สึกเหมือนกันครับเหมือนพี่โค้กว่าวิก1วิก2เราทำได้ไม่ค่อยดีพอเรามาเล่นวิก3มันค่อนข้างที่จะงานหนักครับผมเลยมันค่อนข้างที่จะกดดันแล้วก็ต้องห้ามพลาดสักเกมเดียวครับ
So it is kind of tough for them for the week 3 since as you can see that in the week 1 and week 2 they didn't perform well, so it's kind of tough for them to to make it as perfect as they can in week 3.
That's totally understandable. And let's go back to one of our interviews where I think that it was mentioned that Trace, your new player, and you guys had a little bit of a communication gap. Understandable because he is from China. And it seems that you guys have everything done and on track. How do you guys manage to overcome those issues?
ก็อย่างที่ก่อนหน้านี้ทางทีมก็ได้เคยให้สัมภาษณ์ไปนะครับว่าอาจจะมีประเด็นเรื่องการสื่อสารกับคุณเทรสในทีมเพราะว่าเราก็ไม่ได้พูดภาษาเดียวกันถูกต้องไหมครับเลยอยากจะทราบว่ามีวิธีในการจัดการกับประเด็นตรงนี้ยังไงเพราะว่าตอนนี้ก็ค่อนข้างฟอร์มกำลังดีครับก็เลยอยากทราบว่าเราจัดการกับตรงนี้ยังไงครับ
ทางของน้องนะครับเราก็สอนภาษาเรื่องในเกมว่าอะไรคืออะไรแล้วส่วนหน้าที่ของน้องก็คือมีแค่ยิงอย่างเดียวครับฆ่าอย่างเดียว
So they taught him the keywords in the game, so he knows what to do in the game.
Is it a secret keyword or is there like an example you can share with us?
พอจะแชร์ได้ไหมครับว่าสอนคำว่าอะไรหรือว่าเก็บไว้เป็นความลับ
แชร์ได้ครับก็เรื่องน้องเรื่องในเกมก็คือแบบว่าเรื่องทั่วไปเลยครับว่ามีปืนใหม่มีระเบิดใหม่มีสโมกใหม่คือบางจุดถ้าเราให้น้องอยู่จุดค้ำเพื่อนอะไรเงี้ยก็จะบอกว่าน้องอยู่ตรงนี้นะหรือว่าน้องตามเรามานะ follow me อะไรแบบมีภาษาอังกฤษผสมด้วยครับ
So they kind of taught him the keyword as I mentioned like you stay here or do you have a guns or explosive something like that in order to make it clear and maybe sometimes they communicate in English as well
right
I think he understands English also.
Right, so the keywords are in Thai and he says it in Thai and he knows the keywords now. That is so cute. I love that. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about your confidence. On a scale of 1 to 10, how confident are you that you'll be making it to the grand finals next week?
เต็ม10คะแนนวันนี้มั่นใจแค่ไหนครับว่าจะเข้ารอบไฟนอล
ก็มั่นใจในทีมมากกว่าครับเพราะว่าวิกตั้งแต่วิกที่3มาเรารู้สึกว่าเราเล่นไม่กดดันแล้วมันทำให้เราเล่นได้ดีเราเลยมั่นใจแบบเดิมดีกว่าครับ
It's out of the scale and they're kind of confident in their teams so
out of the
I would
scale.
say it's countless
like above 10 then?
Not really but uncountable
So it's an infinite chance that they'll be making it. So it's basically a yes that they'll be making it to the grand finals, but only time will be able to tell. Thank you so much, Onsens, for answering the questions and being here with me on stage. And for now, we're going to start the second half of the day. Do not go anywhere because we are going to see which teams will be making it to the grand finals.
Thank you so much, Tash, for the interview. And speaking of which, we haven't seen Trey so far for the final day here. And I feel like they definitely want to have the same dynamic when it comes to the second half of the day. And not just that, we haven't seen MORPH playing at all for this almost entire league in the PMSL this time.
We saw a couple of times MR5 played, but with their current performance, I guess no real big reason for them to change. 3 more games to go, maintain the level of consistency, and maintain the level of confidence. Like what was said in the interview, super confident. It's like infinity level of confidence. Well, the infinity, that's another. But for FaZe Clan, they're like really, really confident to go through. And with XERXIA not put, they can still collect the points from the 3 rounds and potentially can be number 1 and seal the deal, make the great escape to go in the grand finals.
Also, like I mentioned way early on this week, if FaZe actually do make that happen, that's also going to be a lot of teams that have been pushed down there when it comes to FaZe getting that number 1 spot. We have more than just 4 teams that pushed down. We're talking about the entire board across the bonus standing points will be pushed down as well. But so far, the most solid position is going to be taken by DX, since even though they didn't score number 1 in any of those week 1, week 2, but because of their constant performance, a very high consistency play coming from DJs every single week, they scored themselves 3rd place. They are at number 1. So for those actually at bottom, including GE down there, Small did make such a big play just now. The clutch against GEEK fam, that was incredible, phenomenal even.
Yeah, to me, the MVP, if it was not taking the winning team, is definitely going to be Smile. For other than the fact that he clutched against GEEK fam, the other reason is also because they're desperate for points. They need to get on top. They need to be on safety. So all that storyline combined together, that's what made Smile's gameplay beautiful.
It takes a lot of courage to actually fight against the whole squad of GEEK fam pushing in the very last minute. Now, speaking of Erangel, we're heading over to our last Erangel in the entire league for our next map and ending up with the last 2 Miramas for the entire league to see who will get themselves in the grand finals.
Yeah, and so far we got 3 different flags up there. Today GE is playing, so we can get a different flag from each nation. But you guys can get the same, just like us. The first PMSL Southeast Asian limited skin series is called the Dream Chaser with a set, suit, mask, M16 gun skin. The event is available in game. Get the skin right now.
And with the latest Beach and Party Team Royal Pass already available for you guys right now. You can get more than just 1 or 2 skin above it. It's not just about the vehicle, it's all about the other skins. So speaking of vehicle, the Aston Martin collaboration with PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, the collaboration is until the 13th of September. Time is running out, ladies and gentlemen. Get it if you come and tell yourself, I wanted it but I forgot. I wanted it but I was yada yada. While you still can, and it's available inside the game. Add it to your option.
Yep, my face frozen now. Whenever that happens, it happens to my face, so bear with me for a bit. We are at the final day here. And speaking of which, when it comes to the last time we saw, when it comes to last map of a particular map, in this one, it's Gangle, things get really hectic. And I assume there will be some clash drop spots. And some teams out their initial drop spots in the game as well. Coming up from Boom, GE and FaZe. So far, you got 1 for your side. Which speaking of P, they're definitely not safe then.
Yeah, no, not yet. Bite that chicken dinner. The second round after that wasn't that great. So need a level of consistency. 3 more rounds to go for PBE, D, and all the others that are still trying to get to safety. And it's not helping that MORPH GPX is doing okay. They got more than points now. So MORPH GPX can be one of the other benchmark for BBE and DBD.
That's kind of true. Speaking of back, now the team pretty high benchmark right now is going to be especially because it's right off in a lot of jeopardy about them right now. We can see them, but it feels not enough right now. They need to tune up their gears and just raising up the occasion. In the case of DBD, push all cylinders out when it comes to the final map of the Erangel here today, because they're in a tough spot every single time. We do have major swaps when it comes to the second half of the day. We have Grammary back in Boom lineup.
Yeah, Grammary, as usual, Boom making the swap. But this is a new hoodie. I haven't seen this before. Yeah, they're flexing their merch now for Boom. Hopefully they can flex it in the grand finals later. And the fact that the GE overtook them, well, they're easy benchmark GE. Of course, the other benchmark is if either PBE or PB and DBD goes down, then both of them will be safe. But you got 3 more rounds, so anything can happen. So any change is needed for Boom, right, to maintain their pace against the other teams.
Now, there's some teams that needed a change about FaZe Clan, even though they are standing at top 3 right now. To maintain for top 3 is not easy, definitely not easy. It's going to be a lot of work out for the side of FaZe Clan here today. And speaking of FaZe Clan, can they maintain? Since we're talking about Yoodo Alliance, GEEK Fam, I mean, like GEEK Fam is a bit of a blunder before, but also XERXIA still on the top. But next we do have XERXIA swapping in with Asa. It's been a while, I miss her. Asa with a Telco combination, and it happened to be in a high ground. Asa, one of the specialists SMB high grounds. I remember those plays last season.
Yeah, I guess maybe just maybe that one of the Ross Hexas got eliminated early, and then the coach is like, "Oh, dude, you're taking a break." Asa comes in, but they have nothing much to lose. So if they want to switch around, they want to go for different combinations, just in preparation for the grand finals, absolutely for RRQ, they can afford that. Unfortunately for PLAYBOOK Esports, they are not able to make a substitution, knowing that their 2 other players, Raimon, Homeboy, is not around. So the 4 players that they have, they need to make it work. They need to make it happen. 3 more games to go. They still cannot drop the ball. Even though they got the chicken dinner, it's still not comfortable for them. They still need to get the points. And we're going to restart the round after the break, ladies and gentlemen. This is us jumping back into the angle.
One last flight in this league for aerial maps to see a very generous path. And you do know when it comes to generous path, it doesn't be a circle, not even on, because sometimes it things in the very last minute. But when you come to this sort of circle, definitely and a side of Boom are dropping them, so quite early for Boom this time, taking Zaki, FaZe and Infinity. Infinity not taking SMB and taking the left of because of a flight path. Now, United definitely want to take over Ravnoya by themselves. That's a shot for, especially if it happen to be just SMB for Baunam United.
Yeah, and that's their regular drop spot. But this flight path, very likely they will go back there. Boom! It's the Nomad, so Vampire Esports not around. They play North Jogopool again, just like how they played previously. Other than that, the only other drop, PBE, normally if Kameshki is too far for them, they will drop left side of Quarry just by the bay, and they'll play around there. And then it depends as the circle goes. For Milta, where Kia normally goes, ICBT has to go in there, so no change for them. But there's such an Infinity though, they are not inside of mid to the base, so looking around, oh, they're on the hull area, despite the flight path, able to go there. Oh, but the circle, yeah, welcome back. Okay, so despite the circle going up north, too bad PBE don't get a flight path to go to Kameshki. So we will still need to travel, and they need to cut across. Plus the Infinity who drop at hospital area, whereas DVD should have drop at hospital area. Whereas the Infinity could have had the option of dropping into mid to the base, but because they're there, so there's another extra team that they need to be off. Obviously, for us, we know. For them, they don't. So it's a matter of them doing the scouting work in making the rotation onto where they're comfortable with.
And back to a side of our queue, we do see a circle back. Just now I saw on the northern. So sorry, I was being cut off just a bit. Because of internet, of course. And back to the side of Yasnaya Poliana, and definitely PERSIJA EVOS have a shot at winning this as well, because we saw the circle just now. And the teams that are actually dropping SMB, that's going to be Belgium United. Unfortunately, they have the furthest one to actually go up this time. But I have a feeling it's a very similar circle, just like how we had before, but a bit more towards the right side. It might be also the same story for some of the teams, have to be cutting across. But Hospital taking over side of Infinity. But I'm not sure if FaZe is around, though. We do know FaZe is very close to the side of Infinity, but they're barely having an early clash, despite they sharing the next compound to each other.
Yeah, they don't really need to. I mean, the entire Jogo pool, you can spend your time looting there. Hospital is decent loot as well. You can spend your looting there. So this stage, very likely for them to really crash in. And plus, South Jogo pool is like big. So it's like, if you crash it, it's like, oh, where do you want to go from? Where are they? You'll be blinded navigating the containers. So they will naturally just do their own thing and focus on where the circle is, which happened to be around the Komeshki. Decide on where to rotate from there. Whether is it Pasai, the north side in, or the main peninsula in. I think both ways are fine now.
Back to the side of the Xaviers. This is the team that never being spotted enough. I mean, a bit underrated in this season. We haven't spoken too much when it comes to the Xaviers, but they definitely have very high consistency compared to the others when it comes to this season of PMSL only. And the Xaviers, like I mentioned before, they haven't actually scored themselves #1 every single week, but always #3 every single week. And I want to see if they can actually do it again for this final week here.
Well, if we look at, if I were to like look over it, right? Yeah, previously they have that potential, right? The potential. Like they, of course, they need to do better than their current spot at #7. Be really at the #1, because BTR is also up there, and BTR has like what, week 1 12 points, week 2 19 points because they got a second place finish, and now they are also up there. So there is potential that BT be the one to take home maximum or the most amount of points in preparation for the grand finals. So if Xavier wants to be up there, obviously they need to get more points than their current placement.
And that's kind of very obvious, isn't it? But back to us, the teams are down there. I definitely anxious about the EVOS right now. Seeing this from MORPH. Here comes first contact, no first blood just yet in the final map of Wrangle in the league. Boom, spotted our MORPH having a bit of exchange of bullets, a bit of warning shots. The track coming up from bomb, it seems remarkable, but Berlin Brazen still spraying over the side of Boo Hoo down there. Boom, repositioning himself. Knowing the fact that even though they need every single point there is, they have to take their chances. Even though it will jeopardize the entire team dynamics and their roster if they overly being aggressive and reckless towards the other teams. They have to be careful, have to balance out the positioning as well as their eliminations coming up from Boom. Same goes for the side of PB. We saw them getting those chicken today, but we do know for a fact that it's not going to be enough if you want to play as conservative as possible or wait it out for the chicken, but not getting that much elimination. It's still not going to be enough for PB. They need to balance out Boom.
Yeah, the simple understanding for PBE, they need to be above MORPH GPX. So that is like the bare minimum bench for them at this point. So now with MORPH GPX obviously opening up them, it's like what, 24-point gap. They need more than just one chicken. And looking at PBE's playstyle, they're not a team that collects a lot of relation points. Even if they got a chicken dinner, like for example, like the Sidehawk game, they only got like 14 points. So that means if they want to maintain the same playstyle with the amount of elimination points collected in the round, despite getting chicken dinner, then they probably need 2 of those. But at the same time, hoping MORPH GPX will get more points than their current status.
I agree with the chat right now. FaZe, they cannot afford to have even second place. They need #1. With only 6 points in their total standing points right now. It's not going to be enough if they resort to second or third place. They need that #1. Dire need of it. Desperate. Belgium United having a very clear path getting into the circle now. Taking a bit of a blue zone, soak it in. A bit deep. But they're going to be fine. Still the first stage. Got quite a number of resources to work along. Since they're the only team to drop it themselves around SMB. Well, second stage is going to be a bit massive for them. If there's some gatekeepers down there. MORPH is a team that surprisingly, every first few contact they made against another team is always against another Indonesian teams. If it's not PERSIJA EVOS, it's going to be RRQ. Usually, the case is going to be always Indonesian teams. We do have very northern circle. We'll just go up north more for this circle. Yup, it's going to be 40% of water in it.
I'll add to that logic in a little bit more after we watch this fight where DBD take 2 members of Team Secret just like the previous round. So starting first two theirs, but Team Secret, same like the previous round, starting with 2 play, unfortunately. But that will keep DBD above Team Secret to get that 1 extra point at least. Of course, they need more than that. At least it's a good start for them. But to add on to your point, like teams clashing on with each other, especially like the Indonesian teams. So based on today's game, all the Indonesian teams that have qualified to the PMSL is playing. You will get like 6 out of 10 Indonesian teams playing. With that equation, then the chances of an Indonesian team meeting each other is higher.
That's kind of true when it comes to those numbers, but this time when it comes to the circle, definitely didn't make any sense for most of the team that happened to be dropped itself on top of Stalber. And it's going to be a difficult one. Alter Ego taking all the way to rotation to the side of Kamishki or PBE. They're coming up from the left side. Cutting across shooting range at the coastline. Well, Araki spotted out Pombit and the rest of Boom. Yummy May fire back. It's going to be quite a distance. But still taking some slight elevations on the side of Araki will give them a bit of an advantage at this point when it comes to their view. But they couldn't actually finish off those knockdowns. Maybe Alter Ego was still on the way. Since they just rush in at the backline. Oh, Boom. Oh, that's not great. What a boomer.
Yeah, they'll definitely lose 1 play behind, and they lost their key player, Yummy. And this is where the equation, the map talked about, the possibility of an Indonesian team running into another Indonesian team is happening right now. On screen itself, you got 3 Indonesian teams on it line with RRQ, High Ground, looking over Alter Ego, as well as Boom Esports. Not looking good for either one, but not good for DBD as they lost Jimmy OP to Audrey.
For the side of GEEK fam, it's a bit of a redemption after their devastating loss against one player of GE before. Definitely need to push the numbers high up there. Despite it's going to be DBD, it's still going to take them down anyhow. Snipes not showing any sort of mercy, but they will pull back now since they know for a fact if they overextend themselves at where they were before, they're going to have to play themselves in the same boat as DBD. But PBE against FaZe. PBE left, right, center. The bullets flying out of nowhere and hitting every single person of PBE. From the pan to the fire. Next is going to be Mormon. Mormon spotting out with the spread coming out from FaZe Clan. Definitely, you can easily caught into a trap in between them. And range right now, no way out. And the back is going to be the ocean itself. So you barely got enough space just to take cover. No covers even at this point.
Yeah, I happen to meet the Sharks clan that needs that #1 spot like what you mentioned. This should be an easy cleanup. Next, by the range. As usual, he's a fighter. He won't go down without a fight, but still, the numbers overwhelm him. Vintorres will finish him off. PvE, not a single point this time, but it's also opportunity for DBD to at least climb on top of them. Now their gap is 8 points.
It's even wider. Now it's going to be even tougher. Next one is going to be DBE. Might actually share the same boots as PBE right now. As Audrey pinning him down from the back. And MORPH on the other end. DBD, GEEK fam and MORPH at the same time. Now rushing straight into the side of DBD. Another team as well. Oh boy, DBD happened to be cross the path with another team, which is going to be MORPH, leaving them with only one. That one player of DBD, can he hold on to? Happen to be GE around the corner too. GEEK fam will try to climb up, make a big U-turn, spotted out by Boo Boo with a mini 14. Go back all the way towards where he initially starting off. But Boo Boo, who that it's more than just a warning shot. That's going to be a statement giving away. Don't you dare climb up that mountain. I'm going to shoot you down.
Yeah, and that's definitely a statement by blowing up Eagle, and that's a fireworky sort of statement from him. Another statement that I noticed is that, man, PBE eliminated. The moment PBE eliminated, right? DBD, few of their members got eliminated as well, leaving only one. That time, that moment where they could have like, okay, this is our moment to overtake PBE, like 8-point gap. And they only have one player left. So this one player, not too sure how much is he able to do, how many points is he able to bring into the team, but that might also mean that DBD will still be below PBE overall.
At least lucky for them, still have 2 more maps to go. On the side of GE, this opportunity need to be taken, since they are the only team that still can push up the numbers with a full squad. Not so much coming up from Boom, being rushed left, right, center, no way out. Here comes Razy fighting back. Yoodo Alliance to see this one coming down to 2 players. Vicky OP cooking up the nade. It's between these 2 corners. Went right in the face. He literally pushed a nade in the mouth of Razy when it exploded. Blown up to pieces. But for Yoodo Alliance, Voki leaving only to fight against Grammary. But here comes Araki as well. Grammary, he got himself fighting 1v1s against Voki. Got himself quite and an awkward angle as well. Voki, can he toss another mouth nade to a side of Boom?
Wow, okay. That was totally unexpected by the member. That definitely shocked him. And now Voki, okay, 1v1. Voki into the he went for the revive, but he shot it from the outside. And now he's kind of low. Grammary might take advantage of this. He still has the full health, AK in hand. He can spray on the Voki, but he healing up. Grammary has to do this fast. Voki still buying time for himself, and he's up 80% back.
Oh, going through the smoke! He found out Grammary! Just Voki! 1v1 and took advantage of the perfect, impeccable timing even, but on the side of Boom, unfortunate enough, that was not just surprise for them. For Razy, it was traumatizing even. Back on the other end, which is going to have Bounam United versus BTR versus another team, which is going to be PERSIJA, EVOS, and BTR right to be in the center of between these 3 teams.
Wow, that Voki moment, I mean, it will stick on my head for quite a while now. But we got to move on anyway. Now BT on the outside of the circle, 3 teams around the same area, but focusing on the BN United first, they got to clear them off before they can move in, and they will start the knockdown on the Soas.
Yuhai will not be picked up by the rest of BTR. A bit isolated at the back line. Boychu spotted out Porsche, who's actually tried to leave the compound, but the Blues starts to kick in here. It's stage number 4. Every single second matter is 1% of HP being deducted every single tick of the time. Bounham United secures another elimination. Alright, you have to leave. Nepako bleeding out. Porsche tried to actually find any sort of victim around the corner, having a bit of a drift down there. Nepako challenging Misery head on, with Luxy open up the angle towards the flank. Mercy spotted out of Satar. DBD on the other end. Yoodo Alliance being eliminated. Asan next down. Genforce bleeding out. Who's the last player of the side of BTR? No Mercy. It feels like a lose game for all the teams in trouble right now.
Yeah, thanks to PERSIJA, EVOS, buddy from afar. They have to circle down. Misery spraying into the smoke. Nepeko, 10% of health. Larry needs to finish out the job. He's in the vehicle. Misery will get it. He will do, not really the same mistake, but he will not do the same thing as Sata today with GE, and they will collect a point.
BTR left with only Boychill down there after that massive fight between 3 or 4 teams at the same time. Alter Ego Alva down to the last health, while Mika spotted out Bowenham United Max down on the ground bleeding, and there's still going to be a distance between them due to no execution of follower after that. Alter Ego creeping up to FaZe Clan behind their backs here. Moment spotted out Rosemary. Isaac is behind him. Fishwell out there. Fnatic tossed the nade to his onsons. FaZe Mela bleeding out. Alva nets out. Moment's down. And down to only Victorious. And also onsons in the meantime for FaZe. They can afford to lose this. They need all the numbers up. Every single point is a dime. For onsons is barely hanging on. Playing alongside the slippery slope. Finish off Alter Ego. Living out to Fnatic. Fnatic for his next contender.
1v1 on the Fnatic, but hang on a second. Not really 1v1. There's another person from Alter Ego on the high ground. But where is Onson's going to go right now? If he goes up, then there'll be another person. If he goes straight, then there'll be another person. I mean, Onza is kind of stuck right now, but he'll still take the fight. Gets a knockdown to Fnatic. Onza now. This is his moment. He needs to win the fight, but time is on his side and he's tanking out the blue.
It's way too deep in the blue right now, and the last player of FaZe Clan cannot afford to go down this early. They need every single point to maintain their position, and finally went down either way. As the Blue Zone finished his last health just now, that's going to be FaZe have to resort to take a bit of redemption and try to rectify their mistake in this map in Miramar next. With GE taking a bow on United, and GE still stand as a full squad.
Wow, and FaZe Clan, at least they go out with 5 elimination points, so not 2 points different than XERXIA at the top. BTR still can still get the points to sort of chase on the FaZe Clan, but BTR only has 1 player, so not going to be a big threat for now. Unless GEEK Fam, PERSIJA, EVOS, or maybe even GE can pull off something huge. But speaking about GE, I noticed one of their members inside row now. They just need to defend their ground at this point. And GE hold strongly so far this round, considering that boom, eliminated.
Isaac next in the hands of Red FaZe, but PERSIJA EVOS will not go away unscathed as Alter Ego Rosemary coming up from behind, spot out Red FaZe finish off Isaac, take advantage of it, but Rosemary got punished instead. A bit of a counter fire across those mountains. PERSIJA EVOS try to open up their spread as wide as possible, open up the space to make sure they can capitalize over that vicinity. But GE, they kind of clustered up together. That's not a good sign here. But at the same time, they don't barely have any covers. On Son of Infinity, they are in the center of the war zone. GE is just next to them. Have barely any covers in between. Only the slopes of the hill to play along of their side. The terrain is on their side, but it's not going to be long enough before finally a few teams gonna meddle themselves into this business. Snipe spotted out within the smokes, randomly spray, who will connect, but MORPH closing in on the other end. We do have these Avies start to close in as well. This is going to be a rough circle for the teams in the center. Good luck at defending.
Oh, yeah. Defense must be in the game for the teams in the middle, especially for GE now, as they are fighting for survival still. The focusing on the GEEK Fam on the side. Look at the minimap. There's like 4 teams there. They're going to start it off with a knockdown to the Infinity, but no, it actually came from GE. But Damru was still that away. Armstar taken out. Murder will make doesn't happen with Shirley. Shirley out, now down to lobby.
GE, they have those slight elevation. Definitely can see Lobby Axe down there. Damn root on the other, not safe either. He needs to reposition himself, drop off a GE out of their knockdown just now from sidelines. MORPH on the other hand, taking on Merne. What is happening up there? If though we're looking at a third of the hills here, but the one that's really having it tough is going to be on top, which they do not have that much covers if they happen to be on the peak of the mountain right now. Now coming up from the side of GEEK Fam, Damru spotted out one of the players. PERSIJA EVOS fighting against these Avies who do have some elevations on their side. Spot out that buggy, want to explode it in an instant. But it will take more than just a couple of bullets down there because the Blues start to close in. And some of the players being knocked down. And the Blues are closing in. Not so great coming up from GEEK Fam.
Wow, okay, with knocked down. Pretty much, okay, he's still on the clear though, so his teammates can pick him up. Rosemary. On the outside of the circle shifted away. But is the big thing about the circle is that GE is actually still in this. They're playing by the edge. Majority of the teams close by with them. So it's either they defend and have a hard time, or this is their chance to pick up long range elimination points.
And speaking of long range, these Avies definitely deliver with their high loop sort of Molotov and also hand grenades down there. Try to finish off PERSIJA EVOS, so being knocked down early on. Luxy got himself an Alter Ego from behind. BTR on the other end. The one actually got himself the circle is just MORPH right now. They got himself a compound. They got himself the land. They're capitalizing on the northern side. And these teams are fighting for it's going to be on the southern side. And all of the team out of 7, only one team getting himself in the circle. The rest of them is still fighting their life for it, including the Xaviers, the furthest away in the circle. The Blues start to burn their backs. PERSIJA EVOS on their right side, and we have Alter Ego and GE who's gatekeeping them from entering in. Now they have to rotate the other way around, but they do have GEEK Fam on the other end as well.
Well, it's going to be tight here as they try to get into the circle. Let's see how they're going to do it because GE will be waiting for E. Let's not forget they have a full squad, but they don't have the high ground advantage. Nine in the hands of West will toss on to PowerGen. PowerGen might be knocked down. Power critical right now. He's still okay. He can still reset himself. But finally, PUBG knocked down by Ichi's nade. But at the same time, GE dealing with PERSIJA. He was on the left. PERSIJA, he was only left with XERXIA.
Incredible open up the swings coming up from the side of GE just now. You have to give it to Master EG. He opened up so much possibility, but DX have to just deny the effort down there as they bombarded GE 2 down knocks on their hands, on their knees. As Master Smart and the other player who's going to be Merne left on the side of GE still standing. D Xaviers keeping the pressure on GE and Alter Ego at the same time, and GEEK Fam as well. And D Xaviers coming in as a third party, cleaning up all the room there is, and just sweepstakes their own eliminations of the effort of all the other teams, robbing them of their chicken. But PERSIJA EVOS is doing another third party at the back, which can be only XERXIA down there.
Oh yeah, XERXIA, the last survivor, but naded that Fnatic, taking it out, and PERSIJA EVOS will need to settle at place. But GE, they're still holding onto the ground, but now they have visitors on the left. That's Alter Ego.
Smile barely hanging on. He's gonna call the clutch. Wait, he can do it again, but never mind. DX is definitely the kryptonite for the side of GE. 2 times in a row now. After GE, at least has got himself 4 elimination points with the consistency of getting the top 5 in all the maps here today. But Lamborghini again. D Xavier is just going frantic with those nades.
Well, at least the survivor, but boom. That's also another key fight. But now for D Xavier from the high ground to the lower ground. Spots out Damru, but Damru! Nice counter fire! And 5 with the last thing of health. And he will still secure the elimination point out of Chua.
Rosemary wants to reach out to his teammate who's been knocked down early on, but it's almost impossible where he stands right now. Damru again, the last player survivor for GEEK Fam. D Xavier is down to 1. The only one with a full squad is the one that not being noticed before, which is going to be MORPH coming out from the northern side without any team to stop them. And the circle just favors them by the end of the day. They just spread out trying to find their victims, splitting into 2-2 formation on 2 different angles, 2 different sides of a circle entirely. And GEEK Fam is just too close for comfort. Alter Ego Rosemary can see Lamborghini, but everybody tried to find their corners, but Damru will be the first one to shot down by QEON.
Wow, but look at this. MORPH GPX collected 10 elimination points already. This means they will pull away further from PB and DVD now. Man, it's looking dire for the 2 teams. But let's see if they can things up with the chicken dinner. They should be able to. I mean, it's 4v1v1. Come on, MORPH GPX. Not the time to bottle.
Rosemary and Lamborghini, if they start shooting against each other, the one that's definitely going to win without any fight is going to be MORPH getting those chicken without any fight in that case. Rosemary's tell Lamborghini, he's hit free. He wants to go with another point before he went down. It's going to be MORPH. Definitely, what a clean execution. Marvelous chicken dinner. Phenomenal even with that double-digit elimination. My God, MORPH, this is insane.
Oh, with that insanity, he might bring them the ticket onto the grand finals of GPX. This chicken dinner is not going to look good for PB Team Secret. They not only will pull away from them, but they will go on top of definitely 9 since they're not playing. And not only Sam9, maybe a few others as well. Landon might be in the middle pack of the overall charts. So looking good so far for MORPH GPX with 2 more games to go. We have to award again multiple MVP for MORPH GPX.
My God, MORPH. Well, they're definitely not celebrating big just yet. They know for a fact that a bit still shaky for the positioning when it comes to the bonus standing points later on. But this is already setting a very good mental attitude for their side. Look how it just changed. The MORPH on the first half of the day and the second half. They just squeeze whatever brain juice they have left in the 3 more maps to go, which we do have 2 more to go in Miramar later on, and put all cylinders out with this kind of performance. Just incredible. The high kill volume is so scary. They wipe off, bulldoze all the teams from the northern side of the last circle just now. It was empty up there because these teams have been taking a different level of gameplay today, wiping off half of a population up there by themselves, bulldoze it clean.
Well, make that high to be exactly 11 eliminations, so that's going to be 21 points for MORPH GPX, a team that struggled week number 1, but after they make the necessary changes, they start to come back in number 2. Week 3, they are here to stay. And looking at MORPH GPX, don't use as many utilities as the other teams. That's because of came from Severny onto the final spot where the circle is at. All they needed to do is hold, defend against the other incoming teams. And they did it really well to perfection that they did not lose anyone in the process.
But we have to also don't forget about Alter Ego just now lasted long enough despite their one of their teams being eliminated, one of their players early on. Still managed to survive at a trio quite a long time down there. But Boo Boo Hoo, I mean, like you guys said, it's Bobo Ho, but it's so hard to pronounce, so I'm going to say Boo Boo Hoo, okay? But RRQ, there was a great point of view coming out from them. I'm not sure how much they secure their elimination out of this. Because of the distance between them, they couldn't actually eliminate the players because Boom just squeezing in. And also remember, the Alter Ego came in after that as well. It's just a really a big mass, extreme massacres, especially on the side of Team Indonesians, all clustered up together.
Yeah, that's what happens if you have 6 or 10 Indonesian teams in today's grouping. Naturally, that will happen. So we saw it actually in during the game that they start to each other because of, I mean, they're just next to each other, right? And then the other day, it is GPX representing Indonesia with the chicken dinner. So now we have 2 Asian chicken dinners for today. But okay, this way it matters, right? MORPH GPX, 21 points. We that already. Alter Ego, they got 11 eliminations. Pretty nice playing that sort of aggressive, hunting people sort of gameplay to get 17 points in total.
But I do worry, I have a lot of concern for PBE right now. Look at the position with another 0 down there. This is outdoors, it's stressful for side of PBE. How to actually push themselves up there, since we do have only 2 more maps to go. It will be enough. How much they need to push themselves up there to get themselves finally squeezed into the grand finals. Boom! Taxing even for them. 1 point. Only from this round. At least GE quite consistent getting himself in top 5 for the past 2 maps here. But it's about FaZe Clan having those how to maintain himself in the top 1 space and top 1 place. With 0 placement, 0.5 eliminations, we can see they're trying really hard to get themselves up there. But at least for top 7, it's not moving. But for the side of FaZe, they need that number 1. It's just 2 points away, and BTR start to closing in the gap. We're talking about up to PERSIJA EVOS can chase them down for FaZe Clan.
I'm looking at the gap right now, right? PBE and the Infinity, it's like what 12-point gap. So that is not that big. We got 2 more rounds to go, but it's not only about the Infinity. MORPH GPX got the chicken dinner, and they're pretty much the simple benchmark for PBE and DVD. MORPH GPX 124 points, almost double PBE's points. They're talking almost, right? It's not exactly almost, but yeah, the gap is good enough. And with 2 more rounds to go, I don't know. It starts to feel like PE and DVD might be out.
Still have 2 more maps. Things can still change down there. Something is not being set yet so far. When we're not officially done with the entire league, things still can be changed. But for our side of FaZe, they're not playing it today, so look out for these Xaviers, BTR and RRQ. When it comes to Mirama map later on, 2 more maps to go, then we're done. We got top 16. But coming up from a side of teams down there, with FaZe pushing up to number 1, there's gonna be a major change in the total bonus point standings later. Can FaZe maintain number 1? And not just that one factor of change coming up from FaZe. Don't forget about GE and Boom. They will try to push everybody else down there as well.
Yeah, GE, Boom, pushing people down, and also potentially taking out like closest rivals to FaZe Clan. And they've done it multiple times before this. Got eliminated early on. PERSIJA EVOS persisting, but actually, if you kind of think about it, it is looking good. FaZe Clan, Yeah, I'm looking at the numbers again. But I'm also looking at new PMSL Southeast Asian Limited Skin Series. That is the Dream Chase Suit Mass Gunskin M16 event in-game skin now.
And I do know we sound like a broken record to keep on insisting you guys to check out all these sets here, but yeah, just check it out, okay? Do us a favor down there, because we have the ultimate set, we have also the latest, I mean, we waited for this almost 2 years here. Over a year we waited for this Dragon Ball Super collaboration. I just hope it stays for some of the mode coming out from Dragon Ball, because we all love Dragon Ball. Who doesn't? I mean, if you guys don't love Dragon Ball, something is wrong with you. But also coming up for our next map, Miramar, we do know there might be some major changes for the teams down there when it comes to Miramar being their specialist in this map. But I don't know. I'm having a bit of a headache right now, especially with Boom and also PBE. If it's possible for all to have 20 teams in the grand final, great. Then there's no point of having a league anymore. But somebody will be relegated by the end of the day, and we have no clue who.
Yeah, we can't be sure yet who, because it's like a stock market at this moment. If Boom drops further, right, and somehow PBE DVD does well, maybe, I'm just a maybe, that they would be the ones to go through instead. So, man, this is really tight right now. There's just so many variables that can change the course of these teams now. So, like your prediction says, you're banking on to score that chicken dinner. If they can score with 2 more games, if they can score this chicken dinner, then we can say pretty much surely they book their tickets into the grand final.
So many factors will be affecting the bonus standing points later. The one that actually in the middle pack will not be worried too much. We're talking about even on the top, consistently getting themselves at the top 5 every single week, including like Xavier's, VTR, one of them. And don't forget about example like Vampires. Yeah, I mean, we haven't talked too much about Vampires. They're not playing, that's one of the reason. And XERXIA as well, but they definitely are very comfortable when it comes to the bonus point standings right now. The one we should have our eye out, in case you guys have no clue what we're talking about right now. We're recapping total week 1 and week 2 for bonus point standing, where the last place is going to be Team Secret. We do know Team Secret and Box pretty much a closed door for them to get into the grand finals. FaZe Clan on 18. 2 weeks in a row, they barely got enough. They just got themselves 6 points in total of total standings. So if they score a 20 this week, things will have major changes later. GE and Boom are having a tie at 13. Now DBD and MORPH do have a tie at 18. 18 points, I mean, 14 and 15 place. GEEK, FEM and PB have a tie at 19 points. Also on 13 and 12 spot. Now, even though they are in the middle pack, and more about the bottom middle pack for PBE and GE and GEEK Fam, sorry, they're not safe either. That's the thing. Nobody is safe down there.
Yeah, you summed it up real well. Nobody is safe down. That's the key word, and that is where Boom doing Boom things again, making another swap. Really play for 1 round, and now each is back again. It's like, okay, Grammarly, whatever you didn't work out, so we're gonna swap you out this time, and we're gonna get Ichan back on the lap. So Ichan maybe going to play the next 2 rounds. I mean, it is Boom at the end of the day, like the team that makes the most substitutions. So it's sometimes very hard to tell what Boom will, even if there's like 2 more rounds to go. But what we do know is that Boom cannot afford to drop any more further.
Same goes for the side DBD and PBE. Oh, I want to read all the teams down there, but I desperately wanted GE to go into the grand finals. They didn't make it last season. This is the season for their redemption. They need to redeem themselves. On the other side of Alter Ego, I mean, they are the champions last season. What else can we say about them? Definitely they are comfortable right now. Not just that, all they are planning out right now is going to be their place for grand finals. How do they want to do it? How they're tactical, and how do they want to play it out? And possibly some teams are experimenting about their place for the grand final starting today here. But RRQ is doing okay. We do know that. No other major swaps happening except for Boom. Boom, I'm worried about the multiple swaps right now. Hopefully it work out, because we're heading into our map of Miramar.
Well, if you talk about swapping or substituting, Boom, compared to last season, is not doing as many substitution because they got don't have, well, they still have that many players, but they don't do as much substitutes last season. But still, I mean, there are a lot of things to argue about this, right? Last season they did better than this season. This season, lesser substitution. You have it, but they don't perform as well. So I don't know. Maybe they really need like major overhauls almost like every round. That is just the Boom way. But speaking about the Boom, which way are they going to find? Nomads in almost every map. I see them dropping or hovering around the area of San Martin. Maybe Power Grid because Sam9 isn't playing, so they can consider to go there.
It might be another team that have the same mindset. They're dropping on top of Power Grid. We do know it's one of the most hardest spot there is in Miramar, since it is in the center of a map. Easily can rotate yourself in case the circle happen to be navigate towards the north or south here. But BN United dropping themselves quite early on Campo Militar, so I assume they're trying to run and gun people down since they try to get this loot to work as soon as possible. While the Xaviers, they have the same mindset with a MORPH down there taking around Los Higos, and Circle happen to be the toughest one as well. You might actually have Minas Deville, or worst case scenario, Minas Del Sur or Los Higos Circle. And usually the case will end it up on top of Ladrilera or Chumacera. If that's the case, then DBD should be in a very good mood because that's supposed to be their circle.
Chumacera, and if DVD get the circle, it's definitely something that they really need. Circle, good start. And then it's really up to them to secure that if they do get that advantage towards the end. Let's see how they work that out. I'm curious to see where Boom exactly is at. Last I know, they were hovering down to San Martin, and if they do go into San Martin, then GE should be there. So is this the deliberate fight between Boom and GE? We haven't got a video yet, but hopefully we get a confirmation soon from our observers.
I'm not sure about this crossbow. I'll smile. Sorry, I cough a bit because I'm laughing. Of having the crossbow to knock down one of those, that's a tall order. But well enough, see how ambitious he is right now. Team Secret, scout it out, Jam Force rotating out. I think it's a peaceful one. The second stage hits, that's where we're gonna get a lot of Mikado, because there's high chance a lot of teams coming out from there, or maybe even the moment they try to leave Lost, because we do know it's going to be more than one team taking over Lost now. But those two teams are dropping down off all the way. These and MORPH, they're going to have a splendid day here. Plus, if they start each other, and only one were coming out from the southern part.
Yeah, it's not the first time that they have that sort of drop together. I believe that MORPH GPX, who drops in the island, they would expect, okay, plus when they drop, they saw the parachute, so they're prepared for like, okay, there's another team that is going to be Xavier. So they pretty much know how to manage that, base timing and so on and so forth. Of course, they don't have the circle, so they need to move anyhow, but they are moving towards the left, which is fine as well. So they probably changed their route to use the left bridge instead of the right, considering that Xavier is there.
Relatively calm before the storm. The usual PUBG, the classical, even to see. It's still a survival game for Battle Royale, really. It's pretty much like, you know, fighting against zombies, but they don't have zombies. I do miss the zombie mode in PUBG Mobile. But as per usual, you drop down your flight, you'll find your gear, loot up, find vehicles, survive. That's it. That's the basic principle of PUBG Mobile. But the beauty of it is going to be the randomization of that circle. Are you being favored or not? That's how much of a circle can impact who will get into the grand finals. And the circle's not being kind, I assure you of that. The circle has been pure evil, laughing at the players, struggling to be in the center of its tummy. And when a lot of teams been taken out, We're left with only a couple of teams in an instant. That's just how aggravating and how brutal the circle these days. But coming up from Boom, cutting across Picardo, they take a very wise decision to actually get into this early, because there's not many teams coming up from the left side due to the flight path just now. More on the right instead of a left. So left is super vacant, extremely vacant. Anybody can try to go up to Montenegro if they need to. If they're cutting across El Pozo to find themselves some vehicles like Baunam United, will have the furthest journey of all the teams out there since they dropped themselves on top of Campo Militar.
And sure, they're used to that by now, since that's the regular drop spot inside of Miramar. So, and you can also tank out like the first, second zone, absolutely fine. Campo Militar, decent amount of loot. Hopefully with the randomizer that you mentioned, not only the circle but also the loot spawn, they're able to find enough for first aid, tank it out. But I'm sure they have already been used to that. Not to worry about PN United. They're also a team that regularly likes to play a little bit later into the circle, from the outside to in. So I would say that this is kind of like a sort of situation for them. It's even better the fact that the current meta, like a lot of like to go into the middle, so you get more space to come in later.
PBE right on top of GEEK fam right now. I think Damroot can hear those vehicles. The audio queue will have a lot of information to relay back to his rooster. He got himself some UAZ, he'll be fine. He can part ways if needed to. The uneven terrain will buy him some time to get away from PBE. But PBE, if they want to hunt people down, that's their best target for now. PERSIJA EVOS taking around Vel around this area right now at the very southern side of the map. We don't know if anybody wants to try to take Chimasera, because there's still a high chance of the Chimasera town circle. We've seen that before, if it happened to be shifting up north later on. But there's also going to be something to consider about the valleys around La Dilera, which are going to be very steep indeed. If you want to play the high grounds, you have to be extra careful. If circle just shifted away, then you have a lot of jumping down to do. And it will cost you dearly for your life. Infinity taking those high grounds at work, trying to find compounds. Not sure how about rotations of all the other teams, but so far no first blood just yet. Everybody's just walking on eggshells right now. Make sure they're not being given away their position, not being discovered by the opponents nearby. But DBD have a glimpse of another team behind them. I think that was BTR just now. Happen to be sharing next to each other. And Yen have to play this very careful. If not, it's been discovered entirely by BTR.
As long as a DVD with Chimasera as their regular draw spot, let's cut a circle, they can take their own half of the high ground, they'll be okay. Expect more teams to come there, and with DVD close by, they'll get the first pick. But about first pick, you asked about the first blood, we're going to get it right now. Not registered just yet, but looking good for Boom to be able to get it, and it has to be DVD.
Well, DBD resort to taking the lower grounds, which are going to be Chimasera towns right now, taking the compounds at work. But the problem, the downside of this is going to be tough for them to pin people above them. Below up, as the shots coming out from Isaac, taken all the way from the back line. Not being supported by any of his teammates, who happen to be right on the lower grounds right now. Taking a middle ground aside of DBD, Boom. Happen to scattered about after being greeted by the side of DBD early on. Just going to pull back all the way and reposition himself in a couple of buildings nearby. Team Secret and Yoodo Alliance. It's going to be interesting. Happen to be clashing in the same area at the very same time.
And they happen to have the same colors as well. And so I'm just like, who is who at this point? Okay, one is darker, a little bit lighter. But the color scheme is not too far away. But it does seem that Yoodo Alliance, the circle advantage, whereas for Team Secret, they're the one that needs to get in. So Yoodo Alliance, not the type of team that likes to back out of the fight, and they got to get a first knockdown onto Team Secret. That Putra not only knocked, but taken out too.
Things get even grimmer on this side. Infinity losing a lot of men down to one last player. Where D Xavier shutting them down and deleted 3 of them. Poof, gone. Now, where's the last player on Infinity? Nowhere nearby. I'm not sure who's the last player. Definitely he's having a bit of a anxiety on his hands, since he's going to stay this alone for quite a bit. Yoodo Alliance going against Team Secret, having a go against each other, and the Xaviers spotted out by BTR after finish off against Infinity just now. Yoodo Alliance tracking down to his right side. There's a nice track down by Look, but they want to finish off the ones that are being knocked out earlier, and he got a bit of a reset. Droll and also Helton pretty low. No way out in the smoke, but the silhouette will give away the position.
Look careful because he's the last man though. So if he gets knocked, there's no such thing as a knock. It's going to be Malaysia for Yoodo Alliance. Nade in hand on Look. Tosses out into the smoke. Hidden himself as well, taking collateral damage, but it's okay. Look still wins the fight. Gun skills on Look. Very, very dependable as Team Secret is out.
Yoodo Alliance cost them just a tiny bit. One player out, which is going to be Rapper Boy. Flux will be picked up by his teammate. These Xaviers spotted out BTR taking those elevations, but at the same time they don't want to challenge them for now. They're staying indoors instead, knowing the fact that whatever BTR can see, they cannot see through those walls. Alter Ego being spotted out Power United. So was being sprayed, but that minivan is the tankiest vehicle of them all. 2000 HP to pin down by one person. I feel like that's impossible for now, but the circle happens to be speaks for itself. We might actually have maybe Minas de Vel sort of a circle we have right on top, and not just that. FaZe Clan just parked themselves one of the highest elevations on top of the center of a circle.
Okay. FaZe Clan, they will need the points. Good spot for them. So this is where FaZe Clan need to play the defensive game on the rough terrain. But boom! They will lose Reezy. Yummy on top, tries to counter back, tries to track onto Max, and he will get the point. Two more from GEEK United getting away. Bonbit shot from the other side because we got the Infinity as well.
BTR, they have to move even though they got themselves some view up there. Amazing view. Very panoramic. But it's not going to be enough when it comes to the next circle. Yoodo Alliance and Alter Ego. Octa, one knock and make it two on the side of Yoodo Alliance, running them down with a brutal way to go. That's going to be another one deleted. And Yoodo Alliance leaving only Voki with a minivan. Not the fastest vehicle. It's smoked up. And no way. Voki managed to be squeezed out alive. What's this going to be? PERSIJA EVOS as the other corner. Oh, this minivan is too risky for him to take chances on.
Well, it's either the minivan or be on foot. So the minivan it is for Voki. But he'll be going across other teams. That's where it will get scary for Voki. We will observe the elimination feed as time goes. But now we're observing the fight between RRQ as well as Boom. Boom with a compound. And looks like we got our answer. Voki didn't make it.
Well, he tried. Well, he'll be fine with that minivan. In the lobby, of course. But for Boom and RRQ, no mercy open up the flanks all the way towards the high grounds up there. A bit of ball move coming out from the side of RRQ. But if they're not being careful, BTR can easily shoot them down. I have a feeling it's going to be BZB on the side of BTR right now. They spot it out. Entirety of Boom, but they couldn't open fire. Might actually spot out RRQ as well, but no mercy. He's the game changer. He's so pivotal with his role right now. Critical even. He couldn't afford to be knocked down. DBD Echo spotted out it's going to be Alter Ego players. Alva, close enough. Finally got himself a shack to take covers. Pombet, he dropped himself down. How slippery the slopes can be, actually just sacrifice himself like that.
Yeah, not sure if he dropped or he was forced to leave the vehicle and he knocked. Since like all other teams are like really close to each other, he could be caught from a shot. But looking at the elimination feed, he's not out, so maybe his teammates got him, so he should be all right now. But between Alter Ego, they're just going to exchange long-range fights, so I don't expect any team to eliminate each other, so that's going to be okay. But what's not going to be okay is going to be the circle. Where will it go? Goes down south. FaZe Clan still in there, the key team. DD just on the outside, but because Alter Ego knew they were there, I'm waiting to see what Alter Ego will do. Will they take the fight against DBD or not?
For BTR, they have to cut across DB. They happen to be the gatekeepers. Yeah, if two teams happen to be marching in the same time, but Boom and behind there somewhere with Infinity, We're talking about the circus not being kind when it comes to the last few stages here. It's already a first stage is tough to start with. Even the last stage want to punish this player till the end of it. Boomy-chan have to be sacrificed for the sake of the survival. Yummy May will take the lead. Infinity, that's going to be a piece of cake. That's going to be the last player too. Bear holding on by himself. While the Blizzards start to close. DBD will try to gatekeep this. Assam managed to squeeze in. Nara can reposition himself. Take the backline of DBD and try to backstab them all the way along. And Boom is approaching as well. And FaZe Clan on the other side. I'm not sure if Echo want to peek over this end. There's going to be a lot. Too many teams even. The moment we try to peek out, might actually be shot down in an instant for a headshot.
Well, not even peeking. He already got knocked down by from Alter Ego from the back. But at the same time, Boom, out, eliminated. Only 2 elimination points. Alter Ego just right behind them. Still got 2 elimination points, but they got a full squad. So potentially, Alter Ego can overtake Boom. And with MORPH GPS can go big again. Maybe even them push Boom further down outside of the top 10.
DBD, GMOP, and Isane, who managed to just dodge that one at the very last minute with a jump. Boy Chill got them all covered, every angles for DBD. They are sitting ducks right now. Got himself in a crate, down to only Jimmy OP, and it's gonna be off angle sprays from a BTR, but DBD, Jimmy OP managed to knock down a couple of BTR players. RQ is going to be the next contender across the other end of the mountain. Now, this is going to be a really insane sort of a play due to the how just uneven the terrain is. It's just confusing at this point where the shot's coming out from. Like how Asa didn't see the Alva coming from behind. Nobody knows how the terrain there works. It's just insane. It's crazy.
This is one of the toughest terrains in the map, so it is very challenging for the teams, and they deal with it, right? The circle is as such, and we can see like teams dropping like flies just because of how rough the terrain is. Like it's just so hard to manage. Alter Ego, everyone's like keeping their distance at the same time, because I can also understand the fact that because of how rough the terrain is, it's not as easy as just to like drive onto the face of your opponent and take them out. By the time you go through the bump, your opponent can counter back onto you, and then you'll be gone. So that's why everyone's like keeping the distance, at a good angle, if possible the high ground, and steal eliminations from the distance.
What do you mean drive? It's not even drivable for this sort of a terrain. Look at that. That curves. Those rocks just happen to be tough for you to drive a straight line even. And the circle will shrink even on the worst part of it. That's not even making anything easy for the players. This is just bizarre for the circle. PERSIJA EVOS got himself those elevations. Yes, it's great, but can they spot them out? Due to how the terrain itself just blocked their view in front of them as well. BTR, look at how frantic these guys can try to turn around 260 degrees, trying to find where did those bullets flying from. And these Xaviers marching in on the left side. We do have FaZe Clan taking the most comfortable compound. Mott taken by surprise. Satar happened to get himself a clear shot on that. Down to 3 players of BTR. 8 eliminations across the board. The highest frag by far BTR has been running and gunning people down. Alter Ego being next contender. Alva barely hanging on the foot of the mountain down there. The moment BTR starts to push in, advancing, Alter Ego either try to part ways or just have to commit to those fights.
Interestingly, no. Beat has 8 elimination points. That means they overtook a FaZe Clan, but FaZe Clan still have a full squad, so they still have that opportunity. Speaking about opportunity, GE, let's see what opportunity do they have to get into the circle, because QEON is not going to let them go. They seem to be on foot. I guess their vehicle is out, smoking perhaps, and it's going to be real hard for GE.
Definitely going to be tough for GE to get out from a flat plane. The moment they're trying to pick out, trying to find structures in between to take covers, how to hike up is another problem to deal with. There's a long hike for GE, and it's a clear sight for those actually on these elevations right now. I can see West Carey running over this side. Master Ichi popped the nades out with the smokes. They can be revved up, but Monet and Master Smile will be the one that change things, the pace up for GE. CJ EVOS taking a bow on United. Alter Ego spotted our BTR. Boy Chill on the ground. Not enough ground to play. Ring around. Rosie Funny knocked down. Alva. It was a straight line as well. And Rosemary will try to finish Alva. Boy Chill. Satabi spotted out next. Alva got himself quite an angle to work with. And so hard to be spot on by all the other teams down there.
Oh, wow, but look at this. Somehow GE managed to maintain into the circle. Wow, this is GE. My goodness. And process, one of the members of MORPH GPX knocked down GE. Wow, this is amazing. How they survived the push into the circle. This is crazy. And because MORPH GPX, they tried to block GE. GE wants revenge.
Thanks to Monet and Master Smart opening up the angles for they both open up their spread. But GEEK fam start to creeping in behind the Master Smart. You have to be extra careful. They have focus, full focus on MORPH, but they're not aware there's another team coming up from the back line. A bit too late the moment they realize it, as Master Smart will be sacrificed clearly to the side of Audrey down there. But the rest of GE, even though they manage to squeeze in here, feels almost impossible to cut across MORPH and GEEK fam at the same time. And the circle happened to be shifting at the very moment too. And they barely got in once more. PERSIJA EVOS is the kings right now on top of a mountain, reigning over that side, capitalized, and nobody can take them down.
Okay, about taking down, it is still between these three teams to cancel each other. GE, MORPH GPX, and GEEK fam. Ooh, this is going to be interesting because they're by the circle. So this fight definitely has to take place. And we can see GEEK fam getting closer to the other two teams.
Oh, this light is real for GE. Couldn't afford to slip down. It's just so slippery. Keep on sliding down for GE. My God. They are trying to go up. They need to go up since GEEK fam has been eyeing them out too close right now. They managed to squeeze into a compound, but not that long because MORPH is sharing this compound with them. It's a very limited compound to work around with. Not enough space even. PB knocked down by the side of Alter Ego. MORPH spotted out by Yoru knocked down. It's going to be GE. Starts to open fire. GEEK fam still being the third party, taking advantage of the sidelines. Boo Boo Hoo tosses smokes as much as possible, but West Curry is down. Down to only two players, Monet and Master Ichi, to do work for GE. But can they finally do it?
Okay, two more to go on each team. But the one that's actually monitoring the situation is GEEK fam. They're waiting for the fight to end and they will come in as a cleanup crew. MORPH and GE, even though they win the fight, they gotta reset real quick. GEEK can see here, damn root. Okay, off angle, high ground, M249, tons of bullets. But the one they need to be careful of, in case PERSIJA EVOS gets across the hill, then they can see GEEK fam.
They sort of split into 2-2 before, just to have the other two, Audrey and the other player, to just have an eye out to the side of PERSIJA EVOS. Damn root. Spot out Master Ichi, can see through that windows. And try to hug the corners for the side of GE. MORPH is still in there as well. Plays a finish off PBE. I think on PBE that's going to be last player. Yep, there is. MORPH Boo Boo Hoo still hugging the corners, but there's no rooftop on top of him. Audrey, here comes the housekeeping team. GEEK fam start to flush out one by one. Master Ichi down to only 80% of health. Monet is even lower at 40%. QEON and Bibi on another side of the compound. Bibi spot out these Xavers. Have the audacity to fight against these Xavers. While he's trying to hug on the corners, hoping he not be founded out by GEEK fam at the same time. Bold and brazen for Bibi, who still have to retreat back to the center of the compound where he's at right now, trying to finish off GE. But Audrey making it such a trouble for these two teams. They barely can pick out. Audrey just kept tossing those nades. He got plenty. He can do this all day.
I got two more nades. They can put a lot of pressure to these teams. And that, like Damroot has that high ground. So where is G and MORPH GPS gonna go? Very likely the circle will move away from them in the next stage. And by the time they were forced to come out, they come out, then GEEK fam will be waiting for them. They need to climb up that hill. Fam is already at. And yes, true enough, no circle at all. They got 5 more seconds to decide how they want to do this.
Master Ichi down to one Morley. He knows exactly where Boo Boo Hoo is right now. But Audrey, this might be he's tasting his own medicine if he couldn't climb back up when the blue zones start to shrink in. GEEK fam, they have to make a move as well. They're holding the ground in the inner circle with 2 players. The other 2 just focus on GE and MORPH at the same time. QEON be spotted out by D-Davis. MORPH in shambles here, leaving only 1 player, which is going to be Boo Boo Hoo with the blue zone at his back. Is nowhere near towards QEON to save him up. And GE is not willing to leave yet with DX over this side and GEEK fam on the other. Where to get out? How to cut across? How to even see outside what's happening out there?
Yeah, there's almost no way. So I don't know. They just YOLO it at this point. But Murder will be there to say thank you so much for the point. Another one in the pocket. Xavier, they still have the advantage from this angle. They can put the circle a little bit later, but by the time, then it's going to be other teams that they need to worry about. But with that, they can still pick up points out of GE.
They just stolen away. They robbed GE out of their points just now. They took Boo Boo Hoo. In the very last minute, here comes Audrey. He's trying to go for the push. Menez is down. Oh, GE finally being finished off. We're down to 4 with a full squad this time. This is going to be messy, massacre, and it's going to be fun.
Yeah, we knew there was no option for GE, so that is it for them. 4 teams now. Out of these 4 teams, I would say none of them are in the desperation zone, but it's going to be fun to see 4-4-4-4 against each other in the 5 battle. Everyone pretty much have their own corner, but GEEK fam closest to D-Xavier, Alter Ego closest to PERSIJA EVOS, but we're going to see the first gunfire from GEEK onto D-Xavier.
I'm trying to find PERSIJA EVOS in this bundle right now, this mixed. Seems like PERSIJA EVOS is the only one not being spotted out by the other teams. We do know D-Xavier and GEEK fam kind of have sort of a clue there's nearby. But PERSIJA EVOS might actually be spotted out by D-Xavier down there. Blue Zones hits. Plays a finish off D-Xavier with a knock down there with a multiple nades dropped by a Fnatic to a side of Levi. Helps with the blue zone there. Chuan next. That's going to be a clear line of sight for Damroot, who whiffed in the last minute. Chuan down to 50% of HP. Where is PERSIJA EVOS? Next is going to be Damroot knocking down on Lamborghini. DX in trouble. They're not in the zone. They are in the blue. And this is not great as leaving Chuan to put all the works for DX. It's not going to be enough. And that's the rest of DX deleted. Poof. Done. Out. Back to lobby. But GEEK fam still have a fight. While Alter Ego is leaving out to trade, PERSIJA EVOS not even care.
Yeah, I mean, PERSIJA EVOS, now that we have 3 teams, PERSIJA EVOS can be the 3rd team to be like, okay, you guys have fun with each other, we'll come in a little bit later and take you out. Plus they have the circle, and they're away from these 2 teams. Might as well stay out of it, let them fight, and come in later to wipe them all out, then get the chicken dinner.
PERSIJA EVOS split into 2-1. A GEEK fam try to have a bit of a wider spread up there. But PERSIJA EVOS do have the compound on their end. But the trade-off is going to be those grounds. It's not sort of an elevation on their side, a bit of a lower ground, so they can't see what's happening on the other end. Fnatic dropped down on Audrey. That blue zone kicks in, and Audrey is back. It's just been exposed and easily finished off by Fnatic like a piece of cake. The GEEK fam can see Rosemary. Definitely see the pop off head of Rosemary just now. PERSIJA EVOS. They can't even climb up. It's a bit too late for them to climb up. So they have to wait for the next circle. But Alta and Alter Ego will keep GEEK fam at bay. Red FaZe here comes out of nowhere. Just happened to be picking in. And this is where Alter Ego got surprised. Where the shots came from. Misery got knocked instead. And Alva will finish him off. But Alva couldn't see through. Because the rest of PERSIJA will start firing onto him as well. And Alva have to reposition. Snipes. Going to be the last player of GEEK fam. Taking into the smokes. Hoping it will last him long enough. But Alter Ego start to push this way. PERSIJA.
Wow, interesting how the tables have turned. Now Alter Ego has the man advantage by taking out Misery. GEEK fam only 1 player left, so Alter Ego is the one that's looking good. But then again, PERSIJA, 3 of them have the compound to work with, and the zone will arrive under them a little bit later. Whereas for Alter Ego, they might be the team that receives the zone first compared to PERSIJA.
Okta playing a very dangerous game here, taking his chances alongside with the blue zone. Due to how hard it is for him to visualize Snipes on the other end. The Snipes jumping off. Okta hoping it was spray and pray and got it connected, and it's going to be down to 2. 3v4 with Alter Ego having a 4. Surprisingly, PERSIJA EVOS lost Misery early on. Luxy opened up a fire. It's Redface on the other corner. Here comes Redface. Rosemary have no clue this is coming for him. But it was a different angle entirely. And he caught Okta. Luxy with the help of the other end. And it's going to be Alter Ego. Rosemary peeking off. Redface puts up Fnatic down on the ground. Redface versus Rosemary. Here comes the legend. Having a go 1v1 amongst each other.
Okay, here we go. Can Rosemary pull off a Rosemary moment? Rose carry moment. Rosemary does not have the terrain advantage. And this is PERSIJA EVOS rolling things up with a chicken dinner. This is going to be the second last chicken dinner in the league stage, handed to PERSIJA EVOS.
That was a clean duo. I do love Luxy Zuxy with Redface. How they open up the angles as a triangle and just bait all the players to get ensnared in their trap. That was amazing mind games by the side of PERSIJA EVOS. Well played indeed, and a very clean execution despite, they've been quiet for quite a bit due to their grounds in the lower grounds, and got himself a compound and quite isolated compared to all the teams in the mix just now. But on the side of Alter Ego, that was really a consistency displayed by their ends as well. As per usual, when it comes to Redface versus Rosemary in the very last minute, you have to give it to Redface for this round.
Oh, yay! Someone didn't want to give him the high five, but that's a nice comeback there, Redface. How PERSIJA EVOS come back after losing Misery in the process. With Redface 6 eliminations, 537 damage. They overcame the number of people that Ego had to get the chicken dinner. But they also had a compound at the same time, so they have an advantage, but it still takes a good finesse to execute and to win.
I don't know what that sign is supposed to mean, but he can do whatever he wants. He is the MVP. And Redface, incredible play with this lineup. And Misery always being the bait for the team, right? He's always the one that actually showing off his body, being a body shield for all the rest of the players of PERSIJA EVOS. But Luxy, Zuxy, and Redface. This is one scary combination coming up from the side of PERSIJA EVOS. Got himself 9 eliminations. Not a double digit, but more than enough. Because of how they will place themselves in the lower end of the terrain, and the lower grounds actually give them that much information regarding all the teams playing on those mountains. But PERSIJA EVOS, Alter Ego, DX, and GEEK fam. Now, we don't have any of the teams that in a warning zone right now happen to be in the top 4.
I don't. Even like the finale earlier on, it was like, nah. But we got a good showing from GE. They lasted longer than MORPH GPX, so naturally that means a few more points more than MORPH GPX. Of course, we need to look at the scores later on just to be sure. But before we get scores, we're going to check out the best moments from the previous round. And this round, yes, it's a circle, somewhat middle-ish, but go down south a little bit. But it's still one of the roughest terrain part of the map to play with. The Ladrilera high ground area is always fickle. Even if you notice that not many teams have vehicles towards the end, that's because of if you drive a vehicle here, it's so bumpy that either your vehicle can flip or your vehicle will move too slow that you'll be punished.
It's not even the center, honestly. It's down south all the way up to Los Eagles in the circle. Even out of the map just now. That's just how crazy. That was the first stage, by the way. And that was a very uncharted terrain for the players that ended up just now. But we do have 2 teams with a double digit up there. It's going to be Alter Ego and DZavis pushing their numbers up. This is where they start to get and creeping into the top 3 in the very last minute for the side of DZavis. But DBD, PBE, Boom, and MORPH is still, I'll say, a pretty close one. But Boom, DBD, especially DBD and PBE, this is shaking them to the core, man. We're down to the last map here. Can they still push it up?
I don't know. 1 game to go with this round. 1 point for PB and DBD. And you know what? That variable, that mix, is also the fact that only scored 2 points. Possibly go going down further. Man, I don't. Man, at this point, I really don't know. I kind of lost count already. But let's see how far further did they go. Okay, no big change. Number 11, page number. We got RQ dropping a little bit, but they're fine. They're okay. But a lot of the desperate teams maintain their current spot. Only GE going down a little bit, but they should be okay with Boom below them.
And there's not just the second page here. We're talking about also FaZe. Don't forget about FaZe. They've been pushed down to 4th place. This is definitely the place that they never want to be. I mean, why are you being so demanding, wanting FaZe getting number 1? That's the only choice they have right now to get into the grand finals. They cannot afford to drop in 2nd place. They cannot afford to drop down to 4th place even. But when it comes to the we have to give it to Rosemary and PERSIJA. I was hoping it was going to be Rosemary versus FaZe, but PERSIJA is doing great as well. He managed to steals away and rob GE in the very last minute just now with that steals. But when it comes to damage output, you have to give it to Rosemary. He's more of a sprayer guy compared to PERSIJA, more of a throws, but Rosemary still throws more grenades than side of PERSIJA.
Yeah, probably throws use also in Lolly as well as smokes. So because it's deemed as close, right? So it could be everything else. But anyway, it's still Rosemary there with damage output. PERSIJA, star player for DJ, new transfer from SLD, doing really well. And I would foresee that he would still do well in the grand finals later. But we do have 3 Indonesian flags back to back. And you know what? It looks like we are not shown the score. I realized that.
PERSIJA EVOS got a double chicken. I mean, like, it's not enough for them to get the grand final slot. They definitely want the extra bonus point later when it comes to the grand final. So teams do have some drive and some objectives their own when it comes to the final day here. But when it comes to the final of the map here today, we have no clue who will actually be relegated later on. But we do know for sure how the skins actually fare in the game, because you guys saw just now the players are using the skin of PMSL exclusive South Asia skin.
Yeah, and this is of course for a limited amount of time while the Royal Pass lasts. A new Peach and Pool Party team will not be new after it's over. So get it right now. The name that attracted me the most is a Sweet Keys Buggy. So make sure you have that because of the name.
Now, so I love this the most out of all the new things coming up for PUBG Mobile this season, which is going to be the MORPH Axsuit with glide effect. And this is the first time with exclusive glide effect alongside with the Axsuit this time. So if you guys happen to have this montage of the Axsuit, do give me a bit of a tag for my Instagram, which is going to be Chichu Gaming. I do want to see how the glide effect actually happens in the game because I cannot afford to buy one.
Well, and also do the 10 UC draw. Just saying, you know, 10. But of course, that's something else. And yeah, totally different effect. But do get all of that as well, ladies and gentlemen. And do stay because this is going to be the final round. After this, everything is going to be long. Will FaZe Clan able to do it because they're only 5 points difference from the number 1 spot at this moment. But for our predictions, of course, we are also looking at some of the bottom teams. GE maybe at least doing better on page 1, but for the rest of them, page 2.
I don't know. It's down to FaZe. Can they actually squeeze it? I mean, like, FaZe definitely will affect and impact the entirety of the scores board when it comes to bonus standing points, but they need number 1. They have no other options. If they want to get into grand final, the only option for them is number 1 spot. That's why they've been tinkering about what to do next one, thinking about how to change when it comes to the final game. They have to go all out cylinders, including hunting people down. But Pombit and Grammary is back here with us.
Wow, okay. Another substitution. I mean, this is the boom signal, right? You make substitutions. The team that still, even if it's lesser than last season, but this season, they're probably still the team that makes substitutions. It is that common for them. Even BTR doesn't make that many substitutes. So, yeah, boom, at least whatever happens, they have that record to hold. I do know there's a substitution for Yoodo Alliance. I see Olio playing. Voki is not going to play the next round. So they are making a change as well this time.
Well, they can afford the luxury to have a bit of swap here. Infinity, Logan, and Armstar having a bit of a swap. Logan will be switching with Armstar, who will be resting for the rest of the league, since this is going to be the final game here. Look at how serious across all the players' faces. Nobody is smiling. Nobody is goofing around anymore, because this is where everything matters to the last wire. Even the Xaviers are trying to push the numbers up to get that top 3 again, to have that kind of record for their side. Consistent number 3 all day long, all week long. And on the other hand, I'm not sure about DBD. Boom on the major changes. Like, yeah, just hope it will not hurt that too much, because of how the dynamic keep on changing all this time. But Zion, Murnay, to have Murnay stands out the final game here. They really took their chances for GE.
They're making a push here. It is the final game. But to answer your question on DVD side, they haven't made a single substitution throughout the entire season. So, and they have the option. They have Mons Goku, they have Ziggs, but they choose not to use them for whatever reason. And I don't expect that to change even in this final round. But this is from change here. So Volky is out and Oleo is in for the final round. So that'll be the original members of, I wouldn't say the original, but the longer time members of Yoodo Alliance that played together for the longest time, that be playing for this in this final round. And as what Lupi said, we want to get as many starting points as possible for the grand finals.
But the one that actually craving for those chickens more than the teams out there, I have to say, surprising, is going to be PERSIJA EVOS. PERSIJA EVOS double chicken in a day. They might want to close with a bang here. Possibly try to eye out for a triple chicken. Yuhai is playing with Gem Force this time, so we can assume that Keenan will not be playing at all here with La Part today. So we're gonna have to wait and see what they have their plans in mind. But plans in motion. Who will get the last chicken? Let's see who will get relegated in the last Miramar.
This is the last game of the league stage. Yo, Miramar. After this, it's gonna lock in. We are going to be sure who will league champion, as well as the league dealers, unfortunately. But yes, it happened. Flight path going to be left this time. And we're going to start it off from the south to the north. La Cabrera is the end of the flight path. I can see a change here. Alter Ego dropping down south instead. So they are changing their drop spot this time, considering how the flight path affect their decision.
Far Octa a bit isolated from the rest there. Worried since he's going to be PB with hunting people down. Now this is where we the best of the players, because some of them have nothing else to do anymore, like Team Secret down there. So when it comes to the flight path on the left side, if a circle happens on the right side, especially we don't see a lot of Al-Azhar circle, if that happens to be the case here, but that's going to be something comical for our end. But GEEK fam taking alongside the coastline a lot of southern team. Surprising. So DBD to be aware of being surrounded, but we do have Syndicated Patron and St. Martin Circle. Now this gonna be an ending that to watch.
This is the circle that GE wants. Normally to St. Martin, they will get a few stages at least. So it's gonna be good for GE. For Boom, they changed their draw spot, sending 2 players north on to the ruins area, and 2 just outside of El Pozo. I believe it's to grab a vehicle. Hopefully they'll be okay, because these areas there. But looking at the map drop, they should be fine. Boom going this by the side this time as a start, but that also means that with when the show itself, that's a signal for them that, well, it's travel time for Boom.
GEEK fam going up to put, and PBE just gonna sit this one quietly on top of all the mall. Nobody's passing by here, so that's a good sign for PBE. But the question is, how much do they need to push up there? How much can they get? The most we got in eliminations, not breaking up the record yet, is going to be coming up from Vampires. That's 20 eliminations per map. 11 by an individual, which was Straps. And we got that record holding up by, if I'm not mistaken, was it Octa with 11 eliminations?
I believe so, yes. Yeah, I believe
That's
so.
the
It's
most so far.
Mhm.
Now, can PBE break that record? They need to break that record to make it happen.
Well, they need to break multiple records, right? I don't know, because if I put like PBE's benchmark of GPX, that is at least now with this gap 48 points between them. How are you going to gain 48 points in a single round? Unless it was the old point system, maybe. But at this point, no. So if I use that kind of logic, then before even the official calls it, yeah, you guys know what I'm thinking.
We never have 30 eliminations in a map before. If that happens, everybody else is a bot. It's not even a human that's playing. Now that's going to be funny. But this is also the time that we get to see if there's any record being broken in the very last minute. Team Secret will be one of the main factors that can disrupt the peacefulness out there, since they don't have anything else to lose by now. I do want to see them going rampant for a bit and just going blind. Shoot it blind and just wreak havoc for all the other teams to try to save themselves. And Boom, lucky enough for them, and GE, they're not fighting against each other once more. So that's a good sign. But on the side of GE, the moment you hear those vehicles coming around that corner, especially its BTR, you have to be extra careful. Wise decision by Slim Zai to leave this compound ASAP the moment he saw another team around here. Maybe trying to find a meetup point with the rest of the teams, since they are quite spreading out, scattered about the map. I do want to know where is Octa, because the last time we saw Octa, it's a bit separated from Alter Ego.
Coming back to your point on Team Secret, haven't you seen them doing that the entire season? #Savage. But it's yeah. I tried to pull a
You
Savage
mean they
there.
got Savage,
Yeah.
or?
Huh? It was
They
the part
got-
where you said that you want to see them go blind. Well, haven't you seen that all season? #Savage. But yeah, okay, I'll move on from that. Unless you got it.
I got it, but it wasn't what I was having in my mind, but okay. Okay, I'm back on PBE. H2R. We don't have Momboy play the entire day. This is supposedly the most important day for PBE. Hate to break it, PBE and DBD. It's going to be difficult. Boom and G, I don't know how much they managed to push themselves up there in the bonus point standing. If that's the case, they managed to push down PBE and DBD. Another season for DBD not managed to get into South Asia Grand Finals.
And it comes back to the narrative of like DBD Kryptonite is Southeast Asia for some reason, which is actually looking like the case at this point. I don't know, because my rough benchmark is like MORPH GPX. So if we talk about like PBE having like 40 points difference with MORPH GPX, DBD obviously has more than that. So yeah, looking a bit dire for DBD. They're like what, 56 points different than MORPH GPX, and we're still at the start of this round with all these teams that are still alive.
There's so many ties up there, and the gap is a very small margin between the teams. If you look across the board, we're not having all 20 teams in this board, by the way, but look at this board. It's just 1 point different between GEEK Fam and FaZe. BTR and also PERSIJA is just 2 points. 3 points for Yoodo Alliance. 3 points for GE, who happen to be tied with the Axe. Boom and Ark having a tie as well. Now, by the end of the day, one single point will make such a big impact for that 1 point difference of the bonus standing points later. And that 1 point, if it's 1 point, it's great. Imagine if it's a tie. The tiebreaker for the chickens. That will make the difference by the end of the day. That's going to be very disappointing for the teams. But RIQ, pushing into a side of GE, they cannot afford to lose this for GE. Not at all. Not even one single person, but RRQ is pushing it.
Well, GE, let's see if they can win. Then we'll come up with some assumptions here. RRQ, nothing to lose. So crash into the compound with no mercy. Now down to 10% health. Goes up to the second floor. Time for himself to reset. He should be able to do so because he has other teammates to do it for him. And now because of the crash in, we can see GE retreating to the behind. So now they're separating themselves.
A circle will pop anytime soon. It's going to be Senator Patron. GE got the center, and RRQ wants to take it away from their hands. Not just that, BTI is nearby. Bownham United start to close their distance. DX always good at third party, like how they did before. They will do it again. Well, GE, they need not to take this fight. If they need to, they can just exit out, but they committed to it because they have no clue who will be breathing behind their necks. If they try to run away, they might bump into and clash into another team.
Well, GE, they have like a point gap between them and Boom, so they can take some form of risk, considering that Boom is still alive though, so that's another consideration to take. But anyway, these two teams, you can see GE opening up an off angle. They send one player on the outside, probably just to hold it. But anyway, to share like 1 pound, 2 teams, it's not going to be fun. At some point, these two teams run each other.
I have a bad feeling for GE right now if BTR start to close in on the other end, because they're moving this way as well. GE, there's no other option to take this fight. It's a bit too late for them to leave. Yeah. But RRQ got shot from afar. That's going to be in a pack of being burned off alive. Down to only 1% of HP left, not being knocked down just yet. West Curry opened up the angles for the side of GE to clear all those windows from being intruded by the hands of RRQ. But Bownham United seems to be very interested by moving over this side. PBE and PERSIJA EVOS have a bit of exchange of glance. So that's only information of trading coming up between these two teams. A FaZe on the other end. PBE, they got himself on top of St. Martin, taking this compound. But I'm not sure if they want to stay or will they want to leave. Since if they're leaving, PERSIJA EVOS waiting at the other end. GE and RRQ still having a go. Bownham United being a third party. Oh man, this is going to be tough for GE.
Well, at least for BN United, it's like, okay, long range like this may not impact that much yet unless they get a knock. But looking at current angle, it's unlikely. But instead, Nepeko exposes himself to Max. So Max tap onto him, but again, it's still going to be the same case. Even in United, we think that, okay, maybe they're going to crash out. But look at like the space between that compound and them, and then there's like two teams. BN United would not want to take.
Yoodo Alliance taking the play zone, deep into it, make a big U-turn. Just go back into the circle on top of Junkyard. They're coming up to the right side of Jacinto de Pantron for their entry. And the GEEK fam on the other hand will go over that side. Santa's still crowded for GE and RRQ. They're still having a go. It's going to be a totally Jacinto de Pantron circle with FaZe Clan in the center as well as Team Secret. Most of the team, all 16 teams still intact. No first blood yet, note that. And it's a bit too crowded with a very small circle down there.
Yeah, it's definitely an outlier this time. I haven't seen the first blood at this moment. Stage 2, it is now. Okay. And we still have GE and RRQ. Probably decent compounds still. That's why we don't see any elimination yet. But I mentioned we don't see, well, we might see the first one here. Let's see if Mix can actually finish off the member of Alter Ego.
But DBD is shooting from the other end too. Now 2 teams going against Alter Ego at the same time. PBE and DBD knocked down 3 of the players of Alter Ego down on their knees, leaving only one Fnatic to just revive the rest of them. Alva can actually be picked up as well. Rosemary will be helped by Alva, but lucky enough they got himself a couple of smokes to work around. But the problem is how to get out from here, since DBD and PBE is coming out on that side. And noted that the fact, coming out from the south, it's not that many teams. A PBE just going over and PERSIJA EVOS just passing by as well. Now Alter Ego still not getting an entry in. DBD spotted up PERSIJA EVOS. Eyes in being sprayed. It was clear one. Zuxi knows for him to miss that one out, but having some problems to finish things off to translate into 1 point of eliminations. Now, Redface, Zuxi, and Luxi, this is the scariest trio you can fight against. Look at how Redface just opens up the angle, doesn't have any sort of fear in him, just fiercely going through to finish off the knockdowns early on, despite that DBD eyeing out to this side. And Redface managed to secure those eliminations by the end of the day.
Yeah, finally we see the first blood, and they haven't come for DBD. 4 players to go. Oh man, it's looking dire for DBD. If DBD still goes out at this placement, that is it. DBD's campaign is over. I mean, it is already DBD in a dire position. Now it's going to get worse as Echo will be knocked down.
Trading done between Fnatic. Rosemary got it back. And Infinity happened to be the third party. What is going on? Rosemary spotted Infinity. Got a big swing down there. Spotted out Redface. Another go against Redface. Oh, Rosemary. But it's back to as Rosemary tries to survive. The audacity to fight against Redface around the other corner was being pinned down left, right, and center. This end, Alter Ego, that was bold. But Rosemary opted out to laugh behind. And Jimmy OP spot him out. And trying to finish and giving a bit of a pressure, but they have to be clear about Infinity's position as well. The circle shrinks even further, where favors those on down south or back up north. It's going to be north all the way. FaZe Clan taking the center, with MORPH taking up on the northern side.
And let's not forget that GE is also in the circle. So with the circle, them and RRQ, it's still going to be a standoff between the two. For DBD, unfortunately, they don't have the circle. Now they need to move. Jimmy sprays onto Octa. Not able to get a knock. Octa had a mini ban anyway. But now Jimmy is alone. His other teammate, Yen, not too sure where he is. But if BD goes out, that's it.
Kick fam! Where did those shots came from? How did Redface manage to knock down an Audrey? They are in the compound, they are in the building, but they're not safe either. GEEK fam closed down to a very small space for them, but here comes a push from the side of PERSIJA EVOS, and this is going to be a super scary one. The fierce Redface, the monster, is here to take them away. Audrey bleeding out, Zuxi with the DBS, all equipped with the DBS. That's going to be GEEK fam poofed out into the smoke when PERSIJA EVOS arrives.
Yeah, GEEK fam up, but no worries for the fans of GEEK fam. They will definitely be in the granals. They have done enough for week number 3. But the team that hasn't done enough is obviously our usual suspects, including FaZe Clan. So FaZe now in the middle of the circle. We might see them in action a little bit later on. Talking focusing on the Alter Ego, making their move. But the action back into this comp. GE now in action.
It's going to be resuming their fights once more for RRQ versus GE. GE coming up from both angles. 2-2 formation. Well, No Mercy caught off guard. And he tried to swing. He managed to get a bit of a trade. Smalls down to the ground. More with the DBS. No Mercy finish off Master EG. Will down to Oli. Zion West carry. But they couldn't hold their horses. My God, GE. This is coming at a great cause. But Belgium United coming in at the same time. This is going to be the housekeeping team. RRQ, can they still hold on against another fight here?
Gotta ask that question to Mort now, since he is a member of RRQ. No first aid, and that is it. One take them all out. PN United came in at the right timing to be the cleanup. Beautifully done, beautifully executed. But now we have Alter Ego, only players, but looks like they're still going to go for it.
Why not? They still have a 4 here, and Alter Ego only left with 2 players. They got himself quite a lot of death boxes laying around down there. Can upgrade their own gears and loot. For side of Alter Ego, this is going to be bold coming up from Alva and Octa to finish off the entirety of Birmingham United. But next, we have D Zavers crushing into Team Secrets' door, and Zra responded swiftly after that. Pargins next take on the staircase fight and finish off Putra in an instant. Another one bites the dust. It's going to be Team Secret with Yoodo Alliance coming on different angle, leaving only Zra by himself.
Okay, goes in room. Zra gets it. Okay. He has Helton still. Helton on the other side. They got to send the last member of DTX. PERSIJA knocked down. And they defended their ground. Now all they need to do is to reset quickly before other teams come by because they are still in the show. Teams might be interested, but hang on a second. That one last member of DTX is still around.
Comes the nade cook up by the side of Helton. Hoping it will connect, but it definitely not. Levi versus Elton 1v1 there. Try to clear up all the corners. Levi spot him out with the DBS, and that's done and dusted. But for the side of Levi, it's going to be next one. Yoodo Alliance, the entire cavalry is there. Oh my god, feels like a graveyard right on top of this compound of us and the Patron right now. 4 teams back to back fighting each other out. The one remaining is going to be Xavier's at 1 player, but Yoodo Alliance trying to challenge him next. MORPH taking on Boom, MORPH QEON taking on Razy as well, taking out one by one of the members of Boom from afar. Bold and brazen, the sprays will not stop coming on the side of QEON. Yamime walks straight into the crossfire where we saw Yoodo Alliance before. Oh, I don't know what's happening to the other end, but good luck surviving for the Xaviers.
Well, good luck surviving for R as well as he tries to get to safety. For Alva, he managed to get into the shack. That's going to be cool for him. He also got a little bit of help from the other side. So now he's A-OK, but not okay for DBD. 5 eliminated. So they will be at number 19. Team Secret number 3. I can pretty much say DBD is out.
We're gonna have to wait and see for the official announcement later. Because FaZe is still there and alive. They can still get that number 1 spot. That's going to change a lot of the teams down there. But Alva couldn't hold on this shack much longer because Bounham United just approached finish off. And it's been out of the equation as Bounham United trying for their win. We're down to only 9 teams in stage number 5 here. And I would say 5 teams drop like flies in an instant. Boom eliminated as well with 0 points now. This is going to be really confusing. Who gets relegated, who gets into the grand finals.
Oh yeah, because PX can still potentially overtake Boom and push them a little bit further down. So, a little bit of desperation here, but okay, let's see. The biggest desperation of all the teams right now is definitely FaZe Clan. So I'm keeping my eye on them on how they will perform this round. The last we saw them, they are somewhat in the middle of the sun. They should still be there, not in action yet. But the moment they get into action, it'll probably be by stage 6 onwards.
Well, we are walking into stage 6 in less than 30 seconds there. Yoodo Alliance got the warehouse, but it's not fully covered. There's so much of big of an opening down there. FaZe Clan, on the other hand, they got quite a solid compound, but too big to be defended by only 4 players. PBE, Mix, Cool, and Range. I'm not sure if H2R. I think H2R being finished off early. Bounham United on top of a flat plane, but they do have those elevation. You can see through what's happening on. It's going to be on northern side as well. MORPHs divided into 2 formation here. Now that's interesting. How confident are they when it comes to finish off the last few circles here in the last map in the league itself? FaZe got themselves the compound. MORPH knocked down, but they're too separated. There's no way for the others to give the support fire from that distance.
Well, FaZe Clan at the circle, but DJ EVOS, the rivals on top, with 8 eliminations now, have to travel. And United onto MORPH GPS. QEON on his knees. Rocky behind the rock. Rocking away. He got a vehicle. And he's safe for now. But he has about 50% of health left. Hopefully he'll be able to survive this as BA United knows where he is. Unfortunately, Rocky bumped into Yoodo Alliance.
Oh, Yoodo Alliance being a party pooper since the start of this map. Coming in as a third party and housekeeping team all day long. Flag spotted out Levi possibly. But Levi's still surviving by himself for such a long time. Bounham United now, we're talking about the sprint when it comes to the last map. Definitely on foot, running over that side. Spot out PB8 and FaZe Onzens. Now it's going to be a clear shot if Porsche actually just stays over there for a little bit longer. But They want to get into the circle now. Infinity, they want to get an entry on the southern side. It's quite a clear entrance, so they can get in safely. But Bounham United, where would they land themselves? BT on the other end. The rest of the other teams in the center. FaZe already greeted them off. And finally, Levi being spotted out and finished off. We're down to 8 teams. But Bounham United will be gatekept by FaZe Clan. They drop themselves right in the center as well.
Okay, FaZe Clan now has the opportunity to collect points. Let's see Melon. How will it land on the members of BN United? Gen Force knocked out Porsche from afar. So doing FaZe Clan a little bit of a favor. Let's see where will these nades land. Even more throwing nades, raining it down on the BN United.
Miller taking the rooftop. Needed one, a Kobe on top of it. It's going to be 2 of a Mormon dropping 1 bag on break. Bounham United, limb by limb, taking out by the teams of FaZe Clan and possibly the third party come out from the sidelines as well. MORPH taking on Yoodo Alliance. Here comes another one dropped down by Mela. Will burn it off and barbecued the entirety of Bounham United while they're trying to revive. But lucky for Bounham, they hugged themselves into a corner. There's no way for FaZe Clan to finish them off unless they try to go for the rush. But at the same time, BTR happen to steps into the fray, and PB will be greeted by the nades of BTR.
Here we go, the Infinity shooting onto BTR from behind. So BTR caught in the sandwich situation. PB on the higher ground. The nade from Mix will land onto Satar, but it's going to be Infinity knocking down U-High. PB as well, not safe as planned. Able to shoot and knock down Mix.
BTR playing indoor, CQC between them and PBE right now. Swap over to UMP, but the nade's been cooked out by the hands of PBE. He waited out the right time to pick out range. Now going to a staircase, but the spray is coming out with the AKM. You can see the shots, the flares coming out from the guns, but Boychin secures it 1 out. He's still holding on. BTR still having a 2, while PBE down to 1.
Well, PBE all alone to defend the last 2 members of BTR. But speaking about defend, they need to do it because they have the circle. FaZe Clan as well has this circle. BN United, they don't. So they need to move forward where FaZe Clan is at. And FaZe Clan, they know that BN United is there.
Well, speaking of a circle, definitely it's going to be MORPH here to win this one out. Can they close the deal down there? Back towards the side of BTR. Boychill still holding on this compound with the same spot as core of PBE. Gen Force playing in the outskirts, giving all the information needed and feeding off Boychill right now. Bounham after 1 knock to the other, and finally slowly being finished off by Mela, who consistently committed to fight against Bounham United. Mormon knocked down. Ventora's gonna swap over to the post of Mela to give a fire support to his Bounham to make sure they will not have an entry. Infinity just go in and ramp to a side of BTR. But PERSIJA was the one winning at the sideline. They only got 9 eliminations. PERSIJA EVOS wants more.
Yeah, they're looking for more because they want their #1 spot for themselves. Better placement in the grand finals later on. But BTR out, so one contestant for the #1 spot have been eliminated. PERSIJA was breaks 10-point mark now, and they still have a full squad. They just need to rip that they're okay.
This is insane. The twins alongside with FaZe and Misery to be the bait for the team every single time. I mean, sorry, but Misery definitely being the body shield for the team and the front line. But Shirty Esports it out. PBE a bit late now. Cool managed to secure 1 more eliminations. Even though despite his the solo player for PBE, Infinity got surprised and shook by it. And took all the way, pulled back out of the compound. Got scared. Scared to death just now. That spray is coming out from Cool. And Cool still stands around the staircase with his DBS. Nobody can take my house away from me.
With that smoke, that will buy him some time. And time is all he needs now. To win. Hopefully his opponents make a mistake. But we can see that one of the members of the Infinity actually knocked out. Okay, circle time, ladies and gentlemen. FaZe Clan still has the circle. This BN United, no circle at all. Ventoras is still looking at BN United. On the other side, we got PERSIJA was without the circle, but they will gladly fight their way through because it's opportunity to collect eliminations.
A bit over peaking from a sort of Lux to get those pizza shots going, but Cool couldn't hold on much longer. The entirety of Infinity going in as a trio was a wise move. If not one by one, we knocked down by Cool's DBS fighting for his home down there. But Infinity managed to triumph for now, but more fighting against a lot of teams, including PERSIJA EVOS. There's no stopping for this team. They are bulldozing every single team down there. Same goes for the side of FaZe Clan. They realize they're down to the top 5. They need those numbers up to get that number 1 spot to squeeze into the grand finals. They have to force the fight and push up their numbers with elimination. Spot out Lobby X. That's given. That's blessing given for sort of FaZe Clan. Moment secures their one out. But the next contender is going to be PERSIJA EVOS, which is going to be on their rabbit mode for PERSIJA EVOS, hunting people down.
Wow, PERSIJA EVOS, they still have a full squad though. Okay, this is the type of FaZe Clan trying to defend, trying to take out PERSIJA. Let's go! Momon sees red FaZe just right below him. And then 2 more players on the left side. He got Mela together with him. Momon, no nades because they expanded all their nades against PA. And now they have nothing against PERSIJA EVOS. Instead, PERSIJA EVOS still utilities to use.
The one that in the dire need for the points is going to be FaZe Clan and MORPH. The one wanted more. They want to push the limit. It's going to be PERSIJA EVOS. They want to get a great start for the grand finals. Everybody have their own purpose of fighting the last map here. But boo boo boo. Spot out by Ventores. FaZe Clan is trying to hunt people down from breaching into their compound. PERSIJA EVOS next. They start to closing the gap. The distance is too small for Ventores to see that they are running over this side. Misery once more being knocked down by the side of PERSIJA EVOS. Rocky will try to steal it away, rob them of their points. And that's going to be FaZe Clan definitely devastated with their points stolen by the hands of MORPH from the sidelines. Yori and Roki got nothing to cover themselves the moment they tried to push to a side of FaZe, who got himself the circle. But here comes the final stage. No more circle there is as RedFaZe tried to flush out the rest of FaZe Clan out of their compound. But Yuri got caught instead at the back.
At the moment he pulled the trigger, he revealed himself. And Ventores as well as Onzens double down onto him, and that's going to be a point in the pocket of FaZe Clan. But now they have PERSIJA EVOS still to deal with just in front of them. MORPH GPX, 1 more player left on the outside. That's going to be Rocky. Torres is keeping an eye on PERSIJA EVOS. They managed to infiltrate the compound, but Luxy, nowhere to go. Onzens will knock him down.
Oh, the Jordan jump!
Yo!
Onzens made it through! Can FaZe Clan secure this one? Can they make a comeback? Can they still squeeze into the grand finals? And they scored the chicken! Will this score the chicken? Rocky down to the final 1. Now they still have a 4. They're going to revive Onzens to make it even better. It's going to be a flawless run for FaZe with 10 eliminations for now. But Rocky could go up the nade. There's a wall in between. The Ventores has to climb over the side. But Rocky needs to leave that as, this area because Moment is here with a DBS. FaZe Clan scores 20 points. But will it be enough? Can they be number 1? Because PERSIJA EVOS scored a huge volume of kills. Can they squeeze in and make a last-minute entry towards the grand finals of PMSL?
Yeah, I'm hitting, just trying to calculate it that I'm giving up right now. Just leave it for the show. But you're right, because if PERSIJA EVOS did not come like this round, then it might be a little bit clearer for us. But because PERSIJA EVOS did well as well, did FaZe Clan do enough? That is going to be the question. And if FaZe Clan does enough, that means there will be 2 vacant spots at the bottom for 2 other teams to be eliminated. This is going to be insane. The grand finale, as we talked about the entire week, this is what we expected. We expect this insane, and we're served with it.
A flawless run coming out from the side of FaZe Clan, taking the compound. And on top of us under the Patron just now, knowing the fact they being favored by the circle. But will it be enough? Will it be just enough for them to squeeze into the top 16? The greatest comeback of them all. From the 18th spot with 6 points of bonus standing points. Will it be enough with his 10 eliminations? 11 plus a chicken. If we compare with PERSIJA EVOS, he got himself almost around 15 eliminations down there.
Man, this is going to be huge, right? We got to do our due diligence first before we're shown the finale score of the league. It's going to be insane here. I mean, oh man. PERSIJA was scored a 10. That's the last we saw. And I don't think that number moved. So 10, oof. FaZe Clan, they probably got more, but is it enough? That's going to be the bigger question. Anyway, so now FaZe Clan with the teams to watch are on top of PERSIJA EVOS. So for sure they have more points than the PERSIJA EVOS. The question is there going to be enough points for them to get across? The Infinity, not going to be new. We are going to see them in the grand finals anyway. MORPH GPX, today has been a DA for them. I do expect to see MORPH GPX making the cut.
I'm waiting for the map, for the previous map rankings right now, just to see and calculate, tabulating the scores. How much do they actually need for FaZe Clan? Will it be enough for them? Will it not be in the very last minute too? Now here comes the play-by-play, but what happened to FaZe Clan earlier on? They'll be fighting. I mean, like, they got themselves a compound, but they're a bit too late to join in the eliminations of a very messy crossfire fight between all these teams. But RRQ, I mean, PBE definitely, I feel like it's a bit shaky for them since they eliminated with 0 alongside with Boom. Both teams goes down back to back each other. But FaZe, the moment they start to hunt people down, there's not many players left. They couldn't get the numbers way up more than they did just now. But this is definitely a very high valuable compound they hold on to, and well worth it. But question is always, PERSIJA EVOS in the way down there. Will it be enough?
Yeah, well, you said it right. High valuable compound, so that's why they weren't willing to let it go. They really need to. They had that rooftop to play with, and through that rooftop, they got a couple of limitations as well. So it was pretty nice for them on how they hold on to the compound. Anyway, points-wise, MORPH GPX, 10 points this time. FaZe Clan, obviously 21 points, amazing. PERSIJA EVOS, 17 points. Okay, this is hard to tell, right? I mean, yeah, a lot of variable. But on the other end, okay, DBD, no point. GE, 0 point.
Here comes.
Okay, not yet.
FaZe himself. Will it be enough for the second place?
Wait, okay. If they get the same amount of points, the tiebreaker will favor FaZe. Now, this will be the bigger question. Is second place enough for FaZe Clan? Is it just enough? Oh man, I'm having a headache.
Oh no, this is just devastating to watch for DBD and PBE. I have a very bad feeling for them right now. But MORPH and Boom happen to be just next to each other in here as well. While GE is not getting the top 5. What is... Here comes our league rankings. Boom! Didn't manage to squeeze in. It was 1 point difference. My God, FaZe push all the way. PBE and FaZe squeezing in the last minute. FaZe, they make the impossible possible now. No way.
PBE made the impossible as well. They only got like 80 plus points, but PBE did enough to remain on top of Boom. Oh my goodness, this is huge. This is big drama that we're talking about. Oh man, I'm having a headache now. Oh my goodness.
GE made it through at 14th spot. I'm happy for GE, but for Boom, Yummy May, no. And PBE, oh my God, that was so close. The chicken is actually 5. If that's a tie, I don't know what else to say, man. That was so close. But for FaZe, they work out with only 6 points, jump up to make it up. But we have to congratulate to PERSIJA EVOS, D Zavis, BTR, REGUM, Vampires, XERXIA, GEEK, Yoodo Alliance, Alter Ego, Sem9, Bounham United, The Infinity, MORPH, GE, FaZe Clan and PBE. Congratulations for getting your slot in the grand finals this week.
The fact that Boom didn't make it to the grand finals. We're talking about Boom Esports, okay? We're talking about a team that has Yummy, a team that has played Pommet and all this, but not making it across. That also means another thing. That also means that no chance for them to go to PMG because they would not be able to collect enough PMGC points to qualify next on to PNGC at least. This is crazy. But we gotta go on with our show. So here's our season MVP race by Vampire Esports. Not playing today, but Tony K is still in the chart.
He was the week 1 top Terminator. It's still gonna be the final week 3 Terminator. And even the season MVP race still gonna be on top of Tony K for now. There's quite a gap between Rosemary and Tony K. I did look and project even bigger for the gaps in between them. But it's not the end yet. We still have the grand finals. But man, what a great escape for FaZe Clan. They're not missing any grand finals for Mela.
Well, welcome back, Mela, at the right timing. And if you want to see those amazing players, if you want to see Mela, see FaZe Clan, you want to see the other amazing players that I can't possibly say all of them before we change the game, head down onto the main entry of the Sunway Velocity Mall from the 25th to 27th of August. Entrance is free, ladies and gentlemen. Book your accommodation out because it's running out fast.
I honestly don't know what else to say. What a turn of events when it comes to the final of that very single point. Now, FaZe Clan managed to secure. If that's not enough elimination, it was just at 10 or less than that. That's no way. And they got themselves second place and barely hanging on. That was so close of that. But I think we do have an interview coming out from Tash's side. It's going to be interesting. So we have it back to Tash. Take it away.
The last 3 weeks accumulated into this a very moment. The top 16 teams have been found and will be going to the grand finals next week. For you guys who don't know, the grand finals will be happening in Sunway Velocity on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. But before we go there, let's talk to the top spot team and the top 16 team here in the finals that will be going to the grand finals of PMSL SEA Fall 2023. With me, I have Master Ichi as well as Misery from GE and PERSIJA Esports. Let's start off with Master Ichi. Now, for now, you guys I would say that you guys were in a pickle. You guys were struggling, trying to get that 16th spot. It was a race between you, FaZe Clan, who else was there? Boom Esports. How does it feel making it through? And were you so sure that you're going to make it through?
Yeah, ငါတို့ခုအရင်ဒီ final တက်ဖို့ကိုဒီခုနပြောရတဲ့အသင်းတွေနဲ့ struggle တွေဖြစ်ပြီးတော့စူးစမ်းရတယ်ဗောနော်အခုတော့လက်ရှိ final ရောက်သွားပြီဗောနော်အဲ့ဒါဘယ်လိုခံစားရပါလဲတဲ့အဲ့လေ
ကျွန်တော်ပြောပါတယ်ပေးသက်တွေကိုပြောကြရလား
Yeah, we are really happy so much right now. And how are you guys feeling in Myanmar? Yeah.
I love to hear that. I hope they are replying because Myanmar should be very proud of you guys because you qualified into the last grand finals. And, you know, when speaking of that, when you guys qualified last season and this season you guys were, you know, not doing so great and you guys barely are making it. What was the mood like? What was the mentality like for you coming into week number 3? Did you expect you guys to really step up in the final week?
Yeah. So, ငါတို့ဒီပြီးခဲ့တဲ့ဒီ season မှာပေါ့နော် result တွေကမကောင်းခဲ့ဘူးပေါ့ဒီလိုမျိုးfinal ထိရောက်အောင်လည်းမလုပ်ခဲ့သလိုကျန်းတိုက်နေလို့ပြောတာပေါ့ငါတို့အဲ့တော့အခုဒီတစ်ခေါက်ကတော့အရင် amazing ငါတို့လုပ်ပြနိုင်တယ်ပြီးတော့ဒီ grand final ထိအခုရောက်အောင်ဖြစ်လာတယ်ပေါ့နော်အဲ့တော့ဘယ်လိုစိတ်ခံစားမှုတွေတိဆောက်ပြီးတော့ဘယ်လိုရည်ရွယ်ချက်တွေနဲ့လာတာလဲတဲ့
ကျွန်တော်တို့တမိုင်းတစ်ရေးထိုးဖို့လာပါဒီကိုလာတာတော့
Yeah, we are coming to here for rewrite our history.
You guys want to write your history, and I think that you guys are because not only did you guys beat some of the top name teams to get the slot, but you guys made it at the very last minute. Now, you guys have a lot of fans here in Malaysia. Like in the last, I think watch party for PMSL SEA Spring, you guys went to the pit stop, and there were so many fans there saying hi. Were you surprised at how many fans you guys have here?
Yeah, ငါတို့ဒီ Malay မှာပေါ့နော်မြန်မာ fan တွေအများကြီးရှိတာကိုသူတို့တွေ့ကြရတယ်တဲ့ပြီးခဲ့တဲ့ season တုန်းကပေါ့အဲ့တော့အဲ့လို fan တွေရှိတဲ့ပုံမှာဘယ်လိုခံစားရလဲပြီးတော့ဒီ Malay မှာရှိတဲ့ fans တွေကိုငါတို့ဗာများပြောချင်လဲတဲ့
မလေးရှားမှာ fan တွေအများကြီးရှိရကျွန်တော်ပြောပါတယ် fan တွေဗာပြောချင်တယ်ဆိုရင်တော့အဲ့ကျွန်တော်တို့ final ကြရင် final ကြရင်ကျွန်တော်တို့ tournament နေရာကိုလာပြီးတော့အကုန်လုံးအတူတူအားပေးကြပါကျွန်တော်တို့ပို့ပြီးတော့လည်းအားပေးကြပါ
Yeah, we are really happy to be having such a kind of our fans in Myanmar, and we welcome to them to support and cheer to us. And please come to final and Legs
That's
together.
together we are Genesis.
Yeah, legs together we are Genesis. Yeah.
I love to hear that. I love to hear. Thank you so much. Now let's talk a little bit with our top team, PERSIJA EVOS. Now you guys had an insane run because on week 1 you guys had a stalking incident with a Vampire Esports where you guys struggled to make it to the top spot, and then week 2 you guys came swinging, and week 3 I don't know what's going on. You guys technically 2 chicken dinners today if I'm not mistaken. So the league, but then again when you think about the top spot, number 1, it was very very close between your team and so many other teams. And what was the mentality of your team like, knowing that your top spot, your number 1 spot was at risk?
Oke, jadi soalannya adalah gimanakah perasaan tim saat itu, keadaan mental di saat itu ketika mana yang kalian tahu posisi nomor 1 kalian itu bakal dirampas sama yang lain?
Kita nggak ada yang mikirin gimana banget sih, kita tahu prioritas kita apa dan kita tahu apa yang harus kita lakuin aja. Kita nggak kemakan sama ya itulah taunting gitu, kita cuma main fokus sama prioritas kita aja.
So, according to Misery, the team actually don't care about the taunting from VPE. They focus on themselves, and that's how they manage to get the top 1 spot for this league.
Yeah, clearly it shows because not only did you guys not worry too much about a taunting, you guys didn't react on top of that. If you guys weren't following week number 1, what happened, the conclusion rather of the, I would say the stalking or the taunting, was that they decided to be the big one and just pick another spot to come through. And I think it really shows in how you play. So let's talk a little bit, like, let's just spill some tea here. If there was a team that would be too soon, that'll be knocked out early in a game, which team were you hoping it would be?
Jadi di game terakhir tadi, kalau ada yang kamu bisa pilih siapa yang bakal tusun pertama, siapa yang bakal kamu pilih?
Kebetulan sih kita nggak ada lihat leaderboard gitu ya selama mainnya, jadi kita nggak tahu siapa yang benar-benar lagi butuh poin. Cuman ya nggak ada yang kita harapin siapa-siapa tusun sih, kita cuma mainin game kita aja.
So as I said earlier, that they focus on themselves, and yeah, actually they don't even look at the leaderboard, so they don't know who is the team that needed the most for the point. So yeah, they focus on themselves, and yeah, that's it.
All right, so let's talk a little bit more about your journey coming into this tournament. PERSIJA EVOS coming here, and I would say that from week number 1, you guys are a bit shaky, but how exactly do you adapt from week to week? How exactly do you pick which strat to use in each game?
Oke, jadi kalau kita bisa lihat permainan PERSIJA EVOS di minggu pertama itu agak terumbang-ambing gitu, kayak angin-anginan gitu kan. Jadi gimanakah kalian bisa mempelajari dan mengadaptasilah hal-hal yang telah terjadi di week 1 dan kamu bisa berakhir di seperti ini?
I think we just got lucky.
As he mentioned, he just got lucky.
Just got lucky. You don't think that it's skill or adaptation, or is it just you played the way you always did?
Jadi kamu ada ngerasa nggak itu karena kill atau placement atau gimana gitu? Apakah itu emang benar-benar momen pure luck aja?
Nggak ada sih, kita cuma mainin game kita aja.
Yeah, we just focus on our gameplay and we just focus on ourselves. That's all.
It's a very interesting take because when you talk to other coaches or other team members, they always talk about VOD reviews, adaptation, understanding how each team plays. So it's very refreshing to hear, I would say, a more honest take coming through here. And let's talk about your stress level in the last game. Were you like just completely stress-free because you're already in the grand finals? Or was it like high stress because you wanted to make sure you can secure the top spot?
Jadi di game terakhir itu apakah kamu ngerasa ya stres gara-gara mungkin kamu stres yang bakal kehilangan top spot? Ataupun kamu nggak ada stres sama sekali karena kamu udah tahu yang kamu bakal pergi ke grand final?
Nggak ada, kita nggak ada mikirin apa-apa buat last match, kita mikirin cepet balik aja sih, udah capek.
So we don't actually care about the point, we don't actually care about the standing points. We just care about like what time it's gonna finish because we already tired. We're just gonna go back home and rest.
To be fair, that's valid. If you remember, yesterday was a lot of waiting as well for all of us. So very happy to hear it. Thank you so much for ending it early because we all want to go home too. But let's talk a little bit about the grand finals. It's going to be on ground and technically one of the first on ground tournaments here that's happening in Malaysia with an audience. So I believe that PERSIJA EVOS will have a lot of fans coming forward. So are you excited to be playing on ground with an audience?
Oke, jadi setelah sekian lama ya, bertahun-tahun kita nggak ada offline dan akhirnya kita ada offline di Sunway Velocity. Apakah apa yang kamu mengharapkan daripada fans-fans PERSIJA EVOS yang bakal datang di Sunway Velocity ntar?
Ya harapannya semoga kita bisa main dengan bener lah. Dan ya perasaannya ya seneng sih karena kan offline siapa yang nggak seneng sih.
Yeah, so basically what he hoped for, and he asked the fans to keep supporting them, pray for them so that they can perform really, really well and leave the trophy in front of their fans. And yes, of course, the team also feel happy about first time like LAN event tournament. So yeah, that's it.
All right, so for now, thank you so much to you both for spending
thank you so
time
much,
here on the stage with me. And for now, before we go, is there anything you want to say to your fans here in Malaysia and Myanmar?
Yeah ငါတို့ဒီမတော်ခင်ဒီ season မပြီးခင်ပေါ့ကွာအဲ့တော့ဒီပါပြပြောချင်လဲတဲ့ Myanmar fans တွေနဲ့ Malay fans တွေ
ကျွန်တော်တို့အထင်သေးရဲ့မျက်လုံးနဲ့မကြည့်ကြပါနဲ့အားပေးရဲ့မျက်လုံးနဲ့ကြည့်ကြပါကျွန်တော်တို့ခွန်အားဖြစ်အောင်လည်းအားပေးကြပါဘူးဒါပါပဲ
Yeah to the people of in Myanmar and to the people of in Malaysia our fans please support to X with positive vibe please don't never ever look down on X we will show to you guys how strong we are. So let's
together we are
Genesis. Yeah.
Love that for you guys. And for now, if you guys don't know, once again, reminding you guys that you can meet these two teams and players in Sunway Velocity next weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Go there, bring some posters, and show your support to these teams. If you love Malaysian teams, show your support there. But I'm sure there's also some other players that will be flying in for that as well. And for now, we're going to be ending it here, the final day of the league days or the league stage for the PMSL SEA Fall 2023. Tash Bunny here alongside Misery as well as Master Ichi. We will see you guys next week. Good night, everyone.
Thank you so much, Tash. And the ending for the entire league is a bit of bittersweet for us, especially it's a bit bitter for the teams that couldn't make it through. But thank you so much, Boom Team Secret, DVD and Box, for being such an amazing team, giving such an amazing surprise, exhilarating performance when it comes to this season. The season is just explosive entirely. But this is the rise of the wildcard cloud. PBE and both GE, can they change the South Asia scene when it comes to PUBG Mobile competitive scene?
Yeah, it's crazy, right? The rise of the wildcard. As the inter's running, Coach Fourth Row already messaged me. We made it well. Obviously, we know well about the same timing. So, but how much more drama can it get, right, for this last finale day? I mean, there's so many that happened. I can talk about this all night. I mean, just how insane the final day is, right?
It's just the greatest comeback from FaZe. I have to give it to FaZe. My God, their determinations to push up the very last minute. You got 6 points. They got 6 points. If you compare all the teams that have been relegated, they got double digits except for Team Secret and Box. But they were at the bottom with Team Secret and Box. And push the greatest comeback ever in the history of PUBG Mobile right now. Not gonna lie, that's the biggest flip ever. But for PBE squeezing in, boom, I mean like Yummy May. No! I want to see Yummy with the DBS, but no! I'm so sad. It's like I said, it's been a sweet ending here for us.
Well, another additional point is that, right? Like, they had the most dramatic season of all the teams. Week 1, they had to play without. Week 2, Mela just came in, so he didn't really perform. He took him a while, and I have to shout out because actually,
Mela, birthday.
Yeah.
Also, Infinity.
So actually, Mela made this jersey back then when he was with the Infinity. So thank you, blessing to you, and you deserve the grand final spot.
And also, before we close things up, I want to shout out for our viewers out there. You guys are amazing. You guys asked me to shout out Madara, one of it, Cindy, and also Sherry. All of you guys, Mo's happy birthday, Ezio. Every single one of you are amazing. I cannot, mention all the names because we don't have time anymore. But I think we're going to see you probably during the grand finals. If you happen to be on ground, do tell us that you're in Malaysia so we can bring you into good places to eat. And also, that's it for both me and Sir Cloud. Thank you so much. Any last word from you, Cloud, for our league?
Well, the last word, I'm hungry now, so I'm going to get myself a pizza, #Cindy. But anyway, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for watching. This has been an amazing lead. You'll be even there in the grand finals. That will be from me, Sir Cloud, with my beautiful partner here, Choo Choo. We'll be seeing you later for the grand finals. Stay tuned. We'll be back. Bye.